Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Triplets Make Five, An Enemies to Lovers' Secret Baby Romance by Nicole Elliot, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Jeremy York. 1. Delilah. Staring in the mirror, I threw my hair up in a bun. Today was another failure with contacts. I peeled the hard pieces of plastic out of my eyes and allowed them to breathe. How in the world did people deal with these things? They scratched my eyes all day, made them bloodshot, itched like hell, and blurred my vision even more. I looked like I had smoked a bong by the time I left work today, and I could hear the girls at the water cooler making fun of me. Those girls in their pencil skirts and their tailored blouses and their long, flowing hair. I envied those girls, the ones who could stop men in their tracks with their legs and walk gracefully in heels. I had never been one of those girls. Looking down at my leg, I saw my cat rubbing its butt on me. My calico kitten, who had wandered up on my doorstep 4 years ago, became my best friend. I named him Beethoven, took him to the vet to get his shots, and he had been by my side ever since. And I loved him because he was odd like me. He had a leg that didn't move as broadly as the others, so it always looked like he was limping. He had a tight joint and was missing a ligament in his front left leg. He also had 2 different colored eyes. One was amber brown and the other was this icy blue. At first, I thought he was going blind in one eye, but the vet assured me it was simply my kitten's eyes changing colors. I loved his eyes. I loved them because they were different. Mine weren't different colors or anything, but I never really knew what color they were to begin with. Sometimes if I wore green, they were green. If I was upset, they were hazel. If I was wearing blue or staring out at the ocean, then they were blue. I don't know why. They had just always been that way. Every driver's license I ever had always had a different eye color notated on them. I always joked that one day I'd get taken and everyone would stand around arguing with the police officer on what color my eyes really were. But who was I kidding? No one would actually notice if I was gone. I was an accountant with the company I worked for, Kiefer and Associates. We dealt in commercial realty. Well, my boss dealt in commercial realty. I wasn't part of the main accounting department, however. I was the accountant that dealt with his investors. I had a small office tucked in the back of the top floor of the building. No windows, 1 door, and a darkened hallway that had a light bulb that hadn't been fixed in 2 years. I made sure our investors' money went to the projects they deemed appropriate and divvied out the checks when it was time for them to cash in. That was what I did, day in and day out. But today was an especially rough day. Not because I had tried contacts for the 5th time and they didn't work, but because my boss was retiring. The head of the entire company was stepping down, and my heart ached. He was the only one who really understood me, who understood that I didn't keep friends because I didn't want any, who knew that I didn't enjoy interacting with people unless I had to. My boss understood my anxiety when it came to crowds of people. He never got upset that I declined his invitations to Christmas parties and never required me to go to any of our mandatory fun work functions. I loved him for that, even though there were times where he could have respected me more. And now, he was leaving, stepping down and letting someone else take his place. The announcement was like a punch in the gut with a knife. I felt like the world was closing in on me the moment I walked into the room and saw balloons that said retirement on them. Everyone clapped and told stories of him, how wonderful he was and how he would have a wonderful second leg of the race. I stood in the back corner and sipped on my soda as people passed around a microphone, praying to the heavens above that it wouldn't come to me. Then it did, and there was nothing I could do except choke back tears. But he didn't get upset. He came up to me and took the microphone and patted my shoulder. He got me. He understood what I could and could not do. Numbers made sense. Numbers were comforting to me. They could never lie, and they could always reveal so much more than people could ever tell someone. I was good at them. I took care of the investors, I got them the money they were owed, and in my spare time I would double-check the company's financial logs just to make sure everything added up. Literally and metaphorically. I placed my glasses on my face and wiped at my tears. I was drowning in the brown sweater I had pulled from my closet, but I didn't care. This Is Us was coming on tonight, and I was ready to let go of some emotions. Crying over my retiring boss didn't seem like a decent enough excuse to curl up in a ball and sob over a pint of ice cream. But watching 3 siblings deal with the harshness of drug addiction, miscarriages, and foster parenting, totally a good excuse. Beethoven was walking around my ankles, trying to coax me out of the bathroom. He always knew when I wasn't feeling well. I walked over to the fridge and opened the freezer door, grabbing my pint of triple chocolate ice cream before I sat down. Beethoven curled up next to me on the couch as I broke into my ice cream, and my fingers brushed at strands of hair already falling from the top of my head. My apartment was where I felt safest, locked away from the harshness of the world and surrounded by my books. When I wasn't seeking solace in numbers, I was seeking solace in characters. Faraway lands and nonfiction material that whisked me off to different worlds and expanded the furthest edges of my mind. Besides rent, bills, and food, the bulk of my paycheck went to the world of books. I had a used bookstore in downtown Philadelphia that I frequented often. Every Saturday and Sunday I was there, stacking my purse full of books to purchase. I'd lug them home, crack them open, and sprawl out on my bed as I lost myself in the world hidden between the lines of text. With books, I could be anyone. A dainty princess with a mighty sword, or a best friend consoling my future husband. I could be an heiress fighting crime, or a millionaire mogul building her own brand. I could fall in love, break hearts, have long curly hair and curves in all the right places. I could have porcelain skin or be a tan-skinned goddess with deep brown eyes and a mysterious stare that lured men in from their boats. I could be strong and vivacious and confident. I didn't have to be the secluded, damaged, anxiety-ridden girl I was. What, Beethoven? What is it? My cat wouldn't stop purring and pawing at my thigh. I'm just not feeling well. I'm sorry. I know the show's on, but my mind is elsewhere. Beethoven cocked his head at me, and I sighed. Fine. If you're really going to pressure me into telling you, then I will. My boss is retiring, and I'm going to miss him. Beethoven smacked my thigh with his paw, and I groaned. And I might be a little concerned that whoever replaces him is going to think I'm a weirdo and fire me. My cat turned his head back to the television, seemingly satisfied with my answer. And the truth is, that was the problem. I was different, and I knew it. The girls teased me about it if they weren't acting like I didn't exist. The men in the company always gave me these weird looks. Instead of looking me up and down like they did those beautiful women, they crinkled their noses and snickered when I walked by. And sure, maybe it was nice not being catcalled or talked down to because of my breast size, but I knew they thought I was disgusting. And that hurt, even though I didn't want to admit it. I stuck out like a sore thumb. My pale skin boasted of a lack of sunlight, and my idea of fun was curling up in bed with a long shirt on, knee-high socks, and a good book. Yep, I was going to get fired the moment someone else took over that company. I cried myself to sleep thinking about This Is Us, and woke up to my alarm blaring at 6 a.m. I rolled myself out of bed and prepared myself for the day, opting for a long skirt, a form-fitting shirt, and a gray cardigan. I pulled half of my hair up and clipped it back with a hair clip, cleaned myself up a bit, then gave myself one last look in the mirror. You look like a grown toddler, I said to myself. Sighing, I grabbed my umbrella and headed for my car. They were calling for rain today, and the last thing I needed was to look like a wet cat. I got to work and dashed into the building just in time. The rain was torrential, and the thunder was rattling the windows. But as I rose up the elevator and walked down the hallway, the sounds of the storm receded. That was one thing about having a small office at the end of the hall with no windows. All of the sounds of the world just faded away when I closed my door. I kept my nose in the books until it was time for lunch. I cursed myself for bringing something I had to heat up, because that meant I had to venture into the break room. I hated using the break room on the top floor because it was surrounded in windows. I felt exposed, put under a microscope whenever I was in that room. So I always ventured down to the 15th floor break room, the public relations level. Yes, our commercial realty company had a public relations department. Many times, our company dealt with celebrities who wanted things confidential or spun in a certain light. Other times, our corporate bigwigs would get themselves into trouble and need a story spun for the media. They were always on standby for emergencies and public statements that needed to be issued. But that wasn't why I enjoyed their level. I enjoyed it because their break room had no windows. Instead, they had televisions hanging on the walls. And if I took earplugs with me and sat in the corner, I could block out everything completely. As long as I didn't bother them, they didn't bother me. But today, there were 2 new women in the room that I didn't recognize. Did you hear about the guy they've gotten to replace Bernard? No, oh my gosh, have you heard something? Girl, come on. I cannot believe you haven't already heard. It came across my desk this morning. They're announcing the new owner today. The 2 girls were chattering away about the man taking my boss's place. Instead of putting my earplugs in, I stood by the microwave as I listened to their conversation. They went back and forth with one another, exclaiming underneath their breaths. But what I heard wasn't good, and it was beginning to make me nervous. I hear this Preston Walker guy is a real realty giant. Oh, now that name I do know. He was just seen dating that model woman. What was her name? Trisha Marks, the first ever plus-sized model to appear on the cover of Vogue magazine. A real playboy, that one. Last year, he went through a round of up-and-coming actresses. After dating him, they landed these massive contracts that skyrocketed their career. Sounds like his cock has the Midas touch. Gross. Were they serious? A man like that could never take over Bernard's place and do what he did. I had no idea who Preston What's-His-Face was, but it sounded like he would flunk out of his position before he even had a chance to give it a real go. From the way these women were talking about him, he sounded more like a piece of eye candy than a professional businessman. You think he'll date someone once he gets here? Are you kidding? That man's a prowler, a prep school boy with millions underneath his belt. He'll scoop someone up in a heartbeat. I think it's going to be Gracie from accounting. A guy into a woman who likes numbers? Not a chance. I think he'll take the front desk secretary first. He likes big racks, right? Marcia? I don't know. She's a bit old. Didn't she turn 40 last month? 40 was old? Were these women serious? What about that investor on the board, Kim Lang? She's a rail. The women he's dated have had some sort of fluff somewhere. So that rules you out. I listened as they continued to rattle off names on who the new boss would screw around with. It was disgusting and completely inappropriate talk. But part of me was interested. I was waiting for them to rattle off my name. I wanted to know what they would say about me. I wanted to know what their opinion was of me if the boss did chance to look my way. But as their conversation started to wind down, not once was my name brought up. Not only was I weird, but I was also invisible. and maybe that would keep me from getting fired once the new guy took his place. Maybe he would be so inundated with dating women that he wouldn't give two thoughts as to the door that sat across from his all the way down the hallway. Maybe, if I was lucky enough, he would think my small little door led to a broom closet and not even bother with me.
2. Preston. The announcement was officially made by the Public Relations Department of Kiefer and Associates just after lunch. The company threw a party in my honor, but it wasn't anything I was excited about. A few people shook my hand, and many of the investors tried to talk me up. They wanted to make a good impression, just to make sure their money was put to good use, and that I would keep them in mind if the company came into more money than we were expecting. It was typical of a corporate environment. And, of course, there were the women that kept throwing themselves at me. It happened everywhere I went. After the party, I made my way to my office. I pushed through the door and took a look at the expanse of the place. Floor-to-ceiling windows lined the back wall, looking out over the whole of Philadelphia. The massive mahogany desk already had my nameplate sitting on it. Preston Walker, CEO. Like a heralding parade of trumpets that executed a perfectly timed rhythm whenever someone walked into my office. It was perfect, and as I walked around the desk and traced the outline with my fingers, the padded leather seat called my name. I sat down in the seat and relaxed. There was a chair in front of my desk in case I had meetings, but there was an entire sitting area to my left. A gigantic couch, an oversized chair, and a decadent coffee table made up the seating area that could be used for my personal use. I was sure Bernard Hathaway, the CEO whose place I just took, had many important meetings there. Investors and new clients and celebrities looking to do business with us. I just kept thinking about all the women I would have on that couch before my first week of work was accomplished. Bookshelves dotted the barren walls, full of empty space and waiting to be filled. As the clock ticked by and the day wore on, the sun set behind me and cast a warm glow throughout the entire office. I was opening every file on my computer I could, making myself familiar with the company and how it operated, even though there were many women at that party I wanted to sink my teeth into. I also had a job to do. And I was going to do it to the best of my ability. I was doing everything I'd ever wanted. I was now the CEO and president of a Fortune 100 company and was worth over $200 million. I was fucking around with whoever the hell I wanted. I was going on lavish vacations and leaving my mark on the women of the world, and now I was running a fucking giant of a business. And all of it accomplished before I turned 35. But I wouldn't have gotten to this point if I wasn't serious about my world. Business was the language I spoke. I breathed it every morning and drank that shit with my coffee. I lured people into my world before showing them I was the boss of it, and I escorted women through the rugged terrain before showering them with gifts and fucking them stupid into the many mattresses of my home. This had been my goal, running a massive conglomerate and taking it to even better heights. I was reading through hundreds of documents on my first day of work just so I could figure out how the hell to improve this company's bottom line. There was always room for growth. A Fortune 100 company had room to become a Fortune 500 company, and that was my plan, to scale this big boy into the international business I knew it could be. I had the intelligence to do it, and when I was chosen for this position, I promised the board of investors that our 10-year plan was to do just that. Play with the big fucking dogs on the international stage. By the time I was done taking personal notes about the shit that already needed to change, it was almost midnight. I needed to get home and get some fucking rest so I could get back into work at a decent hour. There was a meeting with the company's stakeholders and investors at 10 in the morning, and I needed to prepare for that meeting before I closed my eyes tonight. and if I did that shit here, I'd end up falling asleep at my damn desk. I gathered my notes, logged my work tablet into my email, and set off for my car. I came out of my office and locked the door, taking in a deep breath of the silent building. Tomorrow it would be hustling and bustling with people ready to work their asses off for me. And if they weren't ready, then they would be fired on the fucking spot. I wasn't joking around with the promise I made to those who interviewed me. My word was my bond, no matter what it took to make it happen. I turned and looked down the hallway, watching the dark expanse stretch on. It was an odd setup for a penthouse floor of any building, but there was something that caught my eye. A door at the end of the hallway with a light filtering through its borders. It was a small door, one that was no bigger than a broom closet door. Was one of the janitors still here? Walking down the hallway, I passed some of the other offices. The vice president of the company, who was a total whack job. I knew I was going to butt heads with him, especially since he had helped Ronald Kiefer build this shit from the ground up. The man was pushing 80 and needed to have been forced into retirement by the board, but I guess people kept him around for nostalgic purposes. But that nostalgia was going to cost this company greatly if they didn't move into the 21st century with some of their business tactics. I continued down the hallway and slowly approached the door illuminated by the light. I reached for the doorknob and turned it, expecting to find that someone had just left a light on. Was I going to have to fucking put up signs for the cleaning staff to shut their shit off whenever they were done? But when I opened the door, I found something I didn't expect to see. In the middle of the room, underneath the fluorescent bulb, was a small desk. The room was literally no bigger than a damn broom closet, and at one time had probably been just that. There was a perfectly good office with lots of windows and natural light a few feet away from where I was fucking standing, and yet there was this person slumped over on this rickety desk. This woman was just sleeping at her desk. The name tag at her desk caught me off guard. Delilah Kent, investor's accountant. This was the person that would be accompanying me to all of those critical and important meetings. This was the person that dealt solely with the investors' funds and cutting them checks whenever they profited off our ventures. And she was fucking snoring at her desk. I wasn't sure what to do. The mere fact that this woman who was going to be working alongside me was holed up in a broom closet with no fucking windows was unacceptable. Who the hell put her here in the first fucking place? She was an important part of this entire damn company, and yet she was stuck in here like she was trash. A dirty mop or a forgotten fucking broom. I couldn't let her sleep here. I knew if she woke up the next morning, she'd be embarrassed as hell. In her same clothes, with no way to clean up. It would be a nightmare for any woman who cared about her appearance. If the woman would know when morning happened. It wasn't like the room had any fucking windows to speak of. I reached over as light snores continued to pour from her lips. I planted my hand onto her shoulder and shook her lightly, startling her awake. Her head whipped up from the desk as a piece of paper stuck to her cheek, and I bit back a chuckle as I stood there in the doorway. But when she peeled the piece of paper away, I was a little taken aback. And by the look in her eye, so was she. Her eyes glanced down my body before her cheeks flushed red. She was in this baggy gray cardigan, but the tight pink shirt she had on underneath showed off her prominent tits. She had these rosy apple cheeks and thick-rimmed glasses that sat cockeyed on her face. Her long brown hair had random curls and flyaways that swayed in the stale air around her, and somehow gave an almost angelic countenance to her. Nowhere near the type of woman I would usually go after, but there was something uniquely beautiful about her. "Preston Walker," I said. "Oh my gosh," she said breathlessly. "I take it by your name tag on your desk that you're Delilah Kent," I said. Yes, sir. Delilah Kent. I'm the accountant for the investors, she said. Her voice was light and tantalizing, like a light breeze on a hot summer's day. I watched as Delilah quickly got up from her chair and gathered her things, then stuck them in her purse. I needed to take these down but everything is closed, I think, so I'll just... Her stammering was cute, and it gave me a chance to study her pillowy lips. They were twinged with a pink that matched her cheeks, lending a shimmering glow to her porcelain skin. She gripped her cardigan and wrapped it tightly around her, showcasing the beautiful dip in her waist that my arms would fit perfectly in. She was going to be a distraction in the investment meetings. That much was for sure. "So sorry," she said. She scooted by me and slithered out the door before I could catch her. I watched her recede down the darkened hallway, her hips swaying with every step she took. Her skirt ruffled against her legs as the fabric swept at the floor, and I had to take deep breaths in order to calm my raging cock. I had no idea what the fuck drew me to her, but I was determined to figure it out.
3. Delilah. I couldn't believe I fell asleep at my desk last night. I was so tired and dazed from going over the company's logs and researching our new CEO that I laid down and fell asleep. And what I found on our new boss wasn't good. He was a young man with a mean streak. The last company he was with gutted the entire thing by 50%. He cut the staff back, rolled back their wages until they could prove to him that they were worth the pay they were obtaining, and made their entire work environment a place of anxiety. Sure, he catapulted them towards lofty monetary gain, but at what cost? Over 1,000 people lost their jobs, and the rest saw their paychecks rolled back by as much as 15%. 15%. 15% of my annual salary was close to $16,000. I would have to move and find another place if my paycheck got rolled back $16,000. By the time the sun rose over the skyline of Philadelphia and pierced through my windows, I was a bundle of nerves. There was a company-wide meeting taking place in order to introduce the new president and CEO of the company. Like his party yesterday wasn't enough. I hadn't slept at all because of the fun little nap I took in my office, and I still had no idea who had woken me up. I vaguely remembered the voice of a man, and I knew he had introduced himself, but I had been so embarrassed and in such a haze that I couldn't remember anything more than that. I was an absolute mess. I tried to piece myself together as best as I possibly could. With the research I had done on my new boss, I knew that fitting in would have to be something I did. If I didn't look the part, act the part, and speak the part, then he was going to get rid of me. Being an oddball was a perk for Bernard Hathaway. He loved the fact that I was odd and kept to myself. It was one less person he had to keep up with, and one less person he had to worry about. I was self-sufficient, kept my nose to the ground, and got my work in on time, always. But now, this Preston What's-His-Nuts was going to set an entirely different standard. At his last company, rumor had it that those he fired were mostly those that didn't fit in with his scheme. Not fitting in with my last boss was considered A-plus material, but if I didn't fit Preston's mold, he was going to have me fired. I took a shower and dried my hair, then twisted it up into a French twist. No matter how much I tried, I couldn't get my flyaways to stay at bay. I had no idea how the secretaries of the main offices kept their hair so perfect, but soon I had to give up the fight. I pulled out my best skirt, pulled on my best blouse, and picked out my best cardigan. I took a look at my contacts and debated on whether or not I should put them in, but decided on my glasses. I'd rather look a little nerdy girl from accounting than look like someone who was high on the job. I took a taxi to work just in case I got fired. I would be an emotional wreck, and I wouldn't be able to get myself home. I clutched my bag tightly to my side as I made my way to the massive conference room, taking a seat in the front row all the way at the end. Bernard enjoyed having me there. I could take notes and get a bit of work done while staying out of sight. He didn't require that I stay out of sight, but that made me feel more comfortable in a massive crowd of people. And there were about to be a lot. 1,500 people to be exact. They all filed in around 10 minutes to 9. I was going over some last-minute paperwork and trying to process all the numbers. I knew the investors would want updated portfolios and percentages at their next meeting, and with the changing of heads, that meeting would creep up sooner than I wanted it to. I continued to run calculations in my head as I jotted down a few notes, then made some annotations of some things to come back and look at. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming." I looked up and saw Rupert Bradshaw standing at the front. Rupert was the single most lucrative investor Kiefer & Associates had. He held the greatest percentage of outside stock at 15% of the entire company, and he was a longtime friend of Bernard's. He seemed to be the only other person that was seriously broken up about Bernard retiring. But I couldn't tell by the look on his face now. He was all smiles as the room came to a hushed sort of reverence. Then the introductions began. "This man comes to us from Viking and Hills Realty. He is a self-made man with a great deal of business experience, and with his specialty of growing little empires like ours, we are lucky to have him. A graduate of Harvard Business School and a child prodigy in his prep school years, he made his first million before he could legally drink with it. He graduated early and with honors before he built his own company, Walker Scott Investments. He became the youngest man ever to establish a holding company that filters more than $100 million through its doors every single year. And if that is not enough, he is fully proficient in both the piano and the cello." I could practically hear the panties of every woman in the auditorium dropping to the floor. "He is known as the man with the Midas touch, turning everything he takes on into gold. Here he is, the new president and CEO of Kiefer & Associates, Mr. Preston Walker." Everyone in the room stood and clapped as a figure emerged from behind the stage curtain. My jaw dropped to the floor as my folders went sliding off my lap. The man scanned the crowd and waved his hand. Then his eyes scanned the front row until they fell on mine. Oh my gosh. That was the man that woke me up last night. Preston Walker was the one that found me in my office? Quickly gathering the folders I had dropped, I shoved them into my bag. My hands were shaking as my mind began to swirl. Preston Walker, my new boss, had found me drooling in my damn office at midnight last night. I was probably snoring and talking in my sleep or whatever else I did that made me an embarrassment to society. I pushed my glasses up on my face and stood up, setting my bag to the side as I clapped. And still, his eyes were on me. My exhaustion quickly lifted as my heart started pumping. Why was he still looking at me? People were beginning to look my way as I cleared my throat, and I felt a flush work its way down my neck. I tried to convince myself that it couldn't have been Mr. Walker that woke me up last night. Our boss was supposed to be a playboy, someone who didn't give a damn about what he was doing. But when he cleared his throat and spoke, I knew it was him. I recognized that voice as it pierced the haze of my clouded memory. "Thank you for your warm and welcoming applause. And that introduction was way too much, Rupert. It was beyond generous. Thank you." Everyone began to sit down, but I was rooted to my seat. People were looking at me as I stood in the corner, my jaw unhinged as I studied Mr. Walker on the stage. His eyes found mine again, and I could have sworn I saw his smile turn to a smirk. My gosh, this man was handsome. He had short brown hair that was tousled in just the right fashion. He had bright green eyes that resembled the peridot gem in the ring I wore every single day. It was my mother's ring. She gave it to me just before she died. I felt someone tug at my wrist as I fell down into my seat. I know there are some rumors and fears circulating about the policies I implemented with Viking and Hills. Rest assured, I will take a look at this company as if it is a brand new venture. I have very specific ways of doing things and changes that will almost immediately have to be made. But understand, they are to make this company better. Just because some of the tactics I used with Viking and Hills were strong-armed and steep, doesn't mean those same tactics will be used here. I settled back into my chair as everyone in the crowd applauded him. Over the next couple of weeks, various memos to different departments will go out. Some of the changes I am wanting to implement have already been approved, and I want to start them as soon as possible. They might seem odd, and it will take some time to get used to them, but they will make this company more efficient and allow us to manage ourselves better. I couldn't believe this was the same man as last night. The voice had seemed so innocent and warm. But the man standing in front of me was a complete and total player. I had no doubt about it. The predatory stare in his eyes and the way he rolled his broad shoulders back, the way his long, lean legs stood ever so slightly apart, establishing himself as the alpha male in the room. My eyes drifted to his lips as he continued to talk, but his voice faded into the background. How in the world could a man's lips be so perfect? Everyone around me was hanging on to his every word, clapping after every paragraph he spoke and cheering him on from the back. They were all ecstatic that he was here, but I knew what was coming. I had analyzed his moves and read up on all the things he had done throughout his career. This man was no angel, and he certainly wasn't a godsend for this company. I knew exactly what was going to happen over the next couple of weeks. Many of us were going to lose our jobs. And as his eyes came and connected back with mine, I had a feeling he was going to start with me, the snoring, drooling woman who fell asleep in her office.
4. Preston. My first full day at the company went well. Investors came and poked their heads in, wanting private meetings and to introduce themselves. They acted like we hadn't met at 7 that morning just to approve some immediate changes in the way the company was currently operating. But to each their own, I supposed. People always sucked up to the new boss, and I should have known the investors wouldn't have been any different. Many women poked their heads into my office that day as well. Women with beautiful eyes and luscious tits, with rounded hips and spindly legs. Some of them weren't my type. I enjoyed a bit more padding to hang on to. My cock was massive, and the women I took on needed to have something that absorbed the shock waves of pleasure I could waft through their bodies. But some of them would do, and I made sure to get their names and department assignments before they left. Now, I was in a meeting with the graphic design team. Everything with this department was outdated. From the way the name of the company looked on the side of the building, all the way down to the fucking letterheads on all of our official documents. Everything needed to be brought into the 21st century. Minimalistic doesn't always mean monotone. You can use color in your designs and still be professional, I said. Can I just say thank you? A man asked. I've been telling them that for years, and no one's been listening to me. Why not? I asked. I watched the head of the graphics department stumble over his words, and I rolled my eyes. While he got his footing underneath him, my mind traveled back to that girl that fell asleep in her office that night. She was sitting there in the front row yesterday of the conference meeting, just staring at me and gawking like she was in shock. With her standing and clapping, I got a wonderful look at the curves she hid underneath those ugly-ass cardigans. Rounded thighs and luxurious tits I wanted to bury my face in. And those damn glasses. I just wanted to slide them right off her face and lose myself in her... Shit. What color were her eyes again? But I suppose we could swing a blue to gray scale for the new sign? I drew in a deep breath and turned my head towards the man who was talking. But it wasn't his attention that caught mine. It was the woman sitting behind him, with the thick-rimmed glasses and the cardigan around her shoulders. It was the woman from that broom closet office. She had been in this meeting the entire time. "Mr. Walker?" someone asked. "Yes?" "Okay, a blue to gray scale sounds nice. Professional, but not overbearing. You can't do overbearing until you're on the top, and we're not on top yet. Get me a mock-up of the new sign, and once we get it approved, that'll dictate what we do with the letterhead and even advertisement going forward," I said. "Will do, sir. On it. Now, the next item on the agenda. It says you had questions about the current commercials being run on television?" "I'm sorry. Okay, can we pause this meeting?" I asked. "Is everything all right?" "Yes, except I know none of your names. Is this how meetings are always conducted?" I asked. "We haven't had to introduce ourselves in a while," another person said. "Well, it's time we started. Let's go around the room so I can catch all of your names before this meeting resumes. Sound good?" I asked. Okay. I'll start. I'm Padma Rashad, head of the graphics department." "Wonderful. And you?" I asked. "Dina Corey, Padma's part-time secretary." "Wonderful. Next," I said. We all went around the room, and everyone introduced themselves. I finally had some names to put to faces, but I was anxious for the introductions to get around the room. This was the first team I was officially meeting with to change things, and I needed to start learning names. Then it came to the woman in the back. She had introduced herself a little bit a couple of nights ago, but I wanted a formal introduction. Plus, I needed a refresher on what her name really was. I wanted her to look me in the eyes, give me her name, and state what her job was. I wanted her to know that I knew she was there, that she was an important part of this meeting, because she would be how I kept my head screwed on straight. You know, if she did her fucking job right. She had her head down and was scribbling something in a notebook. My eyes locked on her as everyone swiveled around in their chair. Padma cleared her throat to try and get the woman's attention. I watched the girl whip her head up and look around the room. Then she did something that didn't surprise me, though it should have. She scooted herself closer into the shadows. "Introduce yourself," Padma said. "Oh, well, I'm Delilah Kent." "And what do you do, Delilah Kent?" I asked. Her eyes found mine, and I finally got the color of them. They were a deep green that matched the cardigan draped around her shoulders. I'm the investor's accountant, but I also attend these meetings and take minutes so I can send them to you," she said. "Interesting," I said. There was a certain disdain in her voice. Her nose was slightly scrunched up, and she was ready to be done with me. Or maybe she was just done talking. She didn't strike me as the kind of person that would get up on a stage and give some grand speech, so maybe she was just embarrassed that she was drawn from her shadows. Either way, the tone of her voice wasn't friendly. Was she pissed that I woke her up? She would have been embarrassed had she slept at the office that night. Walking around in the same clothes? Women hated that kind of thing. Most women wouldn't be caught dead in the same outfit twice, much less out in public without a shower. But maybe that type of thing didn't faze her. Maybe underneath those cardigans and those thick-rimmed glasses was a minx who took pride in the walk of shame, wearing an outfit 2 days in a row after a very fulfilling one-night stand. There were women like that, and they were usually the women people least expected to be like that. And if there was any woman I would never expect that type of behavior from, it was Delilah Kent. "Has everyone introduced themselves?" I asked.
"I believe so,"
Delilah said flatly. She fluttered her eyes at me, and if looks could have killed, I would have fallen back out of the window and plummeted to my death. An entire hour passed, filled with talks of their terrible commercials, other color palettes to try out for billboard advertisements, and fonts to use for the new company's sign. My eyes flickered over towards Delilah in the corner at times, and she seemed serious, focused, head deep in the notes she was taking. There were times where she would look up and catch my eye, but the disdain she had for me would soon fill her emerald eyes. What the hell had crawled up this woman's ass? If I was going to be working closely with her, we needed a different kind of relationship. Okay, we've talked about fonts, color palettes, those awful commercials, and reworking the billboards around town. Anything else? I asked.
"I was hoping we could discuss the budget,"
Padma said. That's fine, but for now I'm running budget approvals through the Board of Investors. I take it you are seeking an increase?
"No, I'm waiting for the increase that's been approved to hit," Padma said. "That increase hasn't hit?"
Delilah's voice piped up from the back as her eyes focused on Padma.
"No, ma'am. It was approved over a month ago and we still haven't seen it," Padma said. "That doesn't seem right. How much was the increase?" Delilah asked.
I watched her pull out a stack of folders from her bag as she sat them on her lap.
"It was a $10,000 increase," Padma said. "It was supposed to go to updating some of our graphics, like Mr. Walker is asking for."
Delilah's eyes scanned the documents at an alarming rate, flipping over pages at lightning speed. Was she taking in all those numbers that quickly? Could she read that fast?
"Okay, no, it hasn't been calculated into the budget yet because that $10,000 was approved for the following quarter. The quarter doesn't turn over until the middle of next month. You should see it then, but I'll make a note to double-check the system just to make sure everything's set up for it," Delilah said.
"Damn, I thought it was going to drop sooner than that. All right, thanks. What did you say your name was?" Padma asked. "Delilah," I said. Her eyes rose to meet mine as the slightest bit of anger fell away from her gaze. "Her name is Delilah Kent, and I suggest you learn it if she's going to be your $10,000 champion," I said.
"Yes, sir,"
Padma said. "Is there anything else?" I asked. Everyone around the table shook their heads as I sighed internally with relief. If all the team meetings were going to be this brutal, then this company was further behind than I originally thought. "All right, meeting adjourned. Padma, I expect those mock-ups of the new company sign to be either on my desk or in my email by the end of this week," I said.
"Yes, sir."
I stood up as my eyes panned over to the corner, but Delilah was nowhere to be found. Had she already left the fucking meeting? I looked over towards the door and saw her billowing down the hallway, her cardigan flying behind her as her skirt wafted around her legs. I wanted a chance to introduce myself personally to the woman I was apparently going to be working alongside, but she was gone before I could get out into the hallway. What the fuck was her problem? And why the hell was I so anxious to talk with her alone? This woman was already driving me crazy. I just didn't understand why.
"Bernard used her as his personal secretary," someone said.
I looked down and saw the woman who introduced herself as Dina Corey. "You're Padma's secretary?" I asked.
"Yes, sir, part-time. Bernard Hathaway used Delilah Kent as his personal secretary. She went with him to all of the meetings he attended and took notes for him. A lot of people thought they had something going on for a while."
"Oh, really? Was there any truth to that rumor?" I asked.
"I don't think so," Dina said. "Delilah's odd. Keeps to herself. Stays in her office when she can. Bernard tried to get her to take an office right next to the vice president, but she refused. Said she wanted the office she has now."
"The small thing? It doesn't even have a window," I said. She likes it that way, I guess. I'm telling you, she's weird." "What else does she do? Do you know?" I asked. "All I know is she handles the investors' money, pays them when it's necessary, and followed Bernard around to meetings when he needed her. Bernard kept her close. I don't know why, though." "Any reason why she might hate me?" I asked. "Besides the fact that you're replacing one of the only people that looked past how odd she is? No clue. She keeps herself cooped up, is weird with crowds, never attends any of the company functions, despite the fact that Bernard always personally invited her." "Sounds like they were close," I said. "Then you see why the rumors spiraled," she said. "Well, thank you for your input. Is there anything else?" I asked. "Yes," she said, as she handed me a piece of paper. I unfolded it and saw her name along with her 9-digit phone number. "I'm free every evening and on the weekends," she said. "I don't like to dilly-dally at work, though. Gotta keep it professional." Then the woman named Dina Corey sauntered off, swaying her hips broadly as I licked my lips. I was really going to enjoy it here.
5. Delilah. I wrapped my fingers around my Manhattan as the bar covered me with its sounds. That man intentionally put me on the spot in that meeting today. At least it felt like it. And I'd made an ass out of myself, so it was only a matter of time before I lost my job. He didn't try to seek me out the rest of the day, which meant he didn't alert me to any other meetings that should have taken place. He should have been meeting with all the teams, not just the graphics department. Was he asking someone else to do it? Was this how he was preparing to fire me? I was in so much trouble. I hated this. I hated all of it. I wanted Bernie back. I wanted Mr. Hathaway to pop out of a corner, tell us we were all being videotaped, then go back to his regular place. I knew I needed to be happy for him, but I also knew he was the only reason I still had my job. All of the investors thought I was weird. No one at the company wanted to include me in anything. I was aware of the rumors that circulated about me, how people thought I was sleeping with Bernie to keep my job. That was one of the reasons why I never went to the company's formal functions or parties. The last thing I wanted was for Bernie to be talking with me and people get the wrong idea. I respected him more than that. He deserved better than that. I polished off my first drink of the night as I turned my gaze out the window. Cars were passing by and horns were honking as often as the stars were twinkling in the sky. Well, the stars I could see from my tiny corner booth. This bar was my only place of solace besides my apartment. Here, no one bothered me. Here I had a specific order that no one questioned. Here I was paid attention to but left alone. Like a king on his throne awaiting his next big decisions to muddle through. I wanted to enjoy my drinks tonight. I wanted to wash away the entire week. I wanted to forget about Bernie's retirement announcement and this dumbass retirement party. I wanted to forget about the company-wide meeting where I'd made a fool out of myself. I wanted to forget that it was my new boss that woke me up in my office with a piece of soaking wet paper stuck to my chin. And I sure as hell wanted to forget that graphics department meeting. There had been something in his eyes when I introduced myself that I didn't like. "Another Manhattan," the waitress said. "But I didn't order another one," I said. "The man over in the corner ordered it for you. Said to tell you it was from your new boss." I froze in my spot as I slowly panned my gaze across the bar. He was sitting there in a booth with a smug look on his face. That cheeky little grin and those sparkling Playboy eyes. He raised his glass to me before he beckoned to his booth, silently asking me if I wanted to come over and sit with him. No, I didn't want to sit with him. But did I really have a choice? This could be my only shot to kiss his behind and keep my job, and heaven knew I couldn't afford to lose my job. "Thanks," I said with a groan. Could you transfer my check over to his table?" "You want him to pay for it?" the waitress asked. "I wish. Just wanted to let you know I was moving," I said. I grabbed my purse and slid out of my regular booth. Preston's grin turned into a broad smile as I approached him. What in the world was he so happy about? Was this man going to pop up everywhere I went? I gave him a forced smile as I sat down across the table from him, my Manhattan sloshing around in the palm of my hand. "That your regular drink?" Preston asked. "It's what I gravitate towards, yes," I said. "It's a good drink. A strong one." "It's what my father used to drink when I was younger," I said. "My drink of choice is a simple martini." "Interesting, since you don't strike me as simple," I said. His eyes whipped up to mine, and his smile faded into a smirk. I watched his gaze dance around my face before his eyes took in my breasts. He wasn't even trying to cover up the fact that he was looking at my tits, and I rolled my eyes. I wasn't going to play this little game of his. There were plenty of women in the company who would willingly spread their legs for him. I wasn't going to be one of them, and no amount of coercion would change my mind. I would gladly lose my job if it meant putting his playboy ass in its place. "So, how long have you been at Kiefer & Associates?" Preston asked. 9 years, I said. "But you're only 28, he said. "If you've read my file, then why are you asking me asinine questions you already know the answers to?" I asked. "Because I'm trying to get a read on you." "That's what you call staring at my tits?" I asked. He grinned at me as he took a sip of his drink. I had no idea what in the world had come over me. I was never this bold, this brash. I had been the object of ridicule and put under a microscope for years at this job. And never in my wildest dreams would I have ever thought of talking to someone like this. But it felt good. It felt good to speak my mind, to let someone know exactly what I thought of them. I was tired of dealing with people's crap. It was one of the reasons why I preferred the office I did. No windows, so the world couldn't see me, and no room for anyone to come in and sit down. If they needed me, I either had to go to them, or they had to call me. It minimized the crap I had to deal with, and it minimized the drama I had to be a part of with this company. "No, I call that admiring the beauty that's in front of me," Preston said. Beauty? Did this man just call me beautiful? I felt a warmth trickle up the back of my neck as I took a sip of my drink. Holy hell. This incredibly sexy man just told me he thought I was pretty. He was an asshole, so I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of melting at his feet like most women did. But no man had ever called me a beauty before. "I take it you've heard the rumors about Bernie and I said. "Since you brought it up, yes. Are they true?" "Not one bit." "It is odd that you keep yourself secluded in that little office room, especially since you were offered a very decent space to bide your time at the company," Preston said. "Reduces the bullshit I come into contact with at the company." I watched his eyes spark with fire and intrigue as his cheek ticked with a smirk. "Bullshit, huh? You're a feisty one." "Not known to be, but I guess you bring out the worst in me." "You're the best," he said. "Which begs another question. Why did you brush me off today?" "I wasn't aware that I had," I said. "You left very quickly out of that meeting with the graphics department." "Because I had work to accomplish, or so I thought. You never informed me of any other meetings for me to attend." "Because I didn't have any other meetings," he said. "Nice to know you're taking your job seriously." "Have I done something to make you think I'm not?" he asked. "Besides the fact that you gutted and destroyed your last company, only the fact that I'm pretty sure you stalked me to this bar." "Stalked you? You give yourself too much credit," he said. said the man who called me a beauty. "I like your style," he said, "and I hate yours. Because I gutted my last company. Because you fired over half your staff, and I feel you gearing up to do it again," I said. "And you think I'm going to fire you, is that it? Why you keep avoiding me and why you're so upset with me right now?" he asked. "I'm not upset." "I've been with plenty women. You're the definition of upset." I turned my eyes away from him and drew in a deep breath. I enjoyed this banter and this side of me a little too much. It wasn't comfortable, and I loved it. It was risky, and my heart was pounding with the thrill of adventure. What in the world was happening to me? I needed to finish this drink and get out of here. "I wouldn't chug your drink so quickly," Preston said. "You might have to sit here and wait it out." "I took an Uber here. I'll get one back," I said. "Where's your car?" he asked. "At my apartment." "So you live in an apartment?" "Where in Philly do you live?" he asked. "I'm not telling you where I live," I said, snickering. "What if I need you for something?" "Then you can call me," I said. "I'd need your number for that." "It's in my file, but you can always leave a message on my office phone and I'll get back with you once I get into work," I said. "You really don't like me, do you?" he asked. "I really, really don't," I said. "It's more than my prior history with another company, though. This is more than just your job." "Preston Walker, from what I've read about you, there are men on death row with more integrity than you. You're a playboy that bounces from girl to girl who screws around with people in your own company. You fire people with no reason, slash wages for those you don't fire, and you expect women to crumble at your feet. The only reason you're currently still talking to me is either because you're sizing me up to keep my job, or you're wondering why I haven't thrown myself at you yet." "Why can't I be doing both?" he asked. I scoffed as I brought my Manhattan back to my lips. I drank down the last of it as Preston sat back in his seat. He lifted his arm and signaled to the bartender for another drink. But when I glanced over at his glass, I saw it was still full. "Oh, no, I don't need another drink. What I need is to go," I said. "Just sit and relax. You're not losing your job. So far, no one is. But if you'll let me, I'd like to tell you why I did fire all those people." I was intrigued enough to take the new drinks set in front of me and listen to his story. "I told you guys in the company-wide meeting that I would treat this like a new case. I fired over half the staff at Viking and Hills because I found that many of those in higher positions were embezzling funds." "Wait, are you serious?" I asked. "Yep, but I knew if it came to light, the company would be over. And the company did a lot of good work, not just in realty, but with their ethics policies. I wasn't ready to let those go, but I needed to make a point. So I fired everyone who was embezzling and everyone who knew about it but didn't report it." "You made a statement to the rest of the staff that you wouldn't tolerate it without exposing them," I said. "Viking and Hills did and still does excellent work overseas. They donate quarterly to charities that focus on building schools and digging clean water wells in third world countries. A couple of the smaller charities would have had to halt entire projects until they found alternative funding. I wasn't going to let them pay for Viking and Hill's greedy mistakes." I felt my jaw drop open as I held my drink in my hand. "You seem shocked," Preston said. "I am." "Why?" "Because I didn't think a playboy cared about anyone but himself," I said. "You're feisty," he said with a chuckle. "And ballsy. I like that. I think I'll keep you around for a little while longer." "Not funny," I said as I sipped my drink. "Kind of funny," he said with a grin. This man was infuriating. But there was a starkly different side to him I didn't expect. This cocky man in front of me cared about what happened in third world countries. Was someone punking me? The idea that this man, with his thick head of brown hair and his dazzling green eyes, cared about something other than himself was nice. It was really nice, in fact. The rest of the conversation flowed just as easily between us. The witty and fiery banter continued, and I indulged him on how I came to have this job. I told him about how school was easy for me because of my ability to speed read and do fast mental calculations, and I explained to him how I got an internship with Bernie before he hired me full-time. "Right out of college?" Preston asked. "Yep. I was 21 years old with a master's in accounting, and he wanted to keep me on. So he hired me as the accountant to all of his investors, and I've been here ever since." "So you really speed read," he said. "I do. 5,000 words a minute." "What's 9,542.85 times 4,560.84? 43,523,411.994. "You didn't round that off?" he asked. "Would you care if I did?" I asked. "That's amazing," he said. "It is what it is." "You're seriously not impressed that you can do that?" he asked. "Not really. I've always been able to. It was a source of ridicule and teasing for most of my life, so I quickly grew to resent it." Preston's eyes softened towards me as I took the last sip from my 4th drink that evening. "Last call," the bartender called out. "Wait, last call? What time was it?" "It's 3 a.m, Preston said. "What?" I asked. I saw the shock roll across your face. "If you're wondering, it's 3 a.m. "We've been sitting here for 5 hours, I said. "Time flies, I guess." I gathered my things from the booth and slid from the seat. I teetered a bit, and Preston reached out for me, helping me to steady myself on my feet. I could feel the warmth of his hand radiating through my cardigan as his fingertips pressed into my excess. I looked up into his beautiful peridot eyes as his hand slid down my arm, his fingers gracing mine before he stood up straight. "Can I give you a ride home?" Preston asked. "That's okay. I'm just going to call an Uber," I said. "Still sticking with that plan?" "It's a good one," I said. "A reliable one." "My car works, if that's what you're worried about," he said, grinning. "It's not," I said. I didn't want to give in to his flirtations. Not just yet. Hell, once I got home and slept this alcohol off, I knew I wouldn't want his flirtations at all. But right now, with the Manhattan swimming through my veins and his tall, broad, chiseled stature looming over me, the last thing I needed was to get in his car. To be close to him, to be confined with him. I cleared my throat and lowered my gaze to my phone as I summoned a car. "Thank you for the drinks," I said. "Thank you for the company," Preston said. I'll see you tomorrow morning." "It's Saturday," he said. "Then see you Monday," I said. "Looking forward to it." "Oh, Bernie's your calendar now is synced to mine. You could put meetings in there and stuff, and they'll pop up on my end, and I'll know where to be and what time," I said. "I figured as much," he said. "And again, thank you for the drinks," I said as I pushed out of the bar. I could feel his eyes on me as I stood on the sidewalk. He watched me from the bar as I got into the Uber I had called for. I was glad I had enough wits about me to refuse his car ride. The last thing I needed was some playboy with dreamy eyes knowing where I lived. I needed to go home, flop down in bed with Beethoven, and sleep off all this stuff. Whatever this was floating around in my system. This feistiness and this gravitational pull he had on me all night. I had all weekend to get rid of it before Monday came around. Because come Monday, things had to get professional again.
6. Preston. I watched Delilah get into the car she rented last night and drive away. No woman had ever done that to me before, turned me down flat, even after a few drinks. She was strong-willed, feisty, a massive ball of pent-up energy just waiting to explode. I was determined to get her to agree to go on a date with me. I wanted to see what that body would look like in a little black dress, with her calves accented in heels and her wide hips swaying in the breeze. There was nothing better than the excess of a woman beckoning for my rippling muscles to hold her close. Delilah wasn't begging yet, but by the time Monday came around, she would be. The shy little girl I thought she was had turned into a ballsy little minx, meeting my quips tit for tat. She hid behind those cardigans and thick glasses, but inside she was aching to be freed. A mind just waiting for its equal to come along and release it from its cage. The woman was astounding. A pleasant surprise after dealing with the idiots I had to deal with during my first few days at the company. It was pleasing to me that her and I would be working close. It meant no one would question if we were ever behind closed doors in my office. But there was a moment at the bar that seemed surprising to me. Not in a shocking way, but in an innocent way. I called her something akin to beautiful, and she seemed genuinely shocked, like no one had ever called her that before. And if that was true, it was a shame, because behind those idiotic clothes and that shy demeanor that stuck to the shadows in the office building, she was ravishing, a sight to behold, laden with curves I wanted to sink my fingers into, and pulsing with warmth I wanted wrapped around my cock. She was beautiful in her own right, and I was going to have her one way or another. Monday rolled around, and I was ready to see her. I dressed in my best suit, just to make sure I caught her eye. A nicely tailored navy suit with a crisp white shirt, a crimson-red tie, and navy blue loafers. It was my favorite suit. It was the suit I always wore in order to catch a lady's stare. It never ceased to fail me, and I was ready for it to work its magic on Delilah. My little minx. Everyone's heads turned as I walked through the office. I stopped and talked with a few people before I made it to my desk. I opened my door and looked down the hallway at the light already shining underneath her office door. Holy hell, this woman was an early riser. I wasn't sure how to get her to come out of her office. I left my door open just in case she decided to try and slip past me. I kept looking up from my calendar and emails every so often, watching to see if she would emerge, to get coffee or to pee, to get some fresh air or to find a window to look out. But she didn't emerge, and I was left at a loss. The woman she was at the bar would never have stayed cooped up like this. The woman I sat with in that booth needed a place to spread her wings. She wasn't the kind of woman who kept herself cooped up in a damn broom closet away from everyone. She was the kind of person whose tongue whipped everyone into shape, whose voice focused a room, whose presence commanded attention. At least, that was how I perceived her. I entered the week's meetings into the schedule just to see if she would pop her head out to come confirm with me. I loaded them into the program and watched them pop up, then clocked the little circle that told me it was syncing with other computers. The syncing was complete, and I waited for her to emerge. And still, nothing. This woman was frustrating as fuck. How the hell did I get her to come out of her office without knocking on her door? Preston Walker didn't chase women. After a while, they fell at my feet. Some required a little more work than others, but they all did eventually. And I wanted to see Delilah's crisp green eyes look up at me when she kneeled. Then an idea struck me. I picked up the phone and dialed my favorite steakhouse, ordering her a nice big pasta dish. I added some fries and some broccoli, then ordered a decadent slice of chocolate cake for dessert. I told them to deliver it to Kiefer and Associates, then gave the man directions to Delilah's office. If the food didn't cause her to emerge with curiosity, the gossiping buzz it would kick up would. She was fully aware of the rumors that circulated about her, and I knew that would draw her out. I sat back and watched the delivery man turn down the hallway. I dipped my head down to my desk as he knocked on her door, delivering the food to her as a grin crossed my cheeks. I could hear her arguing with the man, telling him he had some sort of error on his account. But eventually, she relented. Word would get around quickly about the dinner. That was just how things worked in places like this. I went into the corporate lounge down the hall from my office and sat there, then waited for the gossiping to take place. But everyone acted as if nothing had happened. I ventured down the stairs to another lounge. It was the lounge all of the secretaries frequented. It was on the public relations level of the building, and I knew those women would be talking about it there. The front desk secretary would have had to check the delivery man in, and surely she would have pulled some juicy gossip from the depths of his throat. But when I stopped just short of the lounge and heard the women gossiping, there wasn't a sound uttered about it. No one was talking about anything. Not the food, not the delivery, and not Delilah. And it hit me in that moment. That was why Delilah locked herself away the way she did. That was why she took the pseudo office instead of the decent one. It wasn't because she felt out of place or because she was weird. It was because she faded into the background, and she was aware of it. She was aware that no one cared. She was aware that no one liked her. She was aware that no one kept their eyes on her or found her important or even noticed the basic likes of her. But that wasn't true of me. I had noticed her. She had caught my eye for whatever fucking reason. Other people didn't look at her, but I did. Other people could take their eyes off her, but I couldn't. I went back up to my office, prepared to order myself some lunch, but I found a familiar form standing at my door. Delilah was standing there, with the 2 bags of food in hand as she turned towards me. "I take it you're the one to thank for this?" She turned around, and her eyes took me by surprise. I could have sworn they were green. In fact, I knew they were. If there was one thing I never forgot, it was a beautiful pair of eyes. And Delilah had a mesmerizing pair. She kept them behind thick glasses that I wanted to throw out the damn window, but they were there. Only this time, they were a deep sea blue. As blue as the cardigan she had thrown over her shoulders. "Not up to your taste?" I asked. "I'm not sure how many calories you believe these curves require, but it's not this much," she said. "Care to share?" She jutted her hip out and strolled into my office. She made her way for the sitting area in the corner, out of the line of sight of anyone. I had to gather myself from the way she tossed her hip like that, the way it jiggled her luscious tits, and the way her body moved fluidly with her motions. I followed her into my office and closed the door behind me, watching as she set up lunch for us. "A picnic?" I asked. "Would you rather eat in the lounge? Because I'm not really a fan of the lounge," Delilah said. "Here's fine." I had to say, it was hard to take me by surprise. But this was the second time in less than 3 days that Delilah Kent had done just that. I walked over to her and sat down on the couch, reaching for the plate she had made me. She handed me a flavored water, and I took it from her, wondering where in the world she got it from. "Now you're the one that's shocked," Delilah said. "I have a mini fridge in my office." "You mean your broom closet," I said. "I prefer it to the other offices," she said. "Might I ask why?" "The windows make me feel exposed, and there's plenty of space for people to come bug me." "Your office is in a broom closet because you don't want people bugging you?" I asked. Not unless it's necessary. I don't want people just strolling in and talking to me. Not a fan of conversation? I asked. Not a fan of bullshit. I had to bite back my laughter as the two of us ate together. She was unique, I would give her that. But there was something cozy about her as well, something warm and inviting, like an old friend or a childhood memory. It's nice to meet a woman that isn't caught up in drama, I said. I'm not caught up in anything, Delilah said. I'm not really noticed around here. I noticed you, I said. Her eyes flickered up towards me, and it was insane. I could have sworn they were green that night at the bar. I see you put another meeting with the graphics design team on the schedule, she said. Yep, it's a tentative one, to discuss the drafts for the new sign should they come in on time, I said. I love graphic design. It's what I would have done had I not gone into accounting. So you're an artist, I said. Not like our team here is. I'm not that good. But I dabble, sketch things out, and then try to bring them to life on the screen of a computer. Why did you pursue accounting instead? I asked. Seemed more practical. And don't get me wrong, I love numbers. They never lie, and they will always tell you more than any person ever will. They're telling that way, and I like that. They don't try to attempt to be anything other than the sum of their parts, or the subtraction of their parts, or the multiplicative. You are the weirdest person I have ever met, I said, chuckling. I try my best, she said. I meant that in a good way. Not sure how being weird is a good thing, she said. It means you're different, and that's always a prize, I said. Her eyes lit up just for a moment, reflecting the serenity of the ocean. Fuck. What was this woman doing to me? The serenity of the ocean? Where the fuck had that come from? I understood her a little more now. She wasn't really weird, she was just artsy, alternative, a gentle soul with a completely different language of expression. The pieces of her that were scattered about slowly started to fall into place, and the more she talked about her love of graphics design, the more her eyes lit up. They sparkled with a passion that was even impressive to me. It had been a long time since I had found someone who was genuinely passionate in anything. Come to dinner with me sometime, I said. What? Delilah asked. You just spent the last 20 minutes droning on about color palettes and your first ever graphic you created, and for some reason, I want to hear more about it. Does this language usually work on women for you? She asked. Because right now, all I am is a little offended. I'm sorry, I'm just shocked. At the fact that I, actually have some substance to me? That wasn't what I meant, I said. Then say what you meant. Her eyes were hardening, and I could feel myself losing control. What in the actual hell was going on? I never fumbled the ball like this. I was always smooth with women. I asked them out once, and they were putty in my hands. I had the perfect date I wanted to take this woman on. I knew exactly what would get Delilah going. She was the kind of woman whose mind needed to be stimulated before her body could be. I just needed to get her to say yes. But first, I had to fucking figure out how to speak the English language again. I have to say, for being a playboy, I'm really not impressed with your tactics, Delilah said. Not going to lie, I don't blame you, I said with a grin. But how about this? You give me the week, this entire work week, and I promise you I won't screw up anything at this business. I'm sure you won't, she said. Or in your eyes, I said. Now that I don't think I can see. Oh, really now? Fine. If I can go this entire week without screwing up in your eyes, then you have to go on a date with me. No questions asked. Delilah giggled and shook her head, but I could tell she was pondering my deal. I sat there with a half-eaten plate of food in my hands, just screaming for her to say yes. My heart was slamming against my chest, and my mind was swirling 1,000 miles a second. and I could have sworn my fucking palms were sweating. "Okay," she said. "If you can keep from screwing up in my eyes this week, then I'll go to dinner with you." "Then let the business commence," I said. Then maybe I could figure out what the fuck type of hold this woman had over me.
7. Delilah. Even though I didn't think he would do it, Preston Walker proved himself throughout the week. We had team meetings with the rest of the teams in the building, and there was no one that was fired. We ended up picking out a wonderful new logo for the front of the office building. Our productivity over the week boosted by 15%, and Mr. Walker was attentive to everyone's needs and suggestions for the company. There was nothing in my eyes that he had done wrong, so it was time for me to live up to my end of the deal. I still had no idea why he wanted to take me out on a date. Probably because I was the only woman that had never given in to his flirtatious advances the first time around. He probably saw me as some sort of challenge, some sort of notch in his belt he could brag about later. How I played hard to get, but he caught me anyway. But if he thought I was going to be sleeping with him, then he had another thing coming. Even with all of that swirling around in my head, however, I figured the least I could do was go and enjoy a romantic evening out. After all, women like myself didn't get many of those. I didn't own many dresses, but the one I settled on was bright green with a light blue sash that wrapped around my waist. It tied into a bow in the back and zipped up, which made me feel covered, despite the fact that it hugged my body a little too much. I put out my nice black cardigan and pulled it onto my arms, then buttoned it at my waist to accentuate the light dip I had. I slipped into a pair of matching blue heels, the only pair I really owned, and let my hair fall down between my shoulder blades before I took a look at my contacts again. I didn't know if the fight to get them in my eyes was going to be worth it, so I reached for my glasses and stuck them on my face. I looked as good as I was going to get, and he was going to have to deal if I didn't look suitable enough to be at his side. I promised him a date. I didn't promise him I would look nice for it. I went downstairs to the lobby of my apartment and looked around to see if I could find him. I assumed he was going to be down here waiting for me promptly at 7 o'clock. But instead, a man in an all-black suit and donning a cute little hat came up to me. "Miss Delilah Kent?" he asked. "Yes." "Mr. Walker is waiting for you at the restaurant," he said. "He's already there?" I asked. "Yes, he went to set a few things up. I am here to drive you." I allowed the man to escort me to a town car that was sitting outside my apartment building. It was a sleek black car with chrome accents and tinted windows. The state of the car didn't shock me in the slightest, but I did giggle when the driver opened the door for me to get in. I wasn't used to this kind of treatment, and I figured as long as Preston was going to slather it on thick, I was going to drink it up. We drove all the way across town and pulled into one of the most expensive restaurants in the Philadelphia area. It was a restaurant I had passed by many times to get to one of my favorite bookstores, and I always wondered what it looked like inside. The driver parked the car and came around to open my door. But before I could step out, a familiar hand dipped into the confines of the tinted automobile. "Preston," I said as I took his hand. "Delilah," he said as he helped me out of the car. He helped me to my feet and then raised his hand for me to spin. I wasn't sure if he was analyzing me or simply taking me in, but when I found his eyes, he was smiling. "You look fantastic," he said. My eyes traveled up and down the all-black suit he was wearing for our date. "And you look phenomenal. I thought you would enjoy it," he said. "You match the car," I said. "Does that mean you'll be taking me for a spin as well?" he asked. "Wow," I said, laughing. "Way to jump into what you really want." "At least there isn't any blurred lines," he said. I wasn't sure whether to be flattered or annoyed that he just revealed he wanted to sleep with me. He tucked my arm around his and escorted me into the restaurant. And when I entered the front doors, I gasped. The dimly lit restaurant was lined with booths and tables that had flickering candles on top of them. They were draped in black silken tablecloths that spilled all the way to the floor. It was one of those kinds of restaurants where there was only one menu, and the only thing you got to choose was your main course. Everything else was just informative as to what you would be getting for the evening. I couldn't take my eyes off Preston. His black pants were tailored to his long, toned legs, and his black suit jacket fit his body perfectly. The black button-down shirt he had underneath was clinging to the broad muscles of his chest, and the black tie that finished off the entire outfit was thin. It accented how long he was, how broad his wingspan was, and how long his legs were. I felt the back of my neck heating up as his eyes flickered up to mine, catching me staring just as I darted my eyes down to my menu. "Anything pique your interest?" Preston asked. "I've never had duck before," I said. "I wasn't talking about the menu." I panned my gaze up to his and found him grinning at me. He plucked my menu from between my fingertips, then held his hand out for mine. He was waiting for me to accept his proposal, whatever it was he was proposing. He was giving me the option of taking his hand, but what would that open up? What was behind the door if I decided to reach for the knob? I found my hand gravitating towards his as I settled my hand within his. "Can I ask you a question?" "You just did," I said. "And the answer is yes." "What color are your eyes?" Preston asked. "When you figure it out, let me know," I said. "So they do change colors." "They do, depending on what I wear, but sometimes with my moods." "So your eyes really are the windows to your soul," he said. "Somewhat. It's only when I get angry." "And what color do they turn when you're upset?" "Hazel," I said. "Well, I must be doing something right. I've only seen blue and green so far," he said. "What color are they right now?" "Right now, they're the color of desire." I snickered and pulled my hand from his as I shook my head. "You're relentless," I said. "And yet here you are." "I'm here because I lost your bet." "You're here because you agreed to the bet in the first place," he said. "You could have turned it down." "Would you have fired me if I did?" The playfulness fell from his eyes and he leaned back in his chair. I watched his face settle itself into the professional manner I'd seen throughout the entire week. "Oh, shit." "Please don't tell me that's why you're here," Preston said. "What?" I asked. "If you're here because you think you're going to lose your job otherwise, then I'm taking you home. This is not what this is about." "Then what is this about?" I asked. He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. "You don't even know," I said. "I know I'm drawn to you." "And I have no idea why," I said. "Neither do I, but I'm glad you're giving me a chance to find out." "I'm not here because I think you're going to fire me," I said. "And I'm not here just to have sex with you, though should you choose, I most certainly wouldn't turn you down." I felt my cheeks flush with embarrassment as our first course came to the table. The conversation of the night was lighthearted and topical. I learned a little more about how he became the businessman he was today, and I told him a little more about my love for graphic design. I expanded a little more on why I chose an accounting degree versus a graphic design degree, and Preston told me a little bit about his prep school years. He asked me if I enjoyed living in Philadelphia, and I asked him if he enjoyed the same. We talked a little bit about the places we frequent in town. Like the bookstore not too far from here that I found myself in every weekend. The night was actually pleasant, and I was surprised given the fact that I knew Preston was hoping I would sleep with him. I was trying to ward off his advances, like the way his thumb would circle on top of my skin, or the way his foot would rest beside mine underneath the table. Whenever we paused the conversation to eat, I could see his eyes focusing on my lips, the way they wrapped around my spoon and fork like I was some kind of animal on display. The problem? I loved the attention. I had never been this wanted by a man before. I wasn't a virgin, but I also wasn't the kind of girl who could afford to be picky about the men I slept with. It was either sleeping with men who were desperate or not sleeping with men at all, so I wasn't experienced in the area. Whereas Preston Walker most certainly was. Soon, I found my foot staying put when he rested his against mine. Soon, I found myself leaning into his thumb's ministrations instead of pulling away. The grin on his face began to grow as I relaxed in his presence, and once the dessert course was over and we had finished our wine, the infamous question fell from his lips. "Can I give you a ride somewhere?" He stood from his chair and walked towards me, offering his hand out to mine. He was giving me a chance to say no, a chance to walk away from this date and be nothing else but full of food. My eyes fluttered up to his as his green eyes pierced mine, sparking a flame deep within my gut I had never felt before. I looked back down to his hand before I drew a deep breath, throwing caution to the wind as I slipped my hand into his. When was I going to get another chance like this? When was a man of Preston Walker's caliber and worth ever going to find me anywhere near the sensuous? No one had to know about it. No one needed to know I was about to sleep with my boss. I could have my night of fun, release some pent-up stress, then return back to my hole and keep my nose down. "Where are we going?" I asked as he helped me to my feet. "I figured we could head back to my place," he said. And as a grin crept across my cheeks, his hand slid to the small of my back and escorted me out to the town car. 8. Delilah. I stumbled into his apartment, his hands all over my body. Preston's lips felt like pillows against my skin, drawing moans from deep within my throat. My body felt alive as his hands caressed my sides, traveling up my dress and gripping onto my excess. I coiled my hands in his hair, pulling up his head so I could crash my lips into his. My glasses clattered to the floor beside his front door as he slammed it shut. "So fucking gorgeous," he said. "Holy hell." He pushed my hips into his door as my leg wrapped around his hips. I wanted more of him, needed more of him. He was intoxicating, and his electric shock held me within its grasp. His hands grabbed onto the swell of my ass as he picked me up, forcing a squeal from between my lips as he grinned. "I've wanted to take this dress off you all night," he said. My hand wrapped up into his tie as I pulled him back towards me. He walked us over into his kitchen, setting me down onto the counter. His hands traveled up my dress, feeling my bare skin with his large, strong hands. We tore at our clothes, his body revealing itself to me as my eyes raked up and down his form. His strong, broad chest tapered into a slim, chiseled waist. His arms were pulsing with need, veins bulging from areas I wanted to place my tongue. His rippling abs called to me, beckoning for my fingertips as I ran my hand down them. They were miraculous, carved from the marble of the gods. "Holy shit," I said breathlessly. He lowered my back to the kitchen counter and spread my legs wide. I could feel myself dripping down my folds, sliding into the crack of my ass. His breath was hot on my skin as I heard something scooting across the floor, and I leaned up only to watch him take a seat. His eyes fluttered up towards mine and darkened with lust. Slowly, I watched as his lips dipped down to my folds. His tongue darted out, licking up my slit as he gathered my juices on his tongue. I groaned at the sight, my tits bouncing as electricity surged through my body. I couldn't stand it any longer. I needed him more than life itself. "Please, Preston." "What was that?" I whimpered out into the room as he hooked my legs behind his head. "Say it one more time for me, beauty," he said. "Please, Preston," I said with a whisper. "Give me your tongue." He pressed deep into my clit, tugging a groan from my throat. My hands flew to his hair, pulling him deeper into me as my hips rolled into his face. I could feel myself coating his cheeks, the grin evident upon his face. I didn't care that I had given in to him. I didn't care that I was just another notch. I needed this more than I could stand. I needed the touch of a man like him. His hands wrapped around my thighs and pulled me closer. He sat at the feast of my body, his tongue lapping and flicking as I shook on his kitchen counter. My arousal was pooling onto his tongue as my hands tangled up in his hair. I could feel that coil tightening in my gut as my thighs squeezed around his head. He moaned into me, egging me on as I bucked into him. His hands massaged my thighs, relaxing my grip as I bowed my back. Like an overturned violin, I was moments away from popping as my back grew tighter and tighter. My mind was swirling, and his tongue was flicking. His lips wrapped around my clit and sucked until I was breathless with passion. Fuck! Shit! My legs grew taut, and my eyes screwed shut. My body shook and my tits bounced. Preston dug his hands into my thick hips, pulling me closer as he rode me through my orgasm. I could feel my head growing dizzier by the second as my orgasm crashed over me. Like stormy waves against a rocky shoreline, it couldn't deny even if it wanted. I collapsed against his kitchen counter and panted for air as his tongue cleaned me up. "Now that," he said as he emerged from between my lips, "was a dessert." I ran my hand through my hair as I tried to get my bearings. "Come here," he said. Without hesitation, I was being lifted into the air. His hands gripped my ass, encouraging me to wrap my legs around his. I buried my face into the crook of his neck, feeling his rock-hard body against mine as we moved. I felt like I was floating against his body as the room spun. Soon, my back was descending onto a soft surface. I opened my eyes and was met with the prowling stare of Preston Walker. His peridot green eyes were clouded with lust as he bent down to kiss my lips, and I moaned at the taste of me on him. I licked it all off, my lips devouring his as he chuckled into my body. "Feisty little minx," he said. His hands gripped my hips and slowly turned me over. I could feel him climbing onto the bed as his arms rose my hips into the air. His hand slid down my back, gripping every part of me as his lips dotted my ass cheeks with kisses. I shivered at his touch before his cock sat between my ass cheeks. "What hole should I take tonight?" he asked. I craned my head back and looked at him as my hair spilled in my face. "I think you're right," he said. "I think I'll choose this one tonight." I felt his cock position itself at my pussy as I sighed with relief. His hand slid up my spine, wrapping his fingers within the tendrils of my hair. He pulled my head back from the pillow as he sheathed himself within me, pushing a groan from deep within my lungs. His name filled the room, falling off my lips as he set a relentless pace. I could feel the strength of his hips knocking against my ass, jiggling it for his viewing pleasure. "You have No idea how juicy you are." His cock was massive, splitting me in two as my pussy devoured all of him. "How your juices spray onto my skin," he said. "How... shit. How your thighs rise my cock from its depths. Just shut up and fuck me," I said. He paused his movements as he released my hair from his grasp. "That what you want?" he asked, his voice raspy with need. "Yes." His hands gripped my hips and pulled me closer to him. His hips drew back and he thrust into me, shoving me up onto the bed. I clawed at the sheets as his cock throbbed against my walls, stretching me to new widths as I whimpered. Over and over and over again, he pounded into my pussy. He shoved me so far up the bed with his lust that I had to brace myself against the headboard. My body was shaking and my tits were jumping. The bed was banging against the wall and my clit was pulsing. He dropped his body on top of mine as his muscles shook. Then I felt his hand snake between my folds as his fingertips found my clit. "Come with me," he said. I bucked back into him as we writhed against each other. My body shook as he pressed into my clit, circling it around and flicking it expertly. His lips nibbled on my earlobe as his hot breath pulsed against my neck. I was washed away by the scent of him, the musky scent bleeding from his pores and dripping onto my naked skin. Never in my life had I felt so wanted, so desperately needed by a man like Preston Walker. My jaw unhinged in silent pleasure as his tongue traced the shell of my ear. "That's it," he said. "I can feel you. Don't hold back. Let it go." My toes curled and my eyes screwed shut. My back arched and my pussy pulled him deeper. He thrust it into my depths one last time, his body stilling against mine as I tilted my head off to the side. I captured his lips in a kiss, my mouth swallowing his grunts as our bodies reached their end. I could feel him spilling into my body. I could feel his hot cum spurting against my walls. His cock pulsed deep inside of me, filling me to the brim and spilling out onto my thighs. I collapsed to the bed, aching with precious desire as he collapsed on top of me. The both of us were heaving for air, his sweat dripping onto my skin as he kissed and nipped at my shoulders. He fell off to the side and took me with him. His cock was still buried deep within me as the two of us fell asleep. His strong, beautiful arms blanketed me all night, keeping me warm while they made me feel safe. For the first time in years, I slept all through the night. Not once did I wake up to the pang of being alone in my own bed as the sounds of the city wafted around my head. But when the sun came streaming through Preston's apartment windows, I took a good look around me. The high-vaulted ceilings, the California king-sized bed, the satin sheets that were stained with the evidence of our debauchery, and the crusted cum that cracked off my thighs. How many other women had seen this view? How many other women had breathed their lecherous memories into these walls? I slid from his arms and climbed off the bed. Preston was fast asleep, his perfect body bare for me to take in. My eyes raked up his legs, taking in his sinewy muscle and his perfectly tailored hips. I memorized his arms, how they rippled with strength and boasted of warmth. I memorized his neck, long and ever tainted with perfection. He was a glorious sight, and the next woman he brought home would feel the same. I left to gather my clothes and find my heels. I slipped them on as I tried to fix my hair. Even though I wasn't a virgin, this was a first for me. Leaving a man behind in his apartment to go home in the same clothes I was in last night. But I couldn't stay here and play house. I couldn't wait to see if he would offer me breakfast. I didn't want to look into his eyes when he realized who it was he actually brought home last night. So I gathered my things, slid out of his apartment, and went home without a word.
9. Preston. I woke up and stretched to find that beautiful woman. I wanted to roll over and thrust my cock into her again. I wanted to wake her up with my name dripping from her lips. I could still smell her in the air as I turned over to find her. But when I went to smile at her, I was met with an empty bed. Delilah? I slid out of bed and went to go find her. Maybe she was in the bathroom or something. I peeked my head in and walked around my penthouse apartment. But when I didn't see her clothes anywhere, I ran my hand through my hair. That woman left me in the middle of the night. No one left Preston Walker. That shit didn't happen. I was always courteous to the women I allowed to stay over. She was a good one, too. I didn't let just anyone stay over with me. Only the ones I wanted to taste again in the morning. I'd cook them breakfast, maybe take them one last time on the kitchen counter, then I'd send them off with a gift, a necklace or a bracelet I had in my stash of gifts I kept in my closet. It was a nice little peace offering, so there were no hard feelings. I spent the entire weekend trying to figure out why the fuck she left. That night between us had been magical. I hadn't come that hard inside a woman's pussy in years. And I knew she had a good time because she was practically clawing at my body. I still had fucking scratch marks on my chest from where she dug herself in. Holy fuck. I got hard every time I thought about it. There was no way she left because she had a shitty time. I tried calling her over the weekend, but she didn't pick up her phone. I expected her to at least drop by my office on Monday, but she was a no-show. Her light was on underneath her door, but she wasn't emerging. Not when I requested her to come see me, not when I knocked on her door, and not after I ordered her lunch. What the hell was wrong with this woman? I didn't get it. I knew we had a good time, and I knew I made her enjoy herself. There wasn't a woman I had ever laid with that wasn't begging me for seconds eventually. Usually I was the one that had to cut ties. I was the one that had to tell them to stop calling or some shit like that. But now I was the one tracking her down. And there could only be one reason for that. I needed to shower her with something different. Most women were okay with a diamond bracelet or a fancy dinner, but maybe Delilah wasn't that kind of girl. She was weird, artsy, feisty, but in a different way. I ordered lunches and flowers and gave presents to all the other girls, and they showered me with their attention. So, if Delilah wasn't doing that yet, then I hadn't found the right gift for her. I walked over to my file cabinet and searched through the Ks. I pulled her file and started reading through it, trying to see if anything would jump out at me. Her resume was pretty basic. Her psychological profile was normal. There was nothing in her folder that jumped out at me as something I could use to really swing her attention back towards me. Until my eyes grazed over her vacation days. Holy hell. This woman had only taken 2 fucking vacations in all the years she had worked here. No wonder Delilah had been so desperate for my cock. She wasn't even allowing herself paid vacation time to recuperate. She was just letting her 4 weeks fall to the wayside every damn year. That was the kind of shit that could get this company in trouble. If we were to be audited and it showed that employees of my company weren't taking vacation, then it could blow back on me. So now, I knew how to fix 2 issues with 1 gesture. I sat down at my computer and started my research. I looked for retreats I could send this woman on. A nice 3-week spa retreat, or a getaway in the mountains somewhere. The woman wore fucking cardigans and long-ass skirts. There was no way in hell she owned a bikini. But as I was scrolling through retreats I could buy her, there was one that caught my eye. A 3-week art retreat in the Pocono Mountains. I bought it without batting an eye and sent the confirmation slip to Delilah. I rented her a luxury vehicle she could drive so she wouldn't have to put any miles on her car. Then I sent her that confirmation as well. And just as I suspected, I watched as she emerged from her office. She padded down the hallway, her body making its way towards my office. I watched the doorknob turn on my door as it flew open. There she was, in all of her curvy glory, standing there in front of me with her eyes widened. "Miss Kent," I said. "An art retreat?" she asked. "What about it?" "I can't go on an art retreat," she said. "You can, and you will. It's what you enjoy doing, and your file tells me you haven't taken a vacation in almost 4 years. That could get this company in trouble." "What?" she asked. "Because of you, I now have to go through every employee file to make sure everyone is taking at least part of their paid vacation. If we get audited and even one of our employees isn't taking vacation every year, it makes me look bad. I could get fined for that, Miss Kent. You will go on the art retreat, you will enjoy yourself, and I'll file your paid vacation paperwork with HR." "You can't just buy me a retreat," she said. "I just did. Your rental car information is sitting in your email as well. You're going to need something other than a compact car to get you into the mountains." "What makes you think I drive a compact car?" she said. "Your office is in a broom closet. You drive a compact car," I said. I watched a plethora of emotions scroll across her face. Shock, astonishment, curiosity, wonder. She was getting used to the idea of the art retreat as a smile crossed her cheeks, and I knew I had her. Hook, line, and sinker. "Thank you, Mr. Walker," she said. "Enjoy yourself. You've earned it," I said. She nodded, then turned on her heels and started for her office. "Go ahead and leave early today as well," I said. "Once you're finished with your numbers, go pack." "Yes, Mr. Walker," she said. The day passed on in usual fashion. Meetings Delilah accompanied me to and phone calls from the investors on new projects. I set up meetings with people to keep revamping the company and checked in on old projects that needed to be updated. I cleared Delilah's schedule for 3 weeks and hand-delivered her paperwork to Human Resources. I wanted to make sure someone would get it and process it before she left the office today. Once I got back to my desk, however, I saw I had an email. One lonely little email from an address that made me grin. Delilah had sent me something just before she left. "Mr. Walker," the email began. Holy fuck. I loved it when she called me that. "I wanted you to know how thankful I am for the retreat you are sending me on. I'm not sure why you're doing it, but thank you. I could never have afforded it on my own." Good. At least she was becoming more appreciative of my efforts. "I wanted you to know that the time we spent together was special to me. I've never felt that way with a man before. It was a first, and I want to thank you for it. It has dawned on me that you are no longer the enemy. I know you're here to help this company, but I also know there's goodness in you. Behind that playboy persona and that bad boy attitude, there's a genuine man. Thank you for showing him to me." I didn't know what the hell she was talking about, but I would take it. "Anyway, see you in 3 weeks when I get back. Remind the investors that their final quarterly investments are due by the end of the month. Just slide their paperwork underneath my door, and I'll take care of it when I get back. D. Kent." That woman was a workaholic, but I didn't care. Now that I had her relaxing on a retreat that would remind her of me for 3 weeks, it was time to start putting together a plan. I wanted her back in my bed once she was back from that retreat, and I wanted no more arguments. That was the first time she had ever experienced a man wanting her like that. Well, I was going to be the first and second, and third and fourth. I was going to keep her at my place all fucking weekend and do with her as I pleased. I would cook for her, shower her with gifts, and devour her pussy over and over again until I was satisfied with the look on her face. Once she came back from this retreat, I would be irresistible to her. That woman didn't have a damn thing to worry about when it came to her job, because she was going nowhere.
10. Delilah. I took off before the morning sun, driving through the darkness of the dawn. The air was crisp and the night was clear, and my check-in time at the cabin for the retreat was at 10 o'clock in the morning. The luxury SUV that Preston had rented for me was more than I could have ever imagined. Heated seats, Bluetooth connectivity, leather upholstery with hand-stitched patterns. It was a decadent car for a decadent trip I was going to be taking for 3 weeks in the most beautiful part of Pennsylvania. As I drove through the Poconos, I was rendered speechless. The scenery was beautiful. The mountains seemed to emerge from the horizon, encompassing the whole of me as I drove deeper into its caverns. The roads began to wind as the sun began to rise, casting an orange glow on the view in front of me. It was inspirational, this place. There were going to be so many things I wanted to paint and sketch so I could design them later on my laptop. But when I got to the retreat, it was more than I could have ever bargained for. When someone says the word retreat, it usually means a group setting will eventually be required. I expected some cabins, maybe some random people I would be meeting up with, maybe a little bit of rest and relaxation beside a lake. What I did not expect was a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, breathtaking log cabin all to myself. What I did not expect was a fully stocked kitchen, a hot tub on my own private deck, and the most gorgeous view of the mountains in front of me. The high-vaulted ceilings and the roaring fireplace were welcoming as I dropped my bags in the middle of the living room. But the surprises just kept on coming. There was a lofted portion to the cabin I could access via a beautiful wooden staircase. I walked upstairs and found a beautiful pair of French double doors that opened up onto yet another balcony. But the loft area was filled with art products. There was an easel and different-sized canvases. There were paints of all colors, glosses, and types. There were charcoal pencils and pens, regular pencils and erasers. Artist pads I could carry around the resort with me and colored pencils to use as I wanted. Anything I could have thought of that I would have needed to express myself was already stocked in the cabin's loft. I grabbed the double doors and threw them open, allowing the cool mountain air to grace my cheeks. I stepped onto the small balcony and sat down in the most comfortable patio chair I had ever felt. Tears sprang to my eyes as I watched the sun steadily rise over the mountain tops. They were covered with browns and greens, and at the very top of some of the highest peaks, there were slight patches of white. "Thank you, Preston," I said with a whisper. "Thank you so much." I didn't have a bathing suit to use for the hot tub, but the ground-level patio was private. There were high privacy fences that blocked a neighbor from seeing me, even though there was no one occupying the cabins. There was no one in front of me, and there was no one behind me. It was the off-season, so there was a good chance no one would be occupying the cabins on either side of me, at least for the next few days. So I went inside, closed the doors, shed my clothes, and went in search of a towel. The night I experienced with Preston filled me with a renewed sense of vigor. I felt more confident than I had ever felt in my life, so I decided to make my first risky decision. I found a luxurious, fluffy bath towel in the fully stocked bathroom that was easily the size of my apartment living room back home. I wrapped the towel around me and took a deep breath. Then I made my way for the porch and out towards the hot tub. I looked for the dial on the outside of the deck that would control the timer for the bubbles. And as the hot tub roared to life, my towel dropped to the concrete. I stood there, clad in nothing but my skin, as I took in the sight in front of me. Rolling green hills that led all the way to the base of some of the most majestic mountains this country had to offer. I descended into the hot tub, allowing the water to caress the nakedness of my skin. I sank down into the rolling bubbles and relaxed against the side, slipping into a cavern that was contoured to my body. It was as if this entire cabin was styled just for me. My mind was swirling with all of the things I would paint first, all of the beauty I had experienced just driving into these mountains. I closed my eyes and sank down to my neck in the hot water as the cool mountain air rushed over my face. I sighed, allowing all of the stress from work fade into the background as I enjoyed the first day of my 3-week vacation. When my skin was red from the water and I was sweating down my neck, I grabbed the towel waiting for me. I emerged from the water a completely different person, ready to take on the artistic world for the next 3 weeks. I wrapped the towel around me and made my way back into the house, opening the refrigerator to see what there was to drink. I smiled when I saw the flavored water. The same flavored water I had handed to Preston when we had lunch that day in his office. I was right. He had tailored this entire cabin to my liking. No matter what people thought about him, and no matter what I had first thought about him, he was not the man he appeared to be. This cabin and all it held was not the action of an airheaded playboy. This cabin, stocked with the best supplies any artist could want in their arsenal, was not done by the hands of a man who only wanted to screw around with women. This was done by the heart of a man who cared about everything he threw himself into. It didn't matter what persona he has painted for the media, and it didn't matter what he had done to any other company before ours. He could convince everyone else that he was a playboy, but he would never be able to convince me. I grabbed an apple off the kitchen island and headed up the steps. I opened my bottle of water and drank it down, revitalizing my body and replenishing my energy stores. With a towel wrapped around me and my body drip-drying in the heat of the fire that was keeping this cabin comfortable, I sat down on a stool in front of the prepared easel. I started grabbing colors and squeezing them into a tray, my eyes dancing along the blank canvas. I could see the picture already jumping out at me. The orange glow of the mountains I was able to behold as I was driving here for this retreat. My fingertips were tingling, and the paint was calling to me. The canvas was springing to life right before my very eyes, and my body was buzzing with excitement. It had been years since I had been able to focus on nothing but my art. Years since I had taken any sort of time for myself and cared about my well-being. But this vacation was giving me a chance to do just that. To do nothing but paint, create, imagine, and rest. I had no idea how I was going to repay Preston for his kindness, but I was determined to come up with something.
11. Preston. Planning how I was going to get Delilah back out to dinner quickly turned into trying to figure out how I wasn't going to fucking fire people while she was gone. Things were going to shit at work. The new design for the company logo was botched the first time we sent it over. Someone in the fucking graphic design department didn't send the logo mock-up in the right format. So when the sign company opened it up, the fucking colors had been inverted. The company ended up with this bullshit sign 10 days later that had to be sent back and redone. It took everything I had not to fire that man on the spot. Then the accounting department went up in flames. No one wanted to recognize Delilah, but once she was gone, they felt her absence. Numbers were calculated wrong and totals were off. Bank accounts for the company were unbalanced, and our international compatriots were flailing without accurate numbers regarding their budgets. It was a fucking mess, and I was seething with anger. Was the company made up of complete morons? My first few days here had been wonderful. Or maybe they had just been wonderful because my eyes had been hooked on Delilah's tits. Either way, it was batshit crazy. I had another meeting with the investors to make sure they were solidifying their investments for the rest of the year. I had no idea why the hell this company did quarterly investment meetings, but I was going to change that. At most, companies who operated on this level did biannual meetings. Once to contribute money, then again to see how their money was growing and going to be returned to them tenfold. But 4 fucking times a year, with each meeting handling a new amount of money? That was insane. Maybe Bernard Hathaway did that shit because he had a secret weapon in Delilah, but it was exhausting. And my company wasn't going to run that way. I got a lot of kickback in that meeting. The investors enjoyed meeting as much as they did because they got to keep their hands in things. I figured out many things in that meeting. Things that made me appreciate Delilah even more. Not only was she keeping up with their accounts and cutting them checks when necessary, she was also sending them a monthly newsletter. Charts and pie graphs and potential growth rates. The fucking works. She sent them a monthly email with a PDF file of all this shit, and not once had she ever steered them wrong. She was accurate down to the dollar with how much money the investors would earn. It was amazing how good she was with numbers. But a 2-hour investor meeting turned into an entire fucking afternoon. And by the time it was done, I was ready for a drink. I was maintaining my good behavior with everyone and trying to control my temper, but I had to bring down the banhammer when it was necessary. I had a running watch list of people I would keep my eye on until Delilah was back, and then I would consider their layoffs at a later date. Right now, there were 2 things on my mind: keeping the investors happy and tasting Delilah's pussy. In fact, every night when I closed my eyes, I saw her color-changing eyes and her thick thighs, the beautiful dip in her waist, and how my fingertips fell perfectly within it. I could feel the soft skin of her breasts underneath my teeth as I marked her body, pulling bruises and welts up onto her skin so she could remember me in the morning. I thought about how perfectly her walls throbbed around my cock, how eager her body was to pull me deeper when she came on my cock. I woke up smelling the ghostly phantom of her scent in my bedroom. It was almost too much to bear sometimes. I had to get out for a while. After a particularly long day at work, I called up a couple of my buddies and told them the drinks were on me. I needed some time to clear my head. I needed to get this woman off my mind. She was pervading my thoughts when I dropped my walls at night, and I didn't like it. I was supposed to be in control. "Preston! Holy shit, dude, you look like hell," Brian said. "Hey there, Brian. Colin." "Don't Colin me. What's up with you? We were supposed to get drinks after your first day at this new fucking company, then you ditched us. What gives?" Colin asked. Brian Peachland and Colin Hasselbeck were a couple of guys I befriended during my Harvard Business School days. Brian was an instructional technology nerd, and Colin started his own fucking publishing company. The man always had his nose stuck in a damn manuscript with a red pen in his hand, ready to obliterate the author on their story or their grammar. "I don't see a manuscript tonight, Colin," I said. "You gonna get drunk with us?" "Yeah, especially since it's on you," Colin said. "I'll consider it your apology for ditching us a few weeks ago." "You know how it goes with a new company," I said. "The least you could have done is called us if you were going to have a late first night," Brian said. "Hey, the drinks and the food are on me. Come on, quit bitching and let's get inside," I said. The guys and I ventured inside one of the premier bars in Philadelphia. They had a kitchen with finger foods, but they specialized in alcohol and women. Cages were dangling from the ceiling by chains that had luscious women dancing in them. The waitresses were clad in leather and lace. And there were plenty of women you could conspicuously rent out for an hour or for a night. There were rooms someone could use in the back of the bar, or someone could leave an address if anyone had any intention of taking the girls somewhere. It was the place to be for the businessmen of Philadelphia. But for some reason, I wasn't as excited to be here as I usually was. "So, how many people have you fired, man?" Brian asked. "No one as of yet," I said. "Wait, Preston Walker hasn't fired anyone yet?" Colin asked. "Did you stroke out? Have you been abducted? Who are you and what have you done with Preston?" Brian asked. "Okay, assholes, I get your point. I haven't fired anyone yet because there hasn't been a reason to. There are some things I'm watching people for, but nothing that has threatened to destroy the company. Yet," I said. "Ah, so the layoffs are coming. What are all the fuck-ups you've got in your view?" Colin asked. "Some idiot in the graphics design department fucked up sending over the design for the new sign. So we had to return the sign and reorder it. I did it myself, because what the fuck else am I doing with my life? The investors at this company meet 4 times a fucking year." "4 times?" Brian asked. "To what? Have their own personal circle jerk?" "No clue. But when I told them we were only going to be meeting twice a year, it took a 2-hour meeting and made it a damn afternoon," I said. "Ah, so you're working with a bunch of oldies. Got it," Colin said, grinning. "That's some shit, though. Did they at least toss up some decent money?" "Not as much as they could, so they'll be seeing that in the projects. This company's bottom line has been floating their projects as much as 15% across the board for the last 7 years. I don't know how the fuck they've been turning a damn profit." "I don't fucking know either. And where the hell are our drinks?" The 3 of us ordered some drinks and told the waitress to keep them coming. I had chips and vegetables with dip ordered for the table. Then the floodgates opened. The moment women in the bar saw how much money I was spending on the table, they wasted no time in coming up to me. A couple had shining red hair and fiery eyes that would have got my cock pumping any day of the week. One had raven black hair and porcelain skin with beautiful hazel eyes. One had a rack on her that made Colin salivate. Another looked like she had the hots for Brian, and yet another still approached me and sat down on my lap. But even though I ordered a couple of girls for my friends, I didn't indulge myself. Every time a woman came up to me, I found myself comparing her to Delilah. Whether the woman had a different eye color than hers or a different hairstyle than hers, whether the woman's curves weren't as luxurious and supple as Delilah's, or whether their lips weren't as pillowy. With every woman that approached me in the bar, there was something about them that wasn't quite up to par with Delilah. Brian and Colin were off enjoying their hour with their women, while I sipped on my martini. I had no interest in being with any of these women. The dancing women in their cages didn't catch my eye, and no woman that sat on my lap tugged at my cock. I had multiple opportunities to bust out my wallet, give a woman my card, and have her legs wrapped around me for the night. I had every chance to take one of these curvy beauties home, cover her in my cum, and send her off with a nice little gift the next morning. But I didn't want to. Every time I thought about it, my mind barreled back to Delilah. I wondered how she was enjoying her retreat. Was she painting a lot? Did she enjoy the art products I had delivered to her cabin? I wanted to know if she was using the hot tub on the porch, if she was truly relaxing and making the most of her retreat. I knew I could call her. I had the number to the resort. I knew if I really wanted to, I could send her an email and she would respond. Maybe that was what I needed to do. Send her an email just to see how she was doing. Maybe that would get her out of my fucking thoughts. Delilah struck me as the kind of woman that would never fully be able to disconnect from anything. She could lose herself in something and enjoy anything, but when the work called, she was always there. I could relate to that in so many ways, and it made me smile. It was another thing we had in common. "Apology fucking accepted, dude," Brian said. "Holy hell." "Have a good time?" I asked. "Shit, yes," he said. "Where's Colin?" I asked. "Finishing up, I think. He's schmoozing the woman right now, getting her a drink and shit," he said. "Probably trying to get her number and shit," I said. "How was your woman?" he asked. "What woman?" "Come on. We know you got yourself one as well. There were what, 5 women that approached you while we were still sitting here? Who'd you land on?" he asked. "None of them," I said. "Got the digits," Colin said. "All 7 of them?" I asked. "You're a dick. And yes, I got all 7 of them, and an address, and a name that isn't Crystal Harlot," Colin said. Yeah. Dude, Preston didn't fucking get any," Brian said. "Who the fuck cares? Maybe he got some last night and isn't feeling it tonight," Colin said. "That would be the only decent explanation," Brian said. "Another one is that I'm so fucking stressed with work that I'd fuck these women so hard I'd hurt them," I said. "Oh shit. Well, go wank one off in the bathroom, then get yourself some," Colin said. "I'm good, really. Just gotta get through this next week," I said. "What's so special about this next week?" Brian asked. "My fucking secretary/investor's accountant/everything else is on a retreat, and I'm realizing just how much she does around that fucking place," I said. "Is she hot?" Brian asked. "She got big tits?" Colin asked. "Is she intelligent and good at what she does?" "Yes," I said. The guys were looking at me from across the table like I'd grown a third damn eye. "You okay?" Brian asked. "Why the fuck wouldn't I be okay?" I asked. "You're just not yourself," Colin said. "Define myself," I said. "You're not horny," Brian said. "What?" I asked. "Come on, Preston, you know what we mean. We come out to places like this and we drink. We snack around and we hit on women. We might order ourselves a nice little side in a private room before you get drunk and buy the entire room a fucking shot. You almost always leave with one of these fantastic women on your arm and court them around for a couple of weeks, showing them off to the press and shit. You fuck her brains out, you treat her right, then you send her back. It's what you do. You've done that shit every time you've broken in a new company," Colin said. "It's tradition, man," Brian said. "Look, if I have to get my dick wet so you guys will shut up, then I'm going," I said. "Thank you," Brian said. "About damn time Preston fucking Walker showed up," Colin said. I threw back the rest of my martini and got up from the booth. I scanned the crowd for one of those spicy redheads. I spotted her across the room, with her deep brown eyes and her luscious red locks. I beckoned her with my fingertip, and she slid from her chair, interrupting the conversation she was having with some poor, pimply startup bastard. "Mr. Walker," she said. "What is your name, beautiful?" I asked. "Roxy," she said. "Well, Miss Roxy, are you free for the next couple of hours?" I asked. "That depends," she said. I slid out my wallet and opened it up, showing her the $2,000 I was carrying on my person. "Would you like your regular room?" Roxy asked. "Yes, but I have just one condition," I said. "Anything," she said. I slipped my arm around her waist and pulled her close, allowing her lips to hover over mine. She didn't smell like Delilah. Her musk wasn't as innocent. "For the next 2 hours, the time is yours," I said. "You mean hours," she said, as her tongue licked my lips. I saw the guys clapping in the booth as my eyes darted over towards them. "No, I mean yours. If you want to have sex, I'll give it to you. If you want to pleasure yourself, I'll watch and cheer you on. But if you're tired, rest. If you're hungry, go eat. If you want to talk, I'll be there to talk. All I ask is that you escort me to my regular room and do whatever it is you want for the next 2 hours." I could see the confusion wafting over the woman's face. Her eyes were dancing in between mine, trying to get a read on what I was doing. I had no intention of sleeping with this woman. She did nothing for me. But I wasn't willing to deal with Brian and Colin's bullshit tonight. Hell, I wasn't even willing to deal with my own. I still didn't know why the fuck my cock didn't want this woman. Food and talking sounds nice, Roxy said. Then lead the way, I said.
12. Delilah. My paintings were drying all around me as I slathered some onto another canvas. The inspiration simply kept coming. Between the breathtaking views, the several hours of rest, and the very relaxing hot tub, I was open to the world around me. Open to its inspirational moments, its greatest fears, and its happiest of joys. Even a simple bird call in the distance triggered the unfolding of life within my mind's eye. Sometimes they were sketches, left to be brought to life on my laptop at a later date. Sometimes they were fully fledged paintings, dripping with desire and rolling with color. Sometimes it was a shaded geometric pattern, meant to be hung in any direction someone's heart desired. But at the beginning of my second week of vacation, the inspiration stopped. I didn't know what happened, but I felt like I was getting sick. I was sleeping more. My coffee wasn't working to wake me up, and breakfast was making me nauseated. I tried to get myself feeling better. I tried resting a bit more and taking it easy. I took a dip in the hot tub. I had some tea on the balcony. I tried to focus on my artwork, but still, I felt off, like something wasn't right. I felt barren, useless and unseen once again, like I had been before I left for this retreat in the first place. Until an unexpected moment occurred. My phone rang out with a sound I was very familiar with. It was the ringtone I set to my work email, and it filled the loft area with its noise. I groaned into my tea as I closed my eyes, grabbing my phone and readying myself for my early return. Something had probably happened, and Preston had probably cut my time here short. He was probably already asking me for help on some numbers or needing help navigating some investor meeting gone wrong. My heart slammed in my chest when I saw I had an email from Preston. But relief flooded my veins when it had absolutely nothing to do with work. Miss Kent, I hope your vacation is going well. I wanted to relay to you that the paperwork from the investors' meeting is underneath your door, as you requested. And don't worry, no one has lost their job. Yet. P. Walker. I sat there and read the email over and over again, and every time it struck me as odder than the last. Preston Walker was not the kind of man that did anything without a reason, and yet this email seemed completely pointless. Letting me know I had work waiting for me when I got back? I knew that. Telling me no one had been fired? Okay, nice, I guess. Was he looking for another date? I had already fulfilled that bet, but if he was fishing for something like that, Preston was the kind of man that would just say something. It was odd, but it felt wrong to let the email go unanswered. Mr. Walker, thank you for informing me of the paperwork. It will promptly be attended to when I return. As far as people losing their jobs, I suppose it is a good thing you haven't fired anyone yet, though I'm sure someone slacked off somewhere. Like I said in my prior email, I do not view you the way I once did. There is no reason for you to prove yourself any longer. And the retreat is going wonderfully. Again, thank you for it. Delilah Kent. I set my phone off to the side and continued sipping my tea. The sun was slowly rising in the sky, casting a warm glow over the field that backed up to my cabin. At any other point in time, it would have been considered inspirational. But for some reason, it only struck me as normal. I finished my cup of tea and headed in from the balcony. My mind was at a standstill, so I figured a day of rest would do me some good. I closed the balcony doors, grabbed my phone, and headed down towards the fireplace to cozy up and read a book. I didn't get 4 pages in before my work email rang out again on my phone, and it was another email from Preston. Miss Kent, I am glad to hear the art-based vacation is going well. Painting anything worthy of the Louvre? As far as people slacking off, there is plenty of that. But slacking off is only worthy of a decent chastising. Nothing has affected how the company operates and profits, so nothing of that magnitude has occurred. I figured it would settle your mind, if you still thought I was going to fire you. P. Walker. A grin spread across my face as I read his email. I wasn't in fear of losing my job any longer, but it was interesting that he was worried I was still thinking that. Did the infamous Preston Walker suddenly care about what I thought? That wasn't possible. That wasn't who he was. He didn't care about what anyone else thought. All he cared about was women, money, and glory. But my stomach fluttered with every email I received from him. Our correspondence went back and forth like that for the rest of my retreat, and every time I got a response from him, a picture emerged to the forefront of my mind. It took a couple of days to solidify the color scheme and the shading, but once it was brought to life in my mind's eye, I couldn't shake it. Back and forth we went with our emails, bouncing around from work to our personal lives. And the more I learned about him, the clearer the picture became. But then, there was one particular email. One email that changed the tone of our correspondence, and it had nothing to do with the content of the message. Instead of using my last name, he used my first. Delilah. He called me Delilah instead of Miss Kent. Delilah, I know you only have a few days until you return to work, so I'll make this brief. Could I see one of your paintings? P. Walker. I looked up at the painting I was finishing up and sighed. It was the best one I had done during the 3 weeks I had been here. In the time we emailed back and forth, I learned a bit about his prep school days and about his frustrations with the company. I learned a lot about his years in Harvard Business School and how he always towed the line between the cool man on campus and the workaholic. I got to see yet another side of him, a side that was unfiltered and more raw without the risk of seeing judgment roll across someone's face. It made me wonder if he could be like this in person with someone. But I couldn't send him a picture of the painting I was working on. It was too personal, too primal. In a way, I couldn't even explain to myself why I had chosen what I had. Why my mind had been so hell-bent on bleeding this image through my fingertips. So I hopped off my stool and started taking pictures of my sketches. Shaded doodles of the landscape and sunsets I was going to bring to life on my laptop whenever I couldn't sleep at night. Because I couldn't show him what I was most proud of, what my mind had retrieved as important during the course of our conversations. I couldn't show him the painted picture of his naked body lying in bed that morning. When I stood, naked and vulnerable, in his penthouse apartment. I couldn't show this to him for many reasons. Because it was personal, because it was private, because it etched itself inside a deeper part of me that had only ever been accessed by one other person. Because then I would have to talk with him about why I had left him that morning. And I was never going to be ready for that conversation. 13. Delilah. My return to the office was less than triumphant. In fact, no one really knew I was gone. Marcy, the front desk secretary for the office building, greeted me as if it was just another day. I walked through the office building with everyone oblivious to the fact that I was there. Everyone was talking and gossiping about the latest drama in the office, not even noticing that I was returning after a 3-week hiatus. The only reprieve I felt I had was the fact that I was about to see Preston. I was about to walk by his office with his door wide open, and I thought about sticking my head in there. After all, we had been conversing via email for the past week and a half. I felt confidence surge through my veins as the elevator door opened on my floor. I walked down the hallway, approaching Preston's door on my left. I could feel the excitement buzzing through my veins. Just the simple act of peeking into his office without him beckoning for me sent me reeling. It was a bold move for me in the office, one that wasn't usually made. I could feel the fire surge through my veins as I started for his office. My shoulders rolled back, and my head held high. But when I got to the door, I realized it was closed. Closed, locked, and no lights on in sight. Sighing to myself, I turned down the hallway and headed for my office. I opened up my door and gazed down at the papers that had been shoved underneath, and groaned. The investors' accounts needed to be updated with their newest monetary additions, and that would take me all afternoon. Shoving thoughts of my confidence to the side, I picked up the papers and got to work. I shut my door and dug into the numbers, surprised to see the numbers I did. I knew that Preston was trying to cut down on the number of investors' meetings that took place throughout the year, so that probably accounted for the money I was handling. But as I went through and updated all of their accounts, I noticed there was another meeting with them set for next month. Maybe Preston was a smooth talker when it came to garnering funds for his companies. I kept my nose in the books until my alarm went off for lunch. I looked up and saw that it was 12:30, but when I opened the door, there were still no signs of Preston. I wondered where he was, where he could have been. He took great pride and boasted on how he was supposedly doing well, even though that bet had been called off after our date, so it wouldn't make sense for him to simply not show up to work. Then, the email on my computer flashed. Delilah. Welcome back to the office. I'm sorry I am not there to greet you personally, but something called me away from the company. Urgent matters with the business. I will be back in a couple weeks, and there are a few things I wanted to tell you. The paperwork for the investors' needs need to be settled by the end of the day. I need that money in the budget as soon as possible. I know you're probably questioning the investors' meeting next month. Don't worry, we'll talk about it later. It's not a mistake. Your sketches were lovely. I'm glad your vacation did you some good. I will see you when I return. I won't be back for a couple more weeks, so if anyone comes looking for me, just tell them to slip a note underneath my door, and I'll take care of it. P. Walker. I smiled at his last bullet point. I hadn't heard from him since I had sent him pictures of the sketches I did over the course of my vacation, which meant whatever urgent matter required his attention, he had been attending to it for almost a week. And if it was going to keep him hostage for 2 more weeks, then it had to be another client. I wasn't worried about the investors' meeting. I was simply curious about it. But the mere fact that he felt the need to address it meant 2 things. 1, he meant to keep me at his side in my current position. And 2, he knew me a little better than I was comfortable with. But even still, it brought a smile to my face. The fact that the investor's account needed to be settled by the end of the day, however, meant he needed the funds immediately. And until I sent down the final numbers and my tallies, the finance department wouldn't release a single dime of their checks. Maybe the urgent business was a new client we were taking on. Whatever the case was, I decided to go ahead and work through my lunch. I knew I could get everything settled before 5 o'clock that afternoon, but if I could get it settled sooner, I wanted to. I don't really know why, but that's what I felt compelled to do. But before I got started, I decided to send him an email. After all, that was the routine we had fallen into. I didn't want him to be expecting a message and not get one in return. That would be rude. Mr. Walker, I am sure you have your reasons for the investors' meeting. It was curious, but not beyond the scope of what you control at the company. Rest assured, I will be there for that one. As far as the investors' accounts go, I should have them settled by 3 this afternoon, so their funds should be in the correct amount before closing time today. And thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the sketches. I was wondering if I could ask you something. Well, request something of you. I have something I want to tell you. Well, discuss with you if I'm being honest. Would there be any way we could put something on the books for when you return? Just the two of us? Delilah. I turned my nose back to the papers in front of me and began drawing calculations. I entered the numbers into the system in order to alter the charts and pie graphs that would be going out to all of the investors in their monthly newsletter. I wrote everything down and started to double-check my numbers. But my email flashing on my computer screen caught my attention. Preston had responded. Delilah, I would love to get together with you again. What do you think about our restaurant? I'll call them and make the reservations and let you know when the date is. Wear whatever makes you feel beautiful. P. Walker. I read the email over and over, losing myself in the words. Our restaurant? What did that mean? Did he mean the one restaurant he had taken me to on our one date? That place was hardly our restaurant. We had only been once, and if we were dating, it would have simply been the place where we had our first date. But no one did that kind of thing until there was something special two people were celebrating, an anniversary or an engagement to be proposed. Visiting a restaurant again hardly denoted it as a trend of ours, so his words took me aback. But then again, I was also smiling. I sat back in my chair and read the words again. Within the span of the 30 minutes it took for him to respond to me, he had taken my simple request to talk as an open invitation to take me out again. Did he think I had been asking him out on a date? Was he really going to take me out again after what happened, after I had left him like that? Naked and vulnerable in his own home? Did I really care? I decided to leave the email unanswered. If he booked the date for Friday, then I would go. If he didn't book it, then I wouldn't. I didn't know what it was, but I was still struggling with giving him the satisfaction of saying yes. Even on our first date, with the passion that flowed between our bodies all night, I still didn't have to say anything to get there. There were only gestures between us. Gestures that showed my consent with what happened, but did not force me to utter anything out loud. If I had to say it, if I had to admit that I had wanted to be with the kind of man Preston Walker had been that night, it felt like I was disappointing myself, like I was somehow debasing myself by falling to the knees of a man who was a self-professed playboy. And yet, I had enjoyed every bit of it. Sighing, I got back to work. I confirmed all of the numbers and added up the total amount the investors had given to the company. Then, I hand-delivered everything down to the finance department to make sure everything would get processed before the end of the day. I told them it was urgent, that Mr. Walker needed these funds before the day was out. The woman I handed the papers to didn't seem to second-guess anything I had said. I strolled back to my office and looked at the clock. It was 3 o'clock on the nose, and I groaned as I relaxed back into my chair. I took a look at the schedule that had been set for me while I was away, taking note of the meetings I would have to appear in for the next month. There was another meeting with the graphic design team, another meeting with finance, the other investors meeting, and another company-wide meeting. I went into the events and set alarms for them so I wouldn't be caught off guard the day of the meetings. I flipped back over to my email and read Preston's message again. He was asking me all of those questions about Friday night as if I had some sort of input. But then his last sentence suggested I didn't have any input in what was going on at all. Maybe he thought he was being romantic. Or maybe he thought he could swoon me back into bed. I wasn't sure what he was concocting, but I felt like something was brewing. However, my thoughts were interrupted with another wave of nausea wafted over my body. I had no idea what was going on, but it was so strong that I had to grab my trash can. I heaved into it, tears brewing in my eyes. I reached over towards my desk lamp and turned it off, my eyes throbbing as my rolling stomach took me for a ride. I thought I had left this stomach bug in the mountains, but it seemed as if it had followed me home. I felt gross. I knew I still had 2 more hours to work, but my body suddenly felt exhausted. I decided to pack my things up and go home, taping a notice up on the door to route any issues they had onto a note and slide it underneath Preston's door. I grabbed some water out of my fridge to take home with me as the room spun. I had to slump against the wall in order to gather myself, the nausea rolling over me like an impending storm. I felt my forehead with the back of my hand and relinquished myself to the truth. I was sick, and I needed to get to a doctor. I made my way for the elevator and went down to the parking garage, then slowly felt my way to my car. I took deep breaths as a headache tore through my head, throbbing my vision as I sat down into my car. I called my doctor and made an emergency appointment, listing my symptoms and telling them it didn't matter to me who I saw. All I wanted was something for this growing migraine and something to help keep my nausea at bay. The rest I could work through, but I had just gotten back from vacation and I couldn't afford to start taking sick days, even if Preston wasn't here to scrutinize them.
14. Preston. That fucking business trip kept me away for almost 3 damn weeks. I knew the client was special and whatnot, but that had gotten ridiculous. I was 2 more days away from cutting off the deal altogether. I hated clients who thought they knew all the shit about what they were getting into. But once everything was finished, Kiefer and Associates had snagged their largest client to date. It would take it into the big leagues and allow the company to get their feet wet in how shit like this was supposed to work. And now, I was preparing myself for my date with Delilah. She never responded to my email, so I figured she was playing hard to get. I made the reservations for a Friday evening so we could have all the time in the world. I had every intention of exploring her body the way it deserved to be explored. I was going to kiss all her crevices and have her dripping into my hand before we even left that damn restaurant tonight. I was ready for it, and I had the perfect suit on to make her fall to her knees. It was a tailored gray suit with a royal blue shirt and a matching gray tie. I remembered how she eyed my suit the first time, how her eyes took in the slope of my shoulders and the tapered waist of my jacket. I had every intention of drawing that same speechless look upon her face again. I had every intention of making it so that she couldn't leave me in the morning. I had every intention of making her my breakfast Saturday morning. But when I met her at the restaurant, it was me who was in trouble. She stood from the table, her body draped in a flowing black dress. Her hair was piled high on her head, and her eyes were accented with a glittering black eyeliner. I swallowed thickly as she waved at me, a tentative smile upon her rosy cheeks. She was breathtaking, and I could feel my cock already pushing against my pants. Striding over towards her, I slipped my hand into hers. Her eyes connected with mine, dancing in between them as I pulled her towards the bathrooms. I could feel her tugging against me, trying to get my attention, as I pulled us towards the men's bathroom. I turned around and looked at her before I crashed my lips onto hers. Instantly, her hands flew to my hair. I backed myself into the bathroom, tugging her along with me. Her lips pressed into mine, and I tasted the sweetness of her tongue. I flipped the lock on the bathroom wall before I backed her into a stall, my hand racing up her dress. "Holy fuck, you look incredible," I said. "Preston," she said breathlessly, "we have to, talk." "Can it wait?" I asked. I pulled back and looked into her eyes as my hand crept up her thigh. I could feel how wet she was, how wanton her body already was for me. My cock pressed achingly against my pants, and they threatened to stain the outside of them with my pre-cum. All I needed was her approval, just a simple nod of her head, anything to give me consent to fuck her into this wall and take what I had wanted for the past 7 fucking weeks. Ever since I first had her that night. And the moment she nodded, a grin tugged at my cheeks. I undid the belt of my pants as she bunched up her dress. I dropped them to the floor, my cock springing free and seeking its home. I wrapped my arms around Delilah and hoisted her up the wall, burying my face into her tits as her hands clung to my hair. I slipped my hand between her juicy thighs, sliding her soaking wet panties to the side. She was dripping onto the skin of my cock, begging me to be inside her. I thrust it into her and allowed her warmth to encompass me. My knees shook with the weight of her glory as my lips pressed kisses into her tits. I felt her walls fluttering around me as she sighed with relief, her head falling back into the wall as I held her still. My fingertips sank into the excess of her thighs as my dick twitched deep within her. "Move, Preston, please," she said. "I've never been one to deny a beauty," I said. I rolled my hips, raking my skin along her exposed clit. My fingers held her open for me, exposed to whatever it was I wanted to do with her. I felt her hands clawing at my back as my teeth sank into her skin. I pounded myself up into her, watching her jump and feeling her clamp my cock in a vice grip. She was warmer than any woman I'd ever been with, tighter than any model I'd ever slept with. Her curves draped along my muscles perfectly. More perfect than in the dreams I'd had of her while I was away. I slammed into her, feeling her body shaking against mine as our lips met once again. Our tongues battled for a lazy sort of dominance as my cock throbbed with its release. I could feel her juices dripping down my balls as they pulled up into my body. I sank deep into her and began to roll, shallowly thrusting so I could hit that juicy clit of hers. Her gasps made me grin, and her moans made me dizzy. I had missed this. I had fucking missed this woman. She came around my cock, her juices dripping down my thighs. She clung to me, desperately, her moans muffled in my neck as her legs pulled me closer. My hands were pressed into the wall as I spilled into her, pumping her of my threads of cum. Pump after pump was unleashed within her, my knees trembling with mercy as I pinned her to the wall. She peppered my neck in kisses, pulling goosebumps up my back as I sighed into her skin. "Shit, that felt good," I said. "Didn't feel too bad over here either," she said. Grinning, I slid from between her legs and watched our juices fall to the floor. I settled Delilah down under her feet, her stance wobbling as I caught her in my arms. Her eyes, hazy with passion and lust, fluttered up to me as a goofy smile crawled across her face. Then, something akin to nausea seeped into her features. "I need some water," Delilah said. "Are you all right?" I asked. "Just water would be nice," she said. We gathered ourselves together, and I handed her some toilet paper to clean herself with. We straightened our clothes up in the mirror, and I unlocked the door, sticking my head out to see if anyone was there. Once there was no one watching, I took Delilah's hand and led us to our table. There were glasses of water and a chilled bottle of white wine settled for us, and I held her hand as she sat down into her chair. Delilah grabbed her water and began to chug, droplets of water falling from the side of her lips and dripping down her neck. "Oh my gosh," she said. "I'm so sorry." But all I could do was watch those trails find their home between her tits. "Don't worry," I said with a grin. "They're just laying a trail for my tongue to caress later." "That's actually what I wanted to talk with you about," Delilah said. "Can't get enough?" I asked. "Actually, I think we got more than we bargained for." I looked up into her eyes as a darkness crossed over them. There was a sadness looming behind her eyes, beneath the nausea and the upturned nose. Did something stink to her? I sniffed the air to see if there was a putrid smell tainting the air around us. But then I began to drop the pieces in place. The nausea, the hesitancy, the need to talk, the aversion to smells. "Delilah?" I asked. "I'm so sorry, Preston," she said breathlessly. Tears were rising to her eyes as I leaned back in my chair. "Delilah," I said, "what is it you have to tell me?" I watched her close her eyes as she grabbed her water again, taking another long pull that sent me reeling. I looked over at the bottle of wine, chilled and unopened. I had planned on spoiling her tonight, on treating her to the finest foods and the most decadent wine pairings before taking her home and having my way with her. The breakfast plans I had of decorating my kitchen island with her fell to the wayside as my world began to turn upside down. I knew what she was going to say. I just needed her to confirm it, to say it out loud, to materialize it so I couldn't talk myself out of it. "I'm pregnant, Preston," she said. "About 7 weeks along, to be exact." 15. Preston. I felt the entire world recede behind me as I swallowed hard. 7 weeks? If that was true, there was no denying she was carrying my child. Delilah didn't strike me as the kind of girl to sleep with more than one man in a weekend. Hell, she didn't strike me as the kind of girl that had ever slept with more than one man. The noises of the restaurant faded into the background as Delilah's face came into view. The worry in her eyes, the trembling of her hands, the pictures she was pulling out of her purse. Oh, shit. She had ultrasound pictures. "That's not all," she said. Her voice sounded so far away as she slid the pictures towards me. I took them with my fingertips and scanned them. There were black and white pictures fading in and out, like someone was turning on and off a light. I blinked and grabbed my water, taking a big gulp to try and steady myself. Now I was the one feeling nauseous. Now I was the one that felt the world was about to tip over. I studied the pictures more, taking in the notes the doctor had made. There were numbers on the picture, next to little sacks with dots in them, so tiny I almost couldn't discern them. But the numbers were clear. The date of the ultrasound and the predicted conception date fell right in line with the night we had spent together. But those fucking numbers on the pictures, there were 3 of them. 3? I asked. "Mr. Walker, I had her triple-check everything, no pun intended. I knew she had to be wrong, so I went to another doctor. I had another round of tests done with another ultrasound." She pulled out another line of pictures and slowly handed them to me. I took them within my fingers and compared them side by side. The projected conception dates were similar, and the dates and times for the ultrasound were only a couple of hours apart. And still, there were 3 little sacks with dots in them, all dancing around on the ultrasounds. Delilah was pregnant with triplets. Wait, did she just call me Mr. Walker? "I know we were only together one time, and if you want a DNA test, I don't blame you. I'm ready to give you one, whatever you need. You needed to know," Delilah said. "Did you just call me Mr. Walker?" I asked. Her eyes rose to mine, confusion blanketing them as the room came back into focus. I dropped the ultrasound pictures back onto the table and hooked my eyes with Delilah. She was leaning back in her chair, trying to put distance between the two of us as my cum dried on the inside of her thigh. as her body nourished my children. "I did," Delilah said. "I just think we should keep this platonic." "Platonic," I said, "after what we just did." "Well, that would mean episodes like the bathroom one would no longer take place," she said. "But you enjoyed it. I know you did. You enjoyed it the first time, too. Why did you leave? Why are you leaving now?" I felt everything spiraling out of control as Delilah stumbled over her words. She was trying to answer me while gathering her own thoughts. Her nose was still crinkled and her hand was trembling around her water glass. Her eyes were darting everywhere. Her beautiful, color-changing eyes with her sparkling black eyeliner. "Delilah, did you know about this when we were emailing?" I asked. Her eyes rose up to mine as tears threatened to spill down her cheeks. No, not over the retreat, no. But that was when I started getting sick. I thought it was just a stomach bug, nothing that some sleep and rest wouldn't cure," she said. "Did you know when we were emailing at the office?" I asked. A tear fell upon her cheek as her eyes bowed to her lap. Well, the day I returned, after it was done, I left early. The nausea got bad, made me lightheaded. I booked an appointment with the doctor to get some medicine, and that's when I found out," she said. "And you didn't tell me then?" I asked. "I'm sorry," she said breathlessly. "Delilah, look at me." She shook her head, her entire body trembling in her seat. "Please," I said desperately, "look at me." It killed me to watch her cry at this table. "Is everything all right?" I looked up and saw our waiter eyeing Delilah carefully. "I'll need this wine off the table, please. Can you replace it with something refreshing? Some fruit-infused water or some freshly squeezed juice?" I saw the waiter's eyes dip to the ultrasound pictures on the table before they panned back around to mine. "Right away, sir. Anything you need," he said. I gathered the ultrasound pictures and shoved them into my pocket. I wasn't sure why I felt the need to cover this up, but I did. It was a blow to me and it was a blow to Delilah, and the last thing we needed were people spotting this moment and circulating it around the community. I tried to gather my thoughts as Delilah continued to silently cry to herself. I had no idea how to fix this. I had no idea what to say to make this better. So I said the only thing I could. I told her the truth. "Delilah, you don't have to look at me, but I need you to listen, okay? I'm not going anywhere." That got her to lift her head to me, and quite quickly, which made me a little sick. She was sitting here thinking I was going to leave her, pregnant with my child, with my children. Holy shit, we were having triplets. So just let me process, now that I have your attention. "You're pregnant," I said. "You're staying?" she asked. I leaned forward onto my forearms, closing a bit of distance between the two of us, as my eyes hooked onto hers. "You are carrying my children, Delilah, and I want to be there for them, all of them, no matter how many of them there are," I said. There was a relief that flooded her face. It brightened my heart and relaxed my shoulders a bit. There was a small grin that crossed her cheeks as the waiter sat a cool pitcher of juice in front of her, and I could see she was anxious to try it. "Freshly squeezed mango passion fruit juice courtesy of the chef. Whatever changes need to be made to the menu can be done. Just let me know," the waiter said. "Thank you. We aren't ready to order yet. Could you give us maybe 20 minutes? However long we take, I promise I will compensate you on your tip accordingly," I said. "Take your time. I'll circle back around in 20 minutes, he said. I turned my attention back to Delilah, who had already poured herself a glass of the juice. She was drinking it down quickly, draining the slender glass and pouring herself another one. I watched her carefully, how her movements were choppier from her nausea. So many things were flying through my head, about how this would affect her work and what people would say, how this would affect my station at the company, and how this would look to the investors. This could be very bad or very good, depending on how we wanted to spin it. And that was when her previous words dawned on me. "You want to make this platonic?" I asked. Her eyes fluttered up to mine as she drank down her second glass of juice. "Why do you want this to be platonic?" I asked. "Because we have no idea how this is going to look to the office," Delilah said. "I'm well aware that people thought I was sleeping with Mr. Hathaway, and nothing was happening between us. But if this comes to light, if people knew I slept with the new boss who had only been here a week, it'll make my life a nightmare." "It would also look bad to the investors," I said. "Exactly. I mean, I don't know how long I can conceal a pregnancy with triplets, but I'll do what I can. All I know is I can't jeopardize my job, Mr. Can you at least call me Preston when we're out of the office?" I asked. "It makes it sound less I fucked my secretary and more accidental." I saw her wince at my words, and I sighed. All I meant was, "I knew what you meant. Look, I just can't risk losing my job. Health insurance is important, now more than ever. I've got some money saved up, but not enough to cover feeding 3 mouths once this all comes to fruition," she said. "I'm here to help you in any way. If you need money, all you have to do is ask," I said. "We can't do anything to bring suspicion to ourselves, Preston. The more we get into this, the harder it's going to be to conceal. If you're doting on me during work, or we're passing money around, or if you're checking in on me, people are going to catch on. This has to be platonic. Not publicly platonic for the sake of a facade. Actually platonic." "Delilah, I'm going to worry about you. I'm going to wonder how you're doing. I'm going to want to ask you these things," I said. "Then you can ask me within the confines of being my boss. Look, I don't know how this is going to work, and there's a lot we'll have to figure out while we're traveling this road. But all I know is if word gets out that I'm pregnant with your children, I'm finished at my job, and most likely it could jeopardize you, too." It made me sick to think about, but I knew she was right. I most certainly wasn't going to allow her to go without the money she needed, but there were ways to get around that. I wasn't going to be handing her envelopes full of money. I could easily set up a personal account for her, dump money into it, and just send her a card. As much as I hated it, platonic was the way to go for now, especially if Delilah wanted to keep her hidden persona at the company. "You know if we don't tell anyone, the women at the company will keep hitting on me," I said. "That's just what happens. Just because I'm going to blow up like a blimp doesn't mean your life stops," Delilah said. "Now hold on a second. This is veering very off course. I'm not dating anyone while a woman is pregnant with my children. What kind of man do you think I am?" she asked. "The kind of man who is honestly shocked that unprotected sex put him in this position." "Most women I screw around with are protected," I said. "Yet you were pompous enough to not ask, and you were too secretive to not tell me." I watched her recoil from the table, her chair scooting out as she stood. Shit. I'd stuck my fucking foot in my face. My eyes darted over to the waiter as Delilah made her way for the door, so I threw a few $100 bills onto the table before I left. I followed her out the door, my eyes hooked onto the swaying of her hips as her dress billowed out behind her. Those sensual, beautiful hips would grow aching and wide with the weight of my children. "Delilah, wait," I said. "I was protected," she said with a hiss. "But the pill is still only 98% accurate, and I didn't have it with me that night to take." "Is that why you left?" I asked. Her eyes whipped up to mine as I grabbed her arm and led her over into the shadows. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Let go of me." "If you didn't know about the pregnancy when we were emailing the day you got back, then this isn't what you wanted to talk about. This wasn't your original reason for getting together. So what was it?" I asked. "It doesn't matter," she said. "It always matters, Delilah. In the world of business or pleasure, things like this always matter," I said. I watched her draw in a deep breath as she folded her arms around her. Even in the summer, a breeze shooting through the shadows could chill someone's arms. I shrugged my suit jacket off and wrapped it around her, watching her shivering die down slowly. Her eyes connected with my chest, studying how my suit tapered against my body. At any other moment, I would have captured her lips within mine just for that gesture. But now was not the time. Nowhere near it. "I wanted to talk with you about why I left that morning," Delilah said. "Then we might as well. Why were you gone when I woke up?" I asked. She shook her head as tears rose to her eyes again. "I'm so fucking done with crying," she said with a whisper. "Impressive. I didn't know you cussed," I said. "I didn't know I did a lot of things until I met you, like sleeping with a stranger on the first date, or sleeping with my boss." She spat the last part, like it was some dirty secret she was ashamed of. "You were ashamed you had slept with me, weren't you?" I asked. Her hunched shoulders told me everything I needed to know. "Look, women like me, we don't get chances with men like you. Even though you serially date and brag about how you tear companies to shreds in the media, we still know what men like you bring to the table. Fantasy, muscles, a smooth tongue, and the ability to spoil us for the night. Women like me, we don't get that. We get the desperate men too drunk at last call to see how wide our hips really are until they wake up the next morning." I watched a tear run down her cheek again, and I reached out for her. I wanted to comfort her, to draw her close and let her know everything was going to be okay. She was out on a ledge, exposed to the world, like a raw nerve being battered by a scratching fingernail. "You don't know how many men have woken up to me and—" I felt my blood boiling as my mind finished that statement with so many different things. "Anyway, I didn't just leave because I was ashamed. That really wasn't it at all. Not the majority of it. Part of it was shame for sleeping with some playboy who willingly discarded women like he did cars, but part of it was fear. Fear that you would wake up and be ashamed of me before I could be ashamed of you. That you would open your eyes and realize what you had done, and what, Delilah? Finish that statement." "And kick me out," she said breathlessly. "I was terrified you would kick me out after making me feel so good. You have to understand, Preston. You standing by the woman you got pregnant looks noble, but I still look like the desperate accountant/secretary. I can't ruin my career over you. I've worked too hard at this job for too many years to lose it because I decided that one evening of unbridled passion couldn't hurt anything." "I get it," I said. "I do." "Do you really?" she asked as she turned towards me. "Do you really get it?" "No," I said. "I don't, and I'll never truthfully claim to. But I do understand not wanting to ruin your career over someone. Trust me when I tell you that. So whatever decision you make on how you want to navigate this situation, I'll support. Just know that I'm here for you and that I'm not going anywhere. Whatever you need, whatever I can provide for you and these kids, I will." I reached out for her hand, and she looked down at it. The same gesture that had gotten us into this mess 7 weeks ago was now the same gesture that would bind us for fuck knew how long. I watched her eyes fall to my hand as she giggled, her head shaking with the irony of it all as I wiggled my fingers. "All you have to do is take my hand," I said. "That's what got us into the situation," Delilah said with a grin. "And now it's what'll help you get through it." She looked up into my eyes, and I lost myself in them. Their hazel tint that had followed her out here was slowly settling back into a sky-blue color. Her anger was fading as I watched them change right before my eyes, mesmerizing by their appearance. That was what Delilah did to me. She mesmerized me in ways no other woman had. And now she was standing here, wrapped in my coat and carrying 3 fucking children at once. Holy hell. That was going to take a while to choke down. "Okay," she said, as she slipped her hand into mine. Then I brought her hand up to my lips to kiss. One last gesture before I dropped her off. One last chance to taste her skin before I could no longer feel her underneath my lips. One more chance to convince her to let me take her home and give her the pleasure I knew could take her mind off all this. But all she did was pull her hand from mine before she handed my coat back to me. "Platonic," Delilah said. "That's my decision." "Whatever you need, Miss Kent. Whatever you need." 16. Preston. It took me the entire weekend to digest what Delilah had told me over dinner. I lied awake in bed for more hours than I slept, tossing and turning as my mind filled with worry. How was she? Was she sick? Did she have someone there if she slipped and fell? Was she craving things yet? Could I get her something to eat? Would she even let me do something like that? Every time I picked up my cell phone, I had to resist the urge to call her. All of this, the decision to stay platonic and to not dote on her, went against everything I felt morally. Sure, I was a promiscuous man. Yes, I enjoyed the luxury of women who threw themselves at my feet. But I had standards. I had a moral code I live by. And I told myself that if any one of these women ever got pregnant because of my escapades, I would be there for them, for our child, just like my father had been for me. I had the financial means to be there, and I had the ability to hire the best doctors in the world to take care of whoever I had gotten pregnant. I knew the risks going into this kind of lifestyle. I just never expected to get caught up in a woman who refused what I had to offer. My parents never married. I was the result of a one-night stand gone wrong. But my father took care of my mother, and they always respected one another. My time was split between their households, and there wasn't a time where they were together that fighting ever ensued. They acted like adults. They co-parented me and raised me right, and that was why I knew it could be done. Delilah and I could do this, even if she still wanted things to be platonic between us. We could still be out in the open without having a romantic relationship. All of this seemed to be a trend with Delilah, this refusal streak she had in her. She seemed hell-bent on saying no to me every step of the way. I didn't know what that was about her personality, but it was what had initially attracted me to her. She was the only woman I had ever met who turned me down. That first night at the bar when I offered her a ride home, any other woman would have said yes, but she didn't. Then again, when I asked her out on a date over lunch in my office, every single woman I ever dated said yes the first time I asked. But Delilah didn't. And now, when it was more pertinent than ever for her to say yes to me, she was saying no once again. She was turning down every service I could possibly offer her, from the best doctors in the nation to financial stability, just to preserve some sort of facade she was putting up for the world. The more I got to know her, the more confusing she became. At first, I thought she hid away from the world because she thought she was weird. But the more I got to know her, the more I realized she bled a confidence that rivaled even myself sometimes. She was feisty, filled with fire and passion. She was someone who knew what she wanted out of life, even if that life was a plain and simple life. Then, I thought she kept herself cooped up in her little office because no one in the company cared about her. It was some sort of self-thrown pity party she could have on a regular basis. Then I talked with her and got to know her more, and I found out that she liked it. That it was her decision to settle in that office versus the comfortable one sitting right next to her on the same hallway. And now, that secretly confident woman who hid herself away from the world for reasons I still couldn't explain was denying the one thing she was scared of losing: money. She was scared of losing her job. At least she had been honest about that. She couldn't be scared of her reputation because she didn't have one. No one talked about her, no one invited her to anything, and the couple of people who did know about her didn't have any feelings toward her one way or another. They knew stories about her. They had theories about her, how she lived her life, and why she did the things she did. But they didn't feel one way or another about it. She was a neutral subject among those in the office that did know who she was. The only thing I could gather was that this was some sort of internal war for her, like I had become a fill-in battlefield for whatever fight she thought she was still fighting. And it killed me inside. As I walked into my office Monday morning and settled into my seat, I looked up across the hallway and saw that light underneath her door. She was here. She was pregnant with my fucking triplets, and I couldn't even knock on her door to see how she was feeling. I was trying to avoid eye contact with her as much as possible. I would glance up at her as she came out of her office, scanning her to see if she was okay. I noticed her skin was paler than usual. She was probably more nauseous as the days rolled by. That started a cascade of thoughts in my head. How sick was she? What was she keeping down? Was she throwing up fluids? That wasn't a good thing if she was. But every time she looked towards me, I had to sink my eyes back into my paperwork, back into my computer screen, back into whatever pointless meeting someone had set up with me. It was hard for me to keep my eyes off her. She was a beautiful woman. I thought about how her curves would grow, how her breasts would fill with milk for my children, how her hips would spread, creating more room for her thighs to grow and settle. I thought about how her feet would eventually hurt, carrying around my 3 children within the confines of her body. I thought about how I could massage her feet, her calves, her thighs, her pussy. I dipped my head back into my paperwork as she came out of her office. Just thinking about her swelling with my children was bringing my cock to life. Everything about her body would change, and just thinking about those changes made my mouth salivate. This woman had crawled into every part of me. She had cracked open my sternum, laid her beautiful body in there to rest, and sewed herself back up in it. I had no idea how we were going to keep this a secret. I had no idea how we were going to make this work. But I respected Delilah enough to try. I cared about her well-being enough to not push her into anything she didn't like. But if I thought for 1 second that her and those children weren't doing well, I would intervene at all costs. Because that was what Delilah deserved. She deserved someone who respected her boundaries until she was hurt. Then, she deserved someone who would swoop in and save her, even if she didn't want it.
17. Delilah. I was lounging around on my couch and trying to eat ice cream. It was the only thing I was able to keep down with my rolling nausea, and I was angry at that fact. I was going to get big enough already carrying triplets, and the last thing I needed was to be stuffing my face with ice cream. I was going to be as big as a house by the time this pregnancy was over, and my anger only served to make my nausea worse. Beethoven was sitting on my lap, purring for bites of my ice cream. Every time I pushed him off my lap, he would jump back up, bothering me for my food. He ran his tail all along my arms and settled himself between my legs, meowing and purring for the food I had in my hands. I hated this. I hated all of this. My mind was swirling at 1,000 miles a second. How was I going to take care of 3 children at once? I lived in a 1-bedroom apartment that barely had enough room for me and my cat. The first thing I had to do was draw a budget. I had to go through my finances, figure out what I made during the month down to the penny, then lay out what I could afford. My first move during this pregnancy needed to be the purchasing of a house the kids and I could live in. I couldn't raise them in a 1-bedroom apartment. Even if I kept them all in the same nursery, they would each need their own living space as they got older, which meant a house with at least 4 bedrooms. And in Philadelphia, even in a run-down home with that many rooms, would run me $250,000. Then I would have to set aside a budget for all of their nursery items. Buying 3 cribs alone would cost me $1,000, and that was money I currently didn't have. Then there was the expense of bottles and a breast pump if I wanted to breastfeed 3 children off 2 nipples, pacifiers and crib bedding, eventual full-sized beds, and more expensive clothing as they got older. Currently, I was throwing all my extra money into paying off my car. I was still 2 months away from having it fully paid off, but now I was thinking about all the money I could have saved had I not done that. Had I not spiraled my extra money into that car, hell, I was thinking about what I could have saved if I got a cheaper car. But now I needed a bigger car. I needed space to comfortably seat 3 children along with their stuff if we went anywhere. I would have to trade it in, which meant another car payment, which meant more money I had to factor into my budget. The numbers were rolling around in my head and they weren't helping my nausea. I set my ice cream down and watched Beethoven stick his head in the container. Even though I knew I needed to eat, I couldn't bring myself to do it. All of the money I would need during this pregnancy alone was adding up quicker than I could get it to stop. Then I thought about the diapers I would need to buy, the clothes they would grow out of, the food they would need to eat, and the medicine and doctor's appointments they would require. How was I going to feed them? I only had 2 breasts. I had 2 nipples with 2 sources of milk and 3 children who were going to be hungry at the same time. How was that going to work? How was my body going to produce that much breast milk? If I assumed I wouldn't be able to breastfeed more than one of them, that meant I would have formula to buy, which was more money every month I didn't have that I would need to eventually spend. I felt tears cresting the lids of my eyes as I sank deeper into my train of thought. My television was droning in the background, and the only thing I could think about was the electricity it was using. I reached for the remote and shut it off, then got up and turned off all the lights in my apartment. If I was going to start saving money, then I needed to start being more energy conscious. I needed to make the most of my paychecks so I could put as much away as possible. Then, I started thinking about my retirement account. If I dipped into my 401k so I could pay off my car, I could take that car payment and set it aside. I could get by with the car I had until they grew out of booster seats. By then, I could have enough money saved up to buy an SUV to cart us all around comfortably. That would give me $400 every month over the course of 9 months, which equated to $3,600 I would have in a savings account. It wasn't much, but it was a start. My exhaustion started to kick in, and my mind started to slow down. Beethoven had finished off my ice cream and was padding back to my bedroom. I slumped down into my couch, allowing my sweatpants to ride up my crotch. I was a mess. I was so exhausted in the mornings that I wasn't showering as normally as I usually did. I was wearing clothes to work that weren't matching, not that anyone noticed in the first place. When I came home, I was living in sweatshirts, trying to make myself comfortable as nausea and exhaustion became my best friends. I felt my eyes closing, my body drifting back off into a luscious slumber. I could feel my dream state coming on, a place where my life could be anything I wanted it to be. A place where I wasn't pregnant with my boss's children, and I wasn't carrying triplets, and I wasn't so sick that I couldn't keep down chocolate milk. But a knock at my door jolted me awake. Sighing, I pulled myself off the couch and walked over towards the door. I didn't think twice about checking to see who it was before I opened it, and my eyes widened when I saw him. Preston was standing there with a massive amount of red roses and a bag of food with a restaurant name that seemed eerily familiar. It was a bag of food from the restaurant we had our first date at. The restaurant where I had broken it to him that I was pregnant. "Mind if I come in?" he asked. "What is all this?" I asked. "Figured you could use a break from cooking," he said. I stepped off to the side and let him into my apartment. "Are those for me?" I asked. "Do you see any other beautiful women standing around?" he asked. "I think there were some on the corner, yeah." "Feisty as ever," he said with a grin. He leaned in to kiss me, but I backed myself away. What was going on? We had an agreement. My eyes scanned his body as he sighed, then backtracked into my kitchen and began opening my cabinets. He pulled out plates and found the silverware, plating food that smelled delicious onto the pathetic plasticware I had in my home. A home I couldn't bring 3 infants back to. "I'm sorry," I said. "For what?" Preston asked. "For looking so rough." "Nonsense. You look perfect," he said. "You're just saying that because I'm pregnant with your kids." "No, I'm saying it because it's true." His head turned towards me, his eyes raking up and down my body. I felt my cheek taint with the flush only he could draw out of me. I felt my walls slowly crashing down. I felt them melting into a puddle at my feet. I watched Preston shrug his suit coat off and sling it over a chair, his broad shoulders tugging at the fabric of his shirt. He turned around, a smile on his face and 2 plates of food in his hands. There was a grin on his cheeks as he walked towards me, his arms balancing the food evenly in his hands. Was there anything this man could do that made him ugly? "Where would you like to eat?" Preston asked. The couch is fine," I said. "Couch it is, then. What would you like to drink?" he asked. "I don't have much." "Doesn't matter. What would you like?" "Is there a bottle of water in there?" I asked. "There's peach and kiwi-infused waters," he said. "I'll have a peach one." "Then I'll take kiwi." The 2 of us sat on the couch and ate a sensible dinner. I took small bites, trying to gauge my nausea as we sat together in silence. I was waiting for him to make a move on me, to jump my bones or try to talk me into sleeping with him. I was waiting for some quip about how I was already pregnant so we couldn't get into any more trouble. But he was a true gentleman, keeping a safe distance between us on the couch. "How are you feeling?" Preston asked. "Rough," I said. "How's your nausea?" "It's bad, but I'm getting through it." "Are you sleeping?" he asked. "Does it look like I'm sleeping much?" "There are things to help with that. I could call up any doctor anywhere and get you what you need." His eyes fluttered over mine, and I saw the desperation behind them. He was wanting to help. He was wanting to find any way to make my life a little easier. I had no reason to trust him when he told me he wanted to be in these children's lives. I mean, we had started all of this on a fling. A weak moment I had when I thought there was nothing else better for me in this world than to fuck my boss. But now, seeing his eyes silently pleading with me, I wasn't so sure of my original judgment of him. Judgment. That thing people always did with me. I hated it. I hated the box people tried to put me in. And here I was, doing it to someone else. For whatever reasons I had done it in the beginning, I didn't have a leg to stand on anymore. I had judged this man, and harshly. And in the process, I had used him as both an escape and a scapegoat for my unresolved anger towards how my life had turned out. It wasn't right, and I owed him an apology. "I'm sorry," I said. "For what?" Preston asked. "For judging you the way I did." He sat up from his plate and turned his body towards me, never once moving closer, only opening himself a bit more, dropping a guard I hadn't seen him put up with me before. My life has always been a bit plain. And sometimes that's my own doing, but sometimes it's not. People judge me and make up theories about my life just to quell their own curiosity. And I did the same thing with you. At first, you were a scapegoat for my fear of losing my job, so I judged you. Then you were a scapegoat for my curiosity that needed to be satiated, so I judged you. Then I used you for a wonderful date and a night of passion I'd never experienced before, and then I judged you again. I didn't trust you when you said you wanted to be a part of all this because I was still holding you to a judgment I made when I first met you, that you were a playboy who was out for no one but himself. "What do you think now?" Preston asked. I think I was wrong, in all three of my forms. I don't know you at all, and that scares me, because we're going to be bound by these kids. But that doesn't mean I can't get to know you, and that doesn't mean that when I do, you'll be a bad person, I said. "I'm not," he said. "Just a forward one. And I'll admit, you had plenty of evidence to base your judgment on. I'm not upset with you, Delilah. Worried? Yes. Wishing you would let me help? Hell yes. But you set forth the rules, and I'll follow your lead on this." He was being serious. Genuinely serious.
As the notes fade gently, let your mind feel lighter, ready to re-enter the world of the story.
My heart was thudding in my chest, and my pelvis was warming up. This beautiful man, who had built empires and crumbled companies, was telling me he would take my lead, that he would respect my boundaries, and that he wanted to help. In that moment, I wanted him to touch me. I wanted him to thrust himself onto me and make me feel beautiful like he had that night, like he did in that bathroom. It was like a switch had flipped within me. I suddenly needed this man more than life itself. But he was a courteous gentleman, settling for taking my hand while I wanted him to take my body. "You make the rules, and I'll follow them, so long as you keep me updated on how you're feeling. If you need days off, tell me. You have sick days for a reason. Take them," Preston said. "Okay," I said. His hand felt so good encompassing mine. My entire body was screaming out for him. I was wondering if I needed to back down, if I needed to throw these insane rules out the window and run with my heart instead of my mind on this. Blood was rushing through my ears. I could feel my legs growing weak, even though I wasn't standing on them. Our food was growing cold as we stared into each other's eyes. And I thought about falling forward into him, into his lips and his arms and the strength of his chest. But I knew it was better this way. Even though it killed me to pull my hand away from him, I knew it was better this way. My heart would always get me into trouble. That was just a fact. I had my mother's heart, a heart I wore on my sleeve, willing to give it to the first person who touched it. It had broken her more times than I wanted to admit over the course of growing up with her, and I couldn't do that. I couldn't put these children through the roller coaster I rode with my mother. I would rather have a good, platonic relationship with their father than a rocky, heartbreaking, romantic one with him. "Thank you for dinner," I said as I reached for my plate. "Anything you need. All you have to do is ask," Preston said. And I could tell by the look in his eyes that he meant it. 18. Delilah. The weeks rolled on, and Preston was sweeter than ever. Every Saturday night he would come over with food, and he would sit with me and talk. I learned more about him than I could have ever imagined, and I witnessed firsthand how compassionate he was. One Saturday I had gotten so sick I couldn't eat the food he brought, and even though I tried to shoo him away from the bathroom, he fought his way in and held my hair back. He put a cool washcloth on the back of my neck and blew cool air down my shirt, trying to get my heaving body to calm down. He rubbed my back and kept telling me everything was going to be okay. And he stayed until I fell asleep that night. He did sweet little things in passing, but never in the office. He respected my rules about showing any sort of affection while we were being professional. But every once in a while I would come home to a note taped on my door, or a gift in my mailbox, or something being delivered to my apartment. Sometimes it was a cute present for the babies, and other times it was a relaxing present for me. One week, I even received a package with 3 books inside that have just been released to the public. Preston had signed me up for a book club and put me down for 3 new books every month. Now, I was almost 3 months along. Preston and I would stagger our leaving from the office so he could attend the doctor's appointments we scheduled over lunch. The babies were growing stronger every day, but it would still be a while before we would know their genders. Their heartbeats were strong, and they were already using my bladder as a punching bag. And every single time Preston saw those ultrasounds, his eyes lit up. But I was still focused on the financial aspect of things. I was only a couple of weeks away from needing maternity clothes that would help me cover up my baby bump. And I had no idea how I was going to pay for them. It wasn't that I wanted to hide the children, but I did want to hold off the questions from my colleagues as long as I could. The moment people knew I was pregnant, the rumors would begin to fly. People would want to know the father's name and how far along I was. They would want to know how we met, whether or not we were living together, and whether or not he was a decent man. Everyone would act like they were my best friend because I would become the hottest drama of Kiefer and Associates. And I wasn't ready to take on that role yet. There were times where I could see worry in Preston's eyes. I still went with him to all the meetings and took the minutes so I could email them to him. But I knew there were times where I looked tired. I knew there were times where he knew I wasn't showering, and I could see the questions in his eyes. I would try to shoot him looks to get him to pay attention, but sometimes they didn't work. I couldn't help the fact that I was so exhausted, but him staring at me was only going to make things worse. However, there was a small part of me that felt good to have him so concerned about me. It meant he cared, and I allowed myself to cherish that fact when I was alone. But one day, a knock came at my door. It was odd for me to have visitors to my office, especially since there wasn't a place to sit. So I knew whoever it was, they had something that was important for me. When I opened the door, however, the last person I expected to see was Preston. "Could we talk in my office?" he asked. "Did I miss a meeting?" I asked. "Not at all, but I do need to speak with you about something. Urgent." His eyes dropped to my stomach and I felt my face pale. Why did he want to talk about the children? What was so important? We had an agreement to not do this kind of thing here. Holy hell. Had someone found out about us? I nodded and followed him into his office. I was hot on his heels as we made our way into the expansive room. He shut the door and locked it, then ushered me over to the couch in the corner. I could feel my hands sweating with nerves, and I sat down, my back straight and my body braced for whatever was coming. "Relax," Preston said. "Nothing's wrong. But I do need an answer from you on something before the end of the day today." "No one's found out about us?" I asked. "In this office? No," he said. "What do you mean, in this office?" I asked. "It's my parents." I felt myself release the breath I was holding as I relaxed back into the couch. "Preston, you're going to give me a heart attack. Why didn't you just say that?" I asked. I didn't want to give off any inclinations in case someone was walking up or down the hallway. "I'm sorry," he said. "It's okay. Just, yikes, okay. What's going on with your parents?" "They want to throw us a baby shower." "A baby shower," I said. "Yeah, my parents aren't the happiest about how this is all going down, but they'll get over it. They're getting grandchildren and they're ecstatic. They want to meet you and throw us a baby shower." "You told your parents," I said. "Did you think I wouldn't?" he asked. I don't know." "Have you not told yours?" Well, Your parents don't know you're pregnant?" he asked. "Look, that's cool if you have a great relationship with your parents, but not everyone does," I said. "I'm sorry I didn't know." "It's fine. My father, How did I start this conversation? A baby shower? This wasn't something I had even considered. I had been so busy running numbers and doing calculations and working and trying to pay things off and set aside money that the idea of Preston telling his parents about us never even crossed my mind. "If you don't want to, then all you have to do is say the word. But they would still like to meet you," he said. No, it's fine. I mean, I'm not used to being the center of attention," I said. "I know. That's why I wanted to ask you before I answered." "But I guess one time couldn't hurt. Are your parents upset?" he asked. "Meh, they're fine. Good Catholics, but fine." "Ah," I said. "It's got nothing to do with you. My parents aren't traditional by any means, but they're having their fun little I told you so moment. What do you mean? They warned me about my lifestyle, how it would eventually get me into trouble. It's less of them shitting on us and more of them basking in the fact that they were right, he said. Well, they're not wrong, I said. Thanks. You guys will get along just fine, he said flatly. I giggled and reached out for him, finding his hand as our fingers intertwined. For the past few weeks, he had been the perfect gentleman. He made no moves to get me in bed. He didn't make any snarky comments about my body, and he had ceased all of his outside activities with other women. He was no longer making the news for his latest conquests, and we were spending our weekends getting to know one another instead of exploring each other with our tongues. Though I had to admit, my want for him hadn't waned. Why haven't you told your parents? Preston asked. Is that an okay question to ask? I mean, I grew up with my mom. I watched her and my father have a very rocky relationship, on again, off again. He serially dated during their off moments, and Mom would always find a reason to take him back. She wore her heart on her sleeve for him, and he always found a way to bludgeon it, I said. I'm so sorry. It's fine. I have a decent relationship with both of them, but they don't really with one another. They're together now, but things are always tense. I think they stayed together for me, thinking they had to have a romantic relationship in order to have a productive one to raise me. I think they would have been better off platonic and raising me. Sure, I would have bounced between two homes, but they would have been happy. That's all I've ever wanted from my life and theirs. You said you have a relationship with them now. Is it a good one? He asked. I mean, yeah, it got better as I got older. But during the formative years of my life, it was rough. They're kind of reserved now, mellowed out with their old age. But sometimes the air in the room gets tense with past memories and they sort of curl in on themselves. Don't get me wrong, I'm going to tell them what's going on. I'm just waiting for the right time, when things are okay between them. I felt Preston tugging on my arm, drawing me closer to him. Preston, what are you... His lips descended onto my forehead, pressing a warm, comforting kiss into my skin. I shivered, electricity ricocheting down my spine as I sighed into his touch. His lips lingered for longer than they should have, drawing tears to my eyes as he comforted me. We'll have a better relationship than that with our children. I promise you, he said. That's all I'm asking, I said. I'm not asking for anything else. He pulled back from me as a tear fell onto my cheek. He released my hand, his thumb wiping away the trail it left behind. I nuzzled into his touch, unable to resist any part of him I could have. I cursed myself for laying down the rules, for listening to my irrational mind. The baby shower will be this weekend. I could fly us out Friday after work. Are you okay with that? Preston asked. That sounds just fine, I said. I'll let my parents know then to make the arrangements. I take it you won't want to fly with me on my jet, he asked. You have a jet? I do. I would fly us both on it, but I don't know how you would feel about that. I sighed as his hand dropped from my face, falling into my lap as he found my hand again. If we stagger our leave times, I don't see why we couldn't fly out together, I said. And the smile that crossed his face warmed my heart. I'll call and make the arrangements then, he said. I can leave for lunch and do a business thing, then you can leave around 3 for an early weekend and meet me at the tarmac. Sounds good, I said. I'll make sure you have directions on how to get there. Or would you rather one of my drivers pick you up? I think I can get there just fine, as long as I have a place to park my car, I said. Perfect. You're going to love my parents. And they're going to love you.
19. Preston. Thankfully, my parents decided to keep the shower small. I flew Delilah and I into the Hamptons, then we took a private car to my parents' home. I watched as Delilah gawked at all the big houses surrounding the area, her gasps tugging a grin on my cheeks. It was a quaint space to live in, considering the clientele the Hamptons catered to. A place I would definitely raise a family if I worked closer to the place. I usually took in the beauty of the place, but I was damn nervous for Delilah to meet my parents. While they weren't traditional people, they did fraternize with people who were very traditional. It was common in high society culture, and there were families who still looked down upon my parents for what traversed between the two of them. What Delilah and I were doing was the least traditional someone could get, and I was worried some of those people would be at the party. But I was pleasantly caught off guard. My parents greeted her with smiles and good wishes, and none of the more traditional of my parents' friends were present. Because Delilah was carrying triplets, she was showing well beyond her months. My mother asked for permission to touch her stomach, and giggled whenever the babies kicked back at her. Delilah smiled and shook my mother's hands, but my father insisted on hugging her. I could tell she was taken aback by the gesture of goodwill, but she seemed to enjoy the attention nonetheless. My mother was anxious to walk her through the house, showing her all the rooms my mother had personally decorated, while their personal chef placed a glass of cucumber water in Delilah's hand. The dinner was beautiful. My parents had a wonderful time getting to know Delilah. Even though I could tell my mother was disappointed, they weren't able to tell many people what was happening. The last thing we needed was something leaking to the media and ruining Delilah's wishes for this pregnancy. So I told my mother to not invite people in her circle of friends who would go to someone with this information. My mother was ready to print announcements and throw numerous baby showers, but the compromise she made was just as beautiful. Dinner consisted of multiple courses, things from small mugs of soup to spoonfuls of some of those decadent shavings of meat my parents' kitchen had to offer. There was a gathering of about 20 people who came to shake Delilah's hand and get to know her, wishing us well during her pregnancy. They asked her everything from where she grew up to how long she had been working with the company, and with each question, her smile got bigger. Every once in a while, she would glance over at me to make sure she was doing the right thing, making sure I wasn't embarrassed or disapproving of her actions. But all I would do is smile. I wasn't sure what to expect, but I was impressed with the people that gathered. There were mounds of presents for us to open and go through, but no one expected us to do it tonight. And I was glad, because I had booked a decadent hotel room for Delilah and I for the entire weekend. Her stomach made her look as if she was 5 months pregnant, even though she was only 3.5 months along, and I was ready to get my hands on her. The way her clothes draped around her and clung to her baby bump churned a primal need inside me I have never experienced before. Delilah lit up a room, both with her smile and her curves. The longer we stayed, the more she settled into things. The conversation was topical, but it was kind. No one was snickering at her for having children out of wedlock, and no one was judging her for the decision she made to keep things quiet. If anything, there were women who were sympathizing with her, who were understanding of their situation. She was surrounded by women who understood what she was going through, and I could see relief flooding her features. The outpouring of support we got from the group of my parents' friends was more than I could have imagined, and Delilah looked like an angel. But I could see the exhaustion slowly settling in her face, so I decided to intervene. I walked over to her and placed a kiss against her head, then excused us for the evening. My mother insisted we stay with her, but I told her I had a hotel booked in town and that we would be back tomorrow morning for breakfast. I couldn't wait any longer. I took Delilah's exhaustion as an opening to get us out of there. Her body was calling to me, tugging at a part of me I had never been able to indulge before. The two of us left my parents' house and got into our private car, riding quietly back to the hotel. Delilah had been insistent on having a room to herself, so I compromised and got us a hotel suite. A shared living space with 2 separate bedrooms and doors that closed off those rooms. She was too far along in her pregnancy for me to have her any farther away than she needed to be from me. I wanted to be close if something happened to her. We got to the hotel and checked in, then grabbed our things from the car. I was ready to get her behind closed doors. I was ready to have her in my arms. Even if she didn't want anything more than for me to hold her, I was ready to be close to her. I was ready to tell her how beautiful she was and massage her feet. I was ready to get her whatever she needed and make her as comfortable as I possibly could. I was ready to tell her how excited I was to have children with her. I opened up the door to the hotel suite, and Delilah gasped. I picked up our bags as she walked through the door, her eyes taking it all in. The furniture was plush, and the 4-poster beds were draped in a sheer type of fabric that made it glisten against the twinkling stars. There were 2 ensuite bathrooms that had walk-in steam showers and jet bathtubs to hold her growing body. I had a few of her favorite snacks and things she was craving already stocked in the fridge. I wanted things to be perfect for her. She sashayed into a room, and I followed her into it. I picked up her bags and set them in the corner as she sat on the edge of the bed. She was speechless as her eyes fluttered around the room. I could see the anxious stress of the night dwindling as she relaxed into the bed. She flopped down, her breasts jiggled and her stomach protruding with our growing children. I felt my cock pressing against my pants as I walked over to her. "What do you think?" I asked. "Holy hell, this bed is fantastic," Delilah said. "Think you'll get a decent night's sleep on it?" I asked. "Decent? I don't think I'm going to want to get out of it." "Maybe one day you'll say that about me." Her eyes fluttered over towards me, her head turning and taking me in. I could see her eyes raking up and down my body as I shrugged off my suit coat. I tossed it over my arm, allowing her to take in her fill as I tried to calm my growing cock. But when I looked back over at her, she was biting down on her lower lip. "You looked beautiful tonight," I said. "Do I not look beautiful now?" Delilah asked. "No," I said. I watched her features slowly drop as I shuffled towards her. I planted my hands firmly into the frame of the bed before I leaned over and hovered my lips above hers. I could feel her breath pulsing against mine as the hairs on the back of my neck rose. I could hear her breathing increase, her chest panting with her want for me, as I grinned. "You look breathtaking now," I said.
20. Delilah. The tension between us was growing in ways I could have never imagined. On the plane ride into the Hamptons, Preston's thumb kept racing faceless designs on my thigh. Just the warmth of his hand called to a part of me that wet the panties I had on. My leg trembled and my hands twirled up in the fabric of my dress. I tried running calculations and going through my budget. I tried thinking about work and all the paperwork I would have to do when I returned, because I wasn't going to be able to take much more of his stroking if I paid attention to it. Things only got worse during the car ride over to his parents' house. He was cradling me close and I could feel his heart beating against my shoulder. Every once in a while, he would bend over and press his lips to my forehead. His soft, pillowy lips and the warmth from the wetness on his skin caused me to bite back a shiver. A shiver that brought back lewd memories from the night he had gotten me pregnant. And the last thing I needed to be doing was shaking against him. I thought I was going to get a reprieve at his parents' house, but that wasn't the case. Watching him smile and interact with his mother was lovely to me. The relationship he had with his parents was something I had longed for as a child. Watching him dote on his mother and talk business with his father was the picturesque scenario I hoped to have for the 3 children I was going to be raising. Not to mention, his suit was tailored to all of the areas of his body I adored. His waist, his shoulders, and the length of his legs were all accentuated by the fabric draping over his body. His perky little ass was rounded out in the navy blue fabric, beckoning to my teeth for me to enjoy. The strength of his shoulders was palpable, and the veins bulging from his neck caused me to lick my lips. At one point, I had to excuse myself to the bathroom just to splash some water in my face. Thank the heavens I never wore makeup. It was uncanny how much him and his mother looked alike. Their smiles and their eyes and their cheekbones were identical to one another. When they laughed, they sounded the same. When they tipped up their drinks, they did it with the same swooping motion. When they went to walk, they each started with the same foot. It was like watching 2 best friends interact after spending months apart. But he had his father's frame. His height, his broad shoulders, and his long legs all came from his father. They stood eye to eye with one another, both equals in the business world, even though their businesses were completely different. It was a joy to watch. It was so different from the home I had grown up in, and it was wonderful to see that it was possible. It was possible to have a good relationship with both parents. All night I kept stealing glances at him just to take him in. Sometimes he would turn around, giving me a quick peek at his ass. I wanted to dig my fingertips into him. I wanted to lick him from head to toe. I wanted to pull those sounds from him that echoed off the corners of my mind late at night. I had just turned over into my 3rd trimester a week ago, and my libido had kicked into high gear. Every lonely night, I was pleasuring myself to the thought of him, gushing on my hands and moaning his name like it was his head between my legs. It was getting to a point where I couldn't look him in the eye while we were in the office together without fantasizing about him taking me against the windows of his office. Now, it was me who was the risk. It was my stolen glances of him in the office that were eventually going to get us in trouble. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. The dinner was wonderful and his parents were welcoming, but I wanted him all to myself. I wanted to talk with him and melt into him. I wanted to feel him underneath my fingertips and kiss those lips of his. I faked a yawn and allowed my eyes to blink a little slower than usual, and Preston caught on perfectly to my signals. The kiss he pressed into my temple was enough to make me shoot through the roof. Just from that simple little gesture, I could feel myself spilling into my panties. He whisked me away to a hotel room that took my breath away, giving us the alone time I had wanted from the very beginning. But there was nothing that could compare to the image I was now staring at. The image of him hovering over me and telling me I was breathtaking. This was the moment I had been waiting for. The opening he gave me that would allow me to throw my own rules away. And I couldn't contain myself any longer. No matter how much my rational mind screamed that this was a bad idea, my heart couldn't take it any longer. My skin couldn't take it any longer. My brain was frying from all the electricity his breath was coursing through my veins. My toes were on fire, and my pussy was throbbing. I needed to be full of him, and I needed it to happen now. Reaching up to his hair, I tugged him down to my lips. They crashed into each other, our tongues pushing forward with all the force they could muster. I pulled Preston onto the bed, my legs spreading for him as his body contoured to mine. I could feel his cock thick against my thigh, pulsing and begging to be inside of me. We clawed at one another, our bodies overriding our thoughts. Our clothes ended up in piles on the floor, our bodies clad in nothing but our skin. I could feel all of him against me as his lips wrapped around my nipple. The fire that surged throughout my body caused me to moan out into the room. Tears brewed behind my eyes as he sank between my legs, his hands spreading me wide and pressing against my knees. I gripped onto the sheets of the bed, and he split me with his tongue. My juices poured out for him to taste, and I could hear him humming. The grin that spread across his cheeks tickled my thighs, causing me to giggle as my breath came in pants. His tongue found my swollen clit, flicking and suckling. My hips were rolling into his face, drenching his cheeks with my arousal. I was floating, soaring through the clouds as his beautiful body filled mine with the pleasure I had dreamt of for weeks. A tear slipped from my eye as my toes began to curl, my body finally seeking the relief it had wanted all this time. My back arched off the bed, and my heels dug into his back. I felt his muscles twitching as his lips wrapped around my clit. His hands massaged my body, grasping onto anything he could touch as he pulled me closer. He buried his face in me, moaning and slurping as he drank me down. Holy shit! Finally! Oh, Preston, yes, don't leave me. Stay there, stay there, stay there. My body shook for him as my eyes screwed shut. Stars burst in my vision as my pleasure rendered me silent. I dropped to the bed as my juices dripped down my ass crack, his body crawling up mine. His lips left a wet trail behind them before I felt him hovering over me, and I felt his thumb wipe at the tear trails running down my face. I opened my eyes and found him staring at me, his sparkling eyes full of passion and understanding. I'm going nowhere, Delilah. You're carrying my child, and even though our family isn't normal, you and these children will always be my priority. His words punched me in my gut. I whimpered into the room as my body shook underneath him. He dipped his lips to mine, allowing me to taste myself on him before he slid off to the side. His lips attached to my neck as I opened my body for him, feeling his cock pressing against my ass crack. My hands reached back to thread through his hair as he grabbed his girth, sliding it between my legs as I parted my thighs for him. He slid in effortlessly, my pussy clamping tightly around him as I groaned. Holy shit, Delilah, Preston said. So tight for me. He sank to his hilt as my leg wrapped back around his body. His hand reached around my waist, cupping my breast as he moved. He slicked his dick with my arousal as I tugged on his hair, wanting his lips back on my neck. He grinned as he lowered his lips to me, kissing every inch of my skin he could touch. He sheathed himself within me, moving at a snail's pace. He filled me to the brim, jolting my legs every time he passed by that sweet little spot. I pressed my hips back into him, wanting more of him as his hands languidly traveled up and down my body. He pulled goosebumps onto my skin, the air swirling around our heads tainted with the smell of our sex. I was overwhelmed by the beauty of it all. Slowly, he began to pick up his pace. His cock throbbed against my fluttering walls as his hand pinched my nipple. He tugged on it while his lips nibbled my skin, his name dripping breathlessly from my lips. I met him thrust for thrust, my ass jiggling against him as he slammed into me. The pace became relentless, his chiseled body pulling me closer and closer. I could feel every muscle in his torso working for me. I could feel his chest panting and his abs contracting and his rippling thighs flexing with their movements. I tilted my head back and captured his lips, swallowing his groans as his cock pulsed inside of me. He sheathed himself into me one last time as we fell over the edge. Our bodies shook as his hips stilled. His cock pressed as deep as he could get. Our kisses got sloppy and our bodies became soaked with sweat. I felt one of his arms cradling my head while the other cradled my pregnant stomach. Never in my life had I felt this complete, this gorgeous and necessary in the arms of a man. I became lightheaded with the pleasure I was experiencing, his body coaxing out of me a desperate need for more. Preston kissed me on the shoulder as he slid from between my legs, but my body already missed him. I turned around in his arms and rolled him onto his back. I straddled his thighs, allowing our juices to trickle onto his skin. I could feel his cock already growing to attention again, situated between my juicy thighs, as my pregnant stomach rested on his chiseled abs. His eyes took me in, from the love bites he left behind to the way my tits had already swelled in size. He gazed hungrily up at me, his hips undulating as his cock popped back into me. My hands descended into his chest as his fingertips buried into my hips, and our eyes locked for just a moment. "I'm not done with you yet," I said. "I could go all night," Preston said. "Is that a challenge?" I asked. Without any warning, he flipped me over onto my back. I giggled as he pinned me down to the bed, my hands above my head and my legs locked around his waist. He grinned down at me, pressing an innocent kiss to the tip of my nose. Then he pulled back and slammed into me, causing me to cry out into the room. "A promise," Preston said with a whisper. "Because I always keep my promises." 21. Delilah. I was 6 months along before we were able to make a trip out to see my parents. Work kept us busy, and people in the office were becoming relentless. I was bogged down with trying to figure out how things with the kids were going to work. I had no way to afford a house, but Preston convinced me to let him help. He put the security deposit down for a spacious 4-bedroom apartment not too far from work. Between work, getting moved, and buying things for the kids, we had been swamped. But now, the weekend had come. I told Preston to book us a hotel across town from my parents. I didn't want to stay with them while we were there, just in case things went south with them. I was anxious to see them again, in a good way. But I didn't know how things were between the two of them. It fluctuated, sometimes on a day-to-day basis. One day my father was bringing home flowers, and the next day my mother was leaving the house crying. I saw the toll it could take on a family if two people tried to force themselves together for the sake of a child. I didn't want that to happen to Preston and I. "Delilah! Oh my gosh, you look beautiful!" I was shocked at how well-spirited my mother was. "Hey, Mom," I said. "Where's my girl?" my father asked. "I want to see how she looks." "Hey there, Daddy," I said. "Oh, sweetheart, triplets look good on you," he said. My father kissed me on the cheek as Preston stood in the background. "This must be him, huh?" my mother asked. "He's a cutie. Way to go, honey." "Preston," my father said. "I'm Philip." "It's very nice to meet you, Mr. Kent," Preston said. "And I'm Marcia," my mother said. "It's wonderful to meet you. Now, the two of you come inside and take a load off. Sweetie, I can only imagine how your feet feel. Mine were killing me by month 6, and I was only carrying 1. I drew in a deep breath as my eyes widened. As far as attitudes went, this was by far the best I'd ever seen on my parents. I looked up at Preston, and he grinned back down at me. Then his hand pressed into the small of my back. He ushered me into my childhood home as we weaved our way in and out of rooms, eventually dumping out into the living room where I flopped down onto the couch.
"So, you got my daughter pregnant," my father said.
"Daddy, cool it," I said.
No, he has every right to be upset with me,"
Preston said. "It was a two-person job. If he's upset with you, he's upset with both of us," I said. "Philip, are you ragging on those kids already?" my mother asked. "At least let them eat first." My mother came into the room with 2 trays of food. One had her famous deviled eggs on them, and my mouth began to water. The other tray was a tray of sweets, and that was the one Preston went for. He had a massive sweet tooth and could never resist a bowl of sweets sitting on someone's desk. So putting a tray of it in front of him was like sitting him at a dessert bar. "So, Preston, Delilah has told us little to nothing about you," my mother said.
"How did the two of you meet?"
my father asked.
"Wow. She really hasn't told you anything, has she?"
Preston asked. "Want me to take this one?" I asked.
"I don't know. It's a point of pride for me,"
Preston said. I playfully slapped him on his leg as he grinned down at me.
"Did you guys do that online thing? I don't recommend that. Gets you into trouble," my father said.
The tension started growing in the room as I rolled my eyes. I leaned up and grabbed a deviled egg, then settled back into the cushions. Usually my parents were more reserved than this, but I guess they were wanting to put on a good facade for Preston, so I rolled with it. "He's my boss," I said plainly. My father's gaze hardened onto Preston as the two of them stared at one another.
"Did he take advantage of you?"
my father asked. "Nope. It was a mutual thing, Daddy. Can we drop the act now? You guys are freaking me out," I said. "She's right," my mother said. "I'm already getting tired of the exchange."
"What exchange?"
Preston asked. "Are you done trying to intimidate him like you feel you need to, Dad? Because I'm ready to hear about the latest book you're reading," I said. "Oh, come on, Philip. Tell her about it. I got it for you a couple of weeks ago," my mother said. My father sighed and relented, pulling his gaze from Preston and landing onto my stomach.
"Do you need anything, honey?"
he asked. "I'm just fine. If I need something, I'll let you know," I said. "Now, what is this book Mom got you?"
"It's an incredible memoir. Ever heard of Lily Elba?" my father asked.
"Can't say I have," Preston said. "You're reading Lily Elba's memoir? You have to give that to me once you're done reading it," I said.
"You know who Lily Elba is?" Preston asked.
Lily Elba was one of the first documented men to ever go through gender reassignment surgery. She even tried to have a uterus implanted into her body so she could have children. And that's what killed her, I said.
"Seriously?"
Preston asked. "Yep, it's because of her that we have so much knowledge on the topic now. Lily Elba is a cultural icon in that community today," I said.
"Her memoir is gut-wrenching and very eye-opening. If you two are staying for the weekend, I should have it finished and I can send it with you," my father said.
"I'd love that, Daddy. Thanks," I said.
"Mrs. Kent, are you a reader?" Preston asked.
"Oh, no. Well, not in the way Delilah and Philip are. I'm more of a random facts woman. Crossword puzzles are my thing," she said.
"It's hard to make me feel like I'm in a room full of people smarter than me. But the three of you are slowly making it happen," Preston said.
"Don't worry. I'll help you cope with that reality later," I said. I patted his knee as my parents settled into the couch. Finally, they were relaxing a little bit. The protective parent stance wasn't natural for them. I was fiercely independent because they were so wrapped up in themselves during my formative years. Them getting protective now felt a tad bit hypocritical. It was nice they were willing to try, but right now I wanted to talk with them, to catch up on their lives and see how things were going with them. "Do you still do them in that red pen?" I asked. "The last time you did a crossword, I think it was in just a plain black pen." "Oh, that thing finally ran out of ink, and it was the last in the pack," I keep meaning to buy another package of them, but I always forget whenever I go to the store, my mother said. That red pen gives me the creeps, my father said. My English teacher in college used a red pen and slaughtered my essays. That woman was no joke. Where did you attend school? Preston asked. Just the community college up the road, my father said. Marcia and I grew up in the area. I didn't go to school, but Philip got a 2-year degree in electrical engineering, my mother said. I have no idea where Delilah got her love of math from, my father said. I hated the stuff. Me too, my mother said. Then it's something that's simply unique to her, Preston said with a grin. The initial meeting with my parents went well. We stayed for a few hours and talked until I started getting tired. Then Preston and I headed off to the hotel we had booked. We spent the majority of the weekend with my parents, discussing the plans we already set forth. We told them about the apartment I had moved into and how the nursery was already set up for the babies. Preston offered to fly them in once I went into labor, and my parents wholeheartedly accepted. I was excited at the idea of them being there. I wanted my family there with me when I gave birth to my babies. Then it was time to go. My father sent me with Lily Elba's memoir, and I started reading it on the plane. I flipped page after page, devouring the book as we flew back home. My speed reading came in handy for many things, like books I couldn't wait any longer to read. We flew from my hometown of Raleigh, North Carolina, all the way back to Philly, and I was finished with the book just before we landed. You're already done? Preston asked. It was good. You want to read it? I asked. You sure you're not just scanning those pages and taking in the headlines? He asked. That's one of the speed reading tactics, but no, I'm not, I said. I still can't believe you read that fast, he said. It came in handy in college, and it comes in handy now, I said. You sure you don't want to read it? I'm sure. Not really a reader. Unless it's articles about yourself, I said with a smirk. Hey, those are good articles. And I have to make sure the pictures of me in the magazines are nothing short of phenomenal. You should put that on your resume when you shake down this company and move to your next one. And what's that? He asked. Tooting your own horn. You're very good at it. I'm sure there's a job out there for it somewhere, I said. You mean you don't want to toot it for me? He asked. His hand began to slide up my leg, dancing dangerously close to my heated pussy. I grasped his hand and stopped him as the plane landed onto the tarmac. We had spent a wonderful weekend together, rolling around in the sheets and waking up to the feeling of his tongue between my legs. But now we were back to reality, and we had to put distance between us. Are you driving off first, or am I? I asked. I saw Preston's face falter a bit before he drew his hand back. Since this suit looks so fabulous on me, let me go first. If there are people here waiting to get pictures, they'll get them of me and leave. Wait a half an hour, then disembark. I'll let the pilot know you're staying behind so he doesn't leave you here alone. I watched as Preston got up and smoothed out his suit. I knew he wasn't happy to be back, but there wasn't anything I could do about it. This was for the best, and visiting my parents only solidified my decision. I had to think about this rationally. My children's well-being was at stake because of it. I couldn't always give in to the demands of my body just because it wanted something then and there. Sometimes people had to give up things they wanted in order to reach for a greater good. We have a meeting tomorrow morning at 9. Don't worry about coming in until then, Preston said. Okay, I said. I won't. Then I watched him get off the plane as people began to emerge. They were there taking pictures and asking for comments, and I slid down into my seat. I sat on the floor of the plane as the pilot emerged. Then he came to sit with me as the commotion died down. When the two of us were sure everyone was gone, he escorted me to my beat-up car and watched me drive off. back into a world where I was pregnant with an unknown man's children. 22. Delilah. Doctor, what's going on? Why am I bleeding? Preston was holding my hand tightly as my obstetrician sat beside my body. You have what's called placenta previa. It just means your placenta is lying so low that it's partially covered your cervix opening. It's very common in women who are carrying multiple children like you are. What do we need to do? Preston asked. She only has a partial previa, which means about half of her cervix opening is covered. The bleeding isn't much, but she is going to have to go on bed rest. If she moves around too much and the placenta breaches the cervix opening, it could swing her into preterm labor. Bed rest? I asked. I can't go on bed rest. I have a job. I have to work. Accounts that have to be settled. Delilah, relax. We'll take care of that, Preston said. Don't you tell me to relax. You might be my boss in work, but outside of work, I'm the woman carrying your children. You don't get to tell me to shut up, I said. That's another thing you have to control, the doctor said. Your heart rate can make this worse. Here's the course of action we're going to take. I'm going to see you for tests every 2 weeks. I want to check and make sure these babies are doing fine despite the stress they're putting on your body. I'll also schedule someone to come to your home and administer regular steroid shots. Steroid shots? What are those for? Preston asked. To mature the baby's lungs. If she goes into preterm labor and her placenta fully detaches from the wall of her uterus, we can't stop things from progressing. Making sure these babies' lungs are as strong as they can be readies them for their NICU visit. Oh my gosh, I said breathlessly. Just relax, Preston said. We've got this. I can move you into my place. You can cash in the rest of your vacation time for the duration of your pregnancy, and I can hire someone to look after you while I'm at work. I'm not moving anywhere with you, I said. I have a perfectly fine apartment we just got me into a month ago. The baby's things are there. That's where these kids are going after I have them. That's where I'm staying. Delilah, this isn't a time to be independent. Someone has to be there to watch over you. Actually, if you stress her system even more with dramatic changes, it'll make her condition worse, the doctor said. You couldn't have sided with me on this? He asked. Well, I respect you, Mr. Walker. You're not my patient. Delilah is, and right now what her body needs is rest and relaxation. Thank you, I said. Finally, a voice of reason. But bed rest doesn't mean walking around your apartment and not going anywhere. It means in the bed, resting. You don't go anywhere and you don't do anything. It's the hardest thing for women to comprehend. If your placenta pulls away from your uterus, that's it. Game over. I hear you, I said with a grumble. I'm going to give you your first steroid shot now. Then in 2 weeks when you come back for your appointment, I'll give you another one, the doctor said. I thought you said someone was coming by to administer it, Preston asked. That's if she has to miss her appointment for some reason, which you shouldn't, so get it on your calendar because if something happens and she has to reschedule, someone will come out to at least give her the shot. Those are just as important, if not more important than these appointments. Thank you, Doctor, Preston said. We appreciate it. Preston helped me off the bed and escorted me to the car. He got on the phone with someone and started rattling off instructions. Something about packing bags and picking them up and keeping the lease on his apartment. I had no idea what he was talking about. But there was a phrase that clued me into what was happening. Yes, just drop those bags off at Delilah's place. I'll be there to receive them. Excuse me? I asked. Yes, Preston said as he held up his finger to me. Yep, that's right. Keep the lease, yes. Tell the maid to come only once a month. Just a good dusting should do. A good dusting? Preston, you're not moving in with me, I said. He shot me a look that boiled my blood as we wound through the streets of Philadelphia. He hung up his phone and dropped it into his pocket, then slowly turned his head towards mine. There was a seriousness in his eyes I'd only seen once. It was during a meeting with the investors when things kicked up, and he had to chastise them for acting like children. I felt the hair on my arms stand on end as his unwavering gaze locked with mine. Your independence is refreshing, but now it is harming your body. I am having my things packed and delivered to your doorstep, where I will stay with you for the duration of your pregnancy. We will bring those children back together, where I will help you with feedings, as well as help you recuperate. Your body is no longer sustaining this pregnancy well, and I will not leave you alone. And I won't let you fucking bully me into not helping. I will wait on you so your body can heal. And I will be there to make sure you obey those doctors' orders. Are we clear? I swallowed thickly as my head began to swim. Who the hell did he think he was talking to? Where did he get off addressing me like that? I didn't need him hovering over me. I was capable of doing this on my own. I could stay in bed and take care of myself. I didn't need him to do anything for me. But having him around did sound nice. Preston, The only answer that needs to come out of your mouth is okay, he said. What? I asked. The gravity of this situation is serious, and I made you a promise at the beginning of this, but I also made myself one. I told myself that if this situation ever escalated to the point where I had to intervene for your health and the health of these children, then I would. This is that moment. You can be angry all you want, but those are your choices. Either you move in with me or I move in with you. And I don't get a say in this at all? I asked. You do. You get to choose, he said. I was angry with him, but he had a point. My body was no longer able to healthfully sustain these children with the work I was putting in. So, Preston moved in with me. He cashed in the rest of my medical leave and paid vacation to get me through until the company would allow me to take maternity leave, then filed the paperwork himself. I was worried about how that would look, but Preston had other things on his mind, like hiring someone to be around the apartment whenever he was needed at work. And having him around was a big help. I was so big that getting out of bed to do basic things was hard. He had to grab my hands and pull me up just so I could get to the bathroom to clean myself up. The more I tried to do, and the more I found how weak my body was, the more thankful I was that Preston was there. But I didn't tell him that. If I did, I would never hear the end of it. Preston was there to do everything. If I was hungry, he brought me food. If I was thirsty, he brought me something to drink. If I needed to sit up and take off my socks, he sat on the edge of the bed and took them off for me. I fell asleep every night to him massaging my legs and woke up every morning to his cock easing between my thighs. He was always gentle with my body and stern with my reality. He never rubbed the fact that I couldn't do anything in my face, but when I became stubborn, he was quick to remind me of the position I was in. He took my shit without taking my bullshit, and it seemed to work with us. The entire time I was on bed rest, Beethoven didn't leave my side. He would sleep at my feet or curled up around the protrusion of my stomach. He would purr in my ear and lick my face, trying to heal whatever it was that was ailing me. He was wary of Preston in the beginning, but he warmed up quickly. Soon, I was waking up to Preston bringing Beethoven into my room after Beethoven had snuck off in the middle of the night to go find him. It was a precious sight, seeing Preston cradle my cat. There was one day, however, we had not planned for Preston to go into work. There was an emergency meeting called with the board of investors because some project was using more money than they had originally intended. I wanted to go with him to the meeting, to be there to run some quick calculations and figure out what had gone wrong. But Preston was insistent on me staying in bed. I knew he had to go in for this meeting, but I wanted to be there with him. I felt like we were some sort of secretive power couple holding the company up with our knowledge and strength whenever things started to crumble. The issue was that he couldn't get in contact with the woman employed to look after me when he was gone. Preston called and called, growing more frustrated by the second when she didn't pick up her phone. He tried her cell phone and her landline, leaving urgent text messages and multiple voicemails. He cursed to himself and muttered about paying her more than she was worth, so I reached out for his hand to try and calm him. "Just go into work," I said. "I'll be okay." "You can't be here by yourself, I know you. You'll try to get up and dance or some shit," Preston said. "I can't do that yet. We haven't installed a pole in the living room," I said. "Not funny." "We don't have a choice. Look, just get me everything I would need while you're gone and help me up so I can pee. You have my word on the lives of these babies that I'll stay put." I could see the hesitancy behind his eyes, but he had no other choice. We were left in a precarious position, but it was one I was ready for. I had been surrounded by people and stifled with those wanting to help me. I was ready for a bit of silence. I had a book I was reading and itching to finish. I had movies loaded onto the memory of my television set I had yet to watch. I missed my alone time. I missed it being just me and Beethoven. "Okay," Preston said. "But only because you've promised me, and I take that seriously." "I know you do. Everything will be okay. I promise," I said. He brought Beethoven into my room and handed me the television remote. He put bottles of water at my side and a basket of snacks in bed to keep me company until he could bring home dinner. He helped me go to the bathroom so I wouldn't be tempted to go while he was gone. Then he tucked the blankets around my body and kissed my forehead. I smiled when I heard the front door closed. "Ah, sweet silence," I said. 2 hours rolled by, and I was head-deep in my book. I hadn't gotten a chance to read the new books that had come in for the month, and I was thankful for the quiet. My eyes scanned the pages, immersing myself in a world that was unfolding in my mind's eye. But as I continued to read, and as I continued to daydream, my mouth became dry. So I reached across the bed to get one of the water bottles. Suddenly, an extreme pain wafted up my back. My pelvis felt like it was being crushed in a vice, and I whimpered as I sat back into the headboard. I closed my eyes and took deep breaths as the pain slowly dripped down my legs. It was blinding, a searing heat that made even the slightest movement earth-shattering. But then, I felt something that clinched my throat with panic. I felt something warm between my legs. I threw the covers back and saw a twinge of blood on the sheets. The pain shooting through my stomach left me breathless. I shoveled my legs over the edge of the bed and reached for my phone, hitting the red emergency button and holding it to my ear. 911, what's your emergency? Yes, hi, Oh, shit, I said. Ma'am, what's wrong? I don't know, but I think I'm in labor.
23. Preston. I was sitting at my desk when a call came through to my cell phone. I didn't recognize the number and instantly hit ignore, needing to finish this fucking paperwork. The meeting had run long, and there was a bunch of shit thrown at me I wanted to get done before I left to get back to Delilah. I fired the woman I had employed to watch over her, letting her know on her voicemail that she didn't have to worry about coming back into work. I was paying her twice what her top dollar salary was to have her on retainer, and clearly she didn't need the money. Because she wasn't near her fucking phone when I needed her the most. My phone rang again with that same number, and I started to grow worried. Was this Delilah for some reason? Why was she calling from a number I didn't recognize? I picked up the call and held it to my ear, bracing for the worst as the voice on the other end answered. "Is this Mr. Walker?" "Yes, who is this?" I asked. This is Clarice from Huntington Hospital. I'm calling on behalf of Delilah Kent. She put you down as her emergency contact." "What's happened to Delilah?" I asked as I stood from my chair. "She came into our hospital bleeding and complaining of a great deal of pain. She wants you down here with her. I take it you're the father?" "Has something happened to my kids?" I asked as I grabbed my jacket. "We're just now running tests. We'll let you know as soon as we do. We've admitted Miss Kent into our maternity and birthing ward. She's in room 404. "What happened to her?" I asked. "From what she'll tell us, she was reaching for a water bottle." "A water bottle? And she just started bleeding?" I asked. "I won't know more until I run more tests." "Thank you. I'll be there as soon as I can." I hung up the phone and ran from my office, not bothering to close it behind me. Pain? Bleeding? What the fuck had happened? I gave Delilah everything she needed before I left the damn apartment this morning. What could she have possibly needed that caused her to move? I rushed past everyone and darted for my car. I raced across downtown, blowing by red lights and speeding around corners. I didn't give a shit if someone caught me. Something was going on with Delilah, and no one was getting in my way. I skidded into the hospital parking lot and came to an abrupt stop. I leapt from the car and raced into the hospital, my eyes scanning the maps. I found the nearest elevator and took it all the way up to the 4th floor, my eyes searching for the room the attendant had given me. I rounded the corner and saw Delilah lying there, her face pale and her eyes fraught with fear as her parents doted on her. "I didn't know they were in town," Delilah said. "I called them to tell them what was going on, and they just said they would be right over." "It's okay, sweetheart. We've got you now," Marcia said. I walked around the bed and pulled up a chair beside Delilah. I took her hand within mine, her eyes cresting with tears. They barreled down her cheek as her face scrunched in pain as her parents loomed over her every move. I could tell she was uncomfortable, not just with the pain of what looked like labor, but with the fact that her parents were here. "How long have you guys been in town?" I asked. "Just a few days," Philip said. "When were you going to inform us you were here?" I asked. "When Delilah called this past weekend and told us she was on bed rest, we flew in, hoping to be on standby just in case you guys needed anything." "But we didn't know you were here," I said. "We could have used you. I would have rather had the two of you looking over your daughter instead of hiring a stranger to do it." "Preston, not now. Please. I'm scared. Has anyone told you anything?" "Only that you said you moved to get a water bottle and that's when it happened. You know you can be honest with me, right? I won't get upset if you moved." "That was all that happened, I swear. I had to stretch a little bit to get to it, but I didn't move. My feet didn't even hit the floor. I don't know what happened, Preston. I'm sorry." "Honey, it's not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Stop making her feel like she did something wrong," Philip said. "With all due respect, I'm still trying to figure out if you guys are here to bring peace or create derision, so excuse me if I don't listen," I said. Marcia scooted Philip out of the way and placed an ice chip between Delilah's teeth. I knew having the comfort of her mother was nice for her, even with how awkward things were right now, but part of me wished it was just us. They were creating unnecessary stress and pressure, even if they didn't know it. Even if Delilah didn't know it, having them here without even knowing they were in town was causing unanswered questions to fester. Plus, I felt I knew her better than anyone else. Even though they were her parents, I felt like they didn't understand their daughter. If they did, they would be able to see the unease in her eyes every time they got closer. They would see how she tried to scoot herself closer to me just to get from underneath their looming forms. I was ready to tell the doctors to escort them out just to give us a moment's rest. "Okay, everyone, I have results." An older doctor with gray at his temples came walking in as his voice registered in my head. "Mr. Walker, I assume?" "Yes, it's nice to meet you," I said. "What's going on? What happened to Delilah?" "You're aware she has placenta previa, correct?" the doctor asked. No, we didn't know that. Honey, we didn't know that. Why didn't you tell us?" Philip asked. "Because you and Mom are currently fighting and it's making me uncomfortable. I still don't know why you didn't tell me you guys were in town. Were you lurking or spying or some shit?" She groaned with another contraction as the doctor began fiddling with her IVs. "We're going to be administering terbutaline in order to stop her contractions. Even with the regular steroid shots you've been getting, Miss Kent, these babies aren't ready to come out. Your placenta is still attached to your uterine wall, but it did fall. It's now covering the entirety of your cervix." "What does that mean?" I asked. "Is that what caused the bleeding?" "The pain she felt was from the shifting of her placenta. The bleeding was part of her uterine lining being shed because of the moving. I'm going to get a nurse in here to take frequent ultrasounds to keep tabs on the baby's heart rates. But as far as I see, the only one in distress is Miss Kent." "Then let's fix that," I said. "Is there anything we can do, Doctor?" Marcia asked. The doctor looked at us before his eyes fell to Delilah. Her eyes were closed as the terbutaline worked its way through her system. She was in a great deal of pain and snuggled up as close to me as she could get. And the doctor saw that. "The best thing you all can do right now is let her rest. She needs the father of these children right now. That's all," the doctor said. "We're her parents," Philip said. "I'm her father." "And as her parents, you want what's best for her, right?" the doctor asked. "Of course, always," Marcia said. "Then give her and Mr. Walker some space. Let's get her labor under control and stopped, and once she can leave the hospital safely, all of you can figure out what will be best for Miss Kent and these babies, because that's all that's important right now." I nodded towards the doctor before I pressed a kiss to Delilah's head. "I'm so tired," she said. "Then get some rest. I'll be right here when you wake up," I said. "Please don't leave me," she said with a whisper. I leaned my forehead against hers as she sighed. I captured her lips within mine, feeling the way she melted into me. I could feel a part of myself cracking, giving way to her as my confidence began to fade. We were teetering on the edge between a future and a total disaster, and the only thing I was focused on was keeping her safe. No matter who I had to keep her safe from. "I missed you today," Delilah said breathlessly. "I missed you too," I said as I kissed her skin. "So much more than I care to admit to." A giggle fell from her lips as her body relaxed into the bed. I held tightly onto her hand as she fell asleep, her parents standing in the corner. I scooted my chair closer to her, watching her as she slept. My heart pounded in my chest, and my legs began to grow weak. I watched Delilah's shapely chest rise and fall with her breaths as I smoothed my free hand over her stomach. I was shaking. My strength was cracking. I could feel a lump in my throat threatening to choke me to death as I swallowed hard. I had almost lost them today. All of them because of this damn secret. Because I had to be pulled between her and work instead of being truthful and getting the time with her I deserved. I leaned my head next to hers as she slept, feeling her soft breaths against my lips. There was something about Delilah that drove me nuts. And there was something about her that drove me home.
24. Delilah. When I woke up, I saw Preston's face laying next to mine. I smiled as I kissed the tip of his nose, edging him awake. I lifted my head and saw my parents in the corner, my body feeling heavier by the second. I didn't care that they were in town for me. All I wanted to do was make them go home. "How are you feeling?" Preston asked. "Delilah, are you up?" my mother asked. I felt my mother rush to my side and take my hand, but I pulled it from her. She looked at me with wild eyes before shooting a glare over towards Preston. I had no idea what the hell had gotten into them, but they weren't bringing this drama into my life. Whatever it was they are fighting about, they could work it out between the two of them. "Is she awake?" my father asked. "I am. And I've something I want to tell you guys," I said. "Delilah, maybe we should hold off on this," Preston said. "I've got this," I assured him. "What is it?" my mother asked. "What do you need?" "I need you guys to go home," I said. I could see the hurt in my mother's features as tears welled in her eyes. She sought comfort in the arms of my father, but they didn't fight it. I told them that we would call them when they could come in and see the kids, just like we told them in the beginning. We would fly them out so they could be here and everything would be okay. "You can't just swoop in here unannounced, though," I said. "We were worried about you, sweetie," my mother said. "Then that's what a phone call is for. I'm not sure what any of this is about, and I'm too tired to figure it out, but whatever has gotten into you and Dad needs to go home with you and Dad. I've got too much to focus on to try and decipher why you were okay with Preston that weekend we visited, but are now throwing him nasty looks," I said. That day in the hospital was hard. It was hard watching my parents leave with unresolved issues between all of us, but it had to happen. They couldn't spring stuff like this on us, and we had to put a stop to it now. If they became those kinds of grandparents, it would drive us wild and really rift our relationship. And I didn't want that to happen to anyone. As the weeks of bed rest passed by, I looked at Preston with a bit more kindness. He spent even more time away from work and started conferencing in on the meetings instead of going in. He kept sticking to my wishes of not wanting to tell anyone in the office, even though I saw how much it hurt him. He wanted to tell people. He wanted to be known as the father of these children, and it was that knowledge that had obliterated our hands-off policy I had instilled. I was falling in love with Preston, and there was nothing I could do about it. My heart yearned for him whenever I was in bed at night. Preston had been the perfect gentleman, staying until I fell asleep, then slipping off to one of the guest bedrooms. But when I woke up in the middle of the night, I longed for him to be there. My body and my soul reached out for him, wanting to feel his arms around my body. The one thing I wanted to prevent was the one thing that happened, and I didn't know what to do. My heart wanted to be with Preston, but my soul wanted us to be a family. I wanted to wake up to him and cook breakfast for him. I wanted to raise these children with him and take family vacations with him. I wanted all of it. With him. How the hell was I supposed to tell him that? A few days before my planned cesarean section, I had a rough night. I woke up thirsty and I called out for Preston, begging for a bottle of water for my parched mouth. He strode into the room with his chest puffed out and his eyes on high alert, his hands rubbing my body as I chugged the water down. Then he fell asleep in the corner of the room, never once leaving my side. I laid there and watched him, his strong chest rising up and down. His long, toned legs were stretched out, crossed at the ankle and propped up on the edge of the bed. I couldn't take my eyes off him as I laid there that night, taking him all in as the moonlight streamed through the window. But then he started murmuring to himself. Lila." My ears perked up at the sound of what I thought was my name. "Good, Lila." Lila? Was that supposed to be me? "Love, Lila." I furrowed my brow as I propped myself up in bed. "Love you, Lila." Did he just say he loved me? No, he couldn't have said that. But then it happened again, clear as the daytime sky and unavoidable in its interpretation. "I love you, Delilah." I couldn't believe it. Preston was having a dream about me. Did he mean those words? Was that something he said to me in his dreams often? I leaned back into the headboard of the bed, turning the moment around in my thoughts. Was I making something out of nothing? It was possible I was dreaming myself. that I could wake up and this could all be some dream within a dream thing. But my heart leapt with joy as the phrase fell from his lips again, unmistakable and clear as day. This was what I wanted. But I couldn't trust a man in a dream state, could I? Dreams were just a manifestation of the subconscious, right? And those were usually things people wanted, no matter how weird. I mean, loving me wasn't weird, I didn't think so, but that was what I wanted. I wanted Preston to love me the way I loved him. I needed answers. As I hunkered back down into bed and tried to close my eyes, I knew I would have to ask him about it. These babies would be here in a few days, and I needed to know how to proceed. I needed to know if I had a future with him, or if he was set on simply being a co-parent. My eyes watered at the idea of not having him, but it was no longer in my control. This entire scenario was because I had tried to keep him at arm's length, so I had no right to complain when my plan failed with me but worked with him. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep, dreaming of a new day. A day when I could hold my children in my arms, feed them from my breast, and see Preston standing at the door, grinning at the sight. I dreamt of lying in his arms, rolling around with him in bed as our bodies writhed together. I dreamed of the life we could live, the vacations we could take, and the home we could build. I dreamt of him telling me he loved me every night as we fell asleep, his lips never leaving my body and his hands always digging into his strength.
25. Preston. You said this was just a routine checkup, Delilah said. It was, but they found some issues with your placenta that are worrying them. That's why they've admitted you, I said. Routine means things are supposed to be normal. No, routine means it's a regular occurrence, and it's because of these reasons why they are regular, I said. I brought Delilah back into the hospital for her routine checkup and her steroid shot, and they ended up admitting her. There was a shadow in her uterus they couldn't explain on the ultrasound, so they admitted her to run more tests. I knew Delilah was freaking out, but she was encasing it in anger. She was huge, she was retaining fluid, and her heart rate was higher than it needed to be. Should I call your parents? I asked. I don't care what you do. I don't know if they're fighting or if they're okay. So whatever happens when they get here is on you, she said. I got on the phone with them and told them what was going on. I booked them a hotel room and sent them the receipt for their airline tickets. I wanted them on standby in case something happened with Delilah, in case these kids came earlier than expected. And I was glad I did. As I was getting Delilah and I dinner that night from her favorite restaurant across town, I got a call from the doctor. Delilah had been rushed into an emergency C-section, and she was crying for me. I dropped the food I was carrying and raced for my car, calling Delilah's parents, who had just landed. I told them to get to the hospital as quickly as they could, and I raced across town, then tossed my phone in the back seat of my car. I raced to the OR and scrubbed in for the surgery. Delilah was refusing to have it done, even though the doctors were insistent. I got down by her head and kissed her cheeks, coaxing her to a point of relaxation as monitors beeped around us. Her heart rate was soaring and her skin was hot. I kept her attention on me as the doctors cut into her, trying to free our children from a body that had been put under so much pressure. I kissed Delilah's tears away, and in that moment, I wanted to tell her how I felt. I wanted to tell her that I had fallen in love with her, that somehow, between the foot rubs and sleeping apart and fighting over how to make all of this work, I had given myself over to her. I wanted to tell her that she had eroded my walls beyond recognition and planted herself into a place I kept heavily guarded for a reason. But as I dipped my lips to her ear to tell her, monitors started beeping. Her heart rate's plummeting. Get those babies out of there. We need 2 pints of blood, O negative, as fast as you can get it. We've got 2 babies. I'm still pulling one out. Give me a second. Sir, we need you out of the room. We need you to leave. I felt someone's hand come down on my shoulder as I watched Delilah seize on the operating table. I was screaming for her, trying to push the doctors off my body. Delilah needed me. She needed my comfort and my strength. She was dying, bleeding out on a table, giving birth to my children, and they were trying to take me away from her. "Delilah!" I roared. "Delilah, wake up!" "Get him out of here!" a doctor shouted. "I've got the third baby out!" I could hear the babies crying as I was shoved out into the hallway. The door was slammed in my face as I banged on it with my fists. I moved around and saw her body lying open on the table as my knees grew weak. My Delilah. She was alone and scared, and there was nothing I could do for her. I saw one nurse carrying 2 children over towards me, one wrapped in blue and one wrapped in pink. And even though I should have been focused on the 2 healthy children in front of my eyes, my mind was elsewhere, focused on the one nurse running with my last child in her arms. "Where's my other baby girl?" I asked. "I'm supposed to have 2 baby girls." "She's going to be just fine, Mr. Walker. Some precautionary measures need to be taken, but I'm sure she'll be fine." "You're sure? Sorry if I don't take the word of the nurse who shoved me away from the mother of my children. Is Delilah going to be okay? Is she going to make it?" "Mr. Walker, you need to calm down. You have 2 perfectly healthy children who need the strength of their father right now." I looked down at my baby boy, Aiden. It was the name Delilah had been set on ever since we found out one of them was a boy. And as I looked over at one of my daughters, I could hear the names rolling around in my head. But there was one that seemed to suit her, more than any of the others we had picked. Charlotte. I was looking at Aiden and Charlotte while my 3rd child fought for her life in the NICU and Delilah fought for her life on the table. "Let's go give them a bath. Then we can feed them. How does that sound?" the nurse asked. She moved past me, and I followed her, my mind blank and my heart thumping in my ears. My throat was clenched with fear, unable to speak, as the nurse guided me towards Delilah's room. Her parents sprung to their feet, each of them taking a child, as I collapsed into a chair. Then I placed my face in my hands and blinked away my tears.
Chapter 26. Delilah. My eyes fluttered open as the glaring light of the room pierced my gaze. I could hear the beeping of monitors as I shifted in bed, pain searing through my abdomen. I looked down and saw my toes, a sight I hadn't beheld in months. Then, the crashing memories of the day came flooding back to my mind. "Hey, look. Mommy's up." Preston's voice hit my ears like smooth honey. I propped myself up in bed as a pair of arms hooked underneath mine. I groaned as I sat up, my lips chapped and my throat dry. "Here. Try this. Daddy. My daddy was here." I felt a straw play at my lips as my eyes tried to adjust. My hand fell onto my stomach that had shrank inches upon inches in the span of just a few hours. At least, it had felt like a few hours. The smooth water fell down my throat, quenching my thirst as I grasped the cup. My father's hand came down onto my shoulder, massaging it lightly as I looked around the room. I found Preston, his eyes cradling a bundle wrapped in a blue blanket. "Aiden," I said with a whisper. "And your mother has Charlotte," he said. I looked over at my mother in a corner, a miniature bottle tipped up to my child's lips. My head was on a swivel, searching for the other child. Where the hell was my other daughter? "Don't worry," Preston said as he laid Aiden into my arms. "Abigail is just fine." "Abigail?" I asked. "Once you see her, I promise it'll fit," he said with a grin. "Where is she? Why isn't she here with us? I asked. Aiden nuzzled into my breast, searching for the substance leaking from my nipple as his lips wrapped around my skin. I gasped, feeling my other breast beginning to leak as my mother looked up. She smiled at me as she walked Charlotte over to my arm, positioning her on my other breast as I fed my children. There was a light in Preston's eyes I'd never seen before as he gazed upon the sight. Abigail's in the NICU. She had a bit of a problem coming out, so they're running a few tests, but she's healthy and she's strong, just like her mother, Preston said. Then why is she in the NICU? I asked. They're just monitoring her oxygen levels. They have to do it for a certain amount of time for children that don't cry immediately after being born. She didn't cry? I asked. Delilah, I promise you, she's fine. Preston sat on the edge of the bed and smoothed my hair away. I looked up into the eyes of the most beautiful man I had ever seen, a smile gracing his cheeks. He placed a careful kiss onto my forehead, hesitant, but warm. I hummed at his touch, not caring who heard or saw as I smiled up at him. I'm so proud of you. You did so well, he said. Then I heard a camera click in the distance. Sorry, my mom said. The moment was just too precious. That's okay, I said with a smile. Take as many as you want. My mother and father continued to take pictures as I lost myself in Preston's eyes. The swell of his lips and the strength of his body called to me as I held our children in my arms. I leaned into him, his arm curling around me as his fingers ran through my hair. I gazed up at him with watery eyes, my arms growing tired as I held our children up. Here, let me help, he said. Preston worked his way behind me, being careful not to jostle my body too much. He slid himself against my back, supporting the whole of my frame as his arm slid underneath mine. He held my arms up as I held our children, the both of us supporting them as they ate. I felt a tear run down my cheek as I looked at what we had done, feeling Preston's nose nuzzle against the crook of my neck. I love you. I felt him whisper it into my skin like a prayer as I whipped my gaze over to him. What? I asked. I love you, Delilah Kent. I was rendered speechless as he gently pressed his lips to mine. I love you too, Preston Walker. So much. I was glad my parents were taking pictures of all this, of these intimate moments and these passionate encounters. I was glad the camera shutters were going off and filling the room with noise. It meant this moment would be captured, forever sealed into one iconic photograph the moment my life came together. It was the moment our accident morphed into a family, and as I laid there against Preston with his body supporting mine, I knew we were going to be okay. Just like I wanted. We were going to be a family. I've got you, Preston said as he strengthened his arms underneath mine. I've got you all. And somehow, I knew he was telling me the truth.
27. Preston. Just as I figured, all three of our children needed a stay in the hospital to gain some weight. Abigail's oxygen levels were doing fine, but Aiden and Charlotte were slow to tack on the weight necessary to allow us to bring them home. Delilah and I were bundles of nerves for the 2 weeks they were in the hospital. Delilah was released 3 days after her cesarean section, but our children were still in the NICU. And getting Delilah home to sleep was a challenge. I'm not leaving my children here alone, she said. But you need rest to recuperate. Yes, you gave birth, but you had major surgery to make that happen. "You need sleep," I said. "I'll sleep in this chair. It pulls out. It fits my entire body now that I'm not a planet." "You need to let me take you home so you can rest properly." "I'm not leaving my children here without their mother, Preston. Now you can suck it up and go home alone, or you can stay with me and be the father I know you want to be." Me wanting to go home and sleep in my own bed doesn't make me a bad father. They're cared for here. "And they'll be cared for with me at their side," she said. Eventually, I caved. I packed her a suitcase and booked the hotel closest to the hospital our children were in. Sometimes I could get her to go take a nap if I promised to stay with our babies, which meant she would also clean herself up. Her going back to the hotel prompted her to do things like brush her teeth, take a shower, put on fresh clothes. The hotel seemed like the only compromise I was going to get, so I ran with it. I packed our bags, set us up in a hotel with a miniature kitchen, stocked the fridge with food, and set it up like home. Delilah still wasn't there as much as I thought she needed, but at least she was showering. It took a toll on Delilah, seeing our children in those incubators. And it didn't do me any favors either. At least Delilah had the capability of holding them whenever they needed to be fed. She breastfed all 3 of them on a regular basis with the strength and stamina of a goddess. But I didn't have anything to contribute. I couldn't feed them. Holding them put them at risk for contagions I was carrying. So I took care of their mother so she could take care of them. Delilah and I had a bunch of arguments those first 2 weeks. From keeping her clean to forcing her to sleep, she argued about it all. It was frustrating and exhausting, and sometimes I wanted to shake some sense into her, but I had to try and see it from her point of view. She was a new mother who couldn't take her children home, and I would have no idea what kind of impact that was having on her. Because I didn't carry those children for 8 months. Because I didn't have my body split open for them. Because my breasts weren't producing food for them. But finally, after 2 awful weeks in the NICU, our babies were ready to come home. We were discharged from the hospital, and we loaded them up in their newborn carriers, finally able to take them home. Delilah was so happy she was in tears, holding my hand tightly the entire way I drove us home. I didn't want a driver taking us. I wanted to be in control of the vehicle my children were in. When we arrived home, my stomach did fucking somersaults. I had a surprise for Delilah in the nursery, but I wasn't sure how she was going to react to it. I carried Abigail and Charlotte up to our apartment, while Delilah carried Aiden, and the 5 of us pushed through into our new home. It wasn't new to us, but it was new to them, and it was new for us to have them here. The sunlight streaming through the windows coated our skin, and as we turned for the nursery, my legs felt weak. "I think we should try to lay them down for naps," Delilah said. "They all look pretty tired." "Whatever your mother's intuition says, I'll follow," I said. We walked into the nursery, and Delilah turned on a lone little lamp. It cast a small hue across the room with just enough light for us to see what we were doing. I was preparing Abigail and Charlotte for bed, removing them from their car seat carriers and placing them in their respective cribs. But as I turned to see how Delilah was doing with Aiden, I saw her gaze hooked into Aiden's crib. And I knew she had found it. "Preston?" she asked. "What's this?" She turned around with Aiden in her hands, holding a little black box. "Why don't you open it and see?" I asked. She laid Aiden down in his crib. His sleeping body settled into the mattress. Her hands were shaking as she opened the box, revealing the sparkling diamond ring I had purchased for her. Tears rose to her eyes as she looked up at me, but she didn't find me staring back at her from above. Instead, I had knelt below her, my hand reaching for hers as she gasped. "I was going to do this earlier, but you just had to be a drama queen and give birth first," I said. A breathless chuckle fell from her lips as a tear fell upon her cheek. Delilah Kent, you've turned my world upside down. A night of selfish passion spiraled into a lifetime of happiness for me, but it still doesn't feel complete. We have a home. We have our children. But there is something we don't have yet. Something I don't have yet. What is that? She asked. I don't have my wife, I said. And I was hoping you would remedy that. All you ever had to do is ask, she said with a whisper. Delilah Kent, I said as I stood up. Will you marry me? Her lips crashed into mine as she nodded against my skin. Yes, yes, Preston. I will most certainly marry you. Wrapping my arms around her, our tongues connected as our children slept soundly around us. I took the box from her hand and plucked the ring from its cradle, sliding it onto her finger. I watched it shine as tears dripped down Delilah's cheeks, her body shaking as I pulled her back into me. I peppered the top of her head with kisses as I began to sway us, humming a small tune in her ear that would become the song she would sing to our children at night as they tried to get to sleep. You are my Lila, my only Lila. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my Lila away.
Epilogue. Delilah. I'm coming! I ran towards the door as Preston prepared the cake and ice cream in the kitchen. Our home was filled with people, friends from work and both of our parents, investors from the board that wanted to spoil our kids, and mommy friends I had made who had children around the age of ours. Pizza and ice cream and cake filled the atmosphere as presents continued to pile up in the corner, and I sighed as I looked at the growing mound. Our 3 children were going to be spoiled brats if we kept up this trend. Abigail, Aiden, and Charlotte were turning 1. I wanted to have a small gathering of people, but Preston insisted on doing it big. He kept telling me they only got 1 chance at a first birthday. So I caved and allowed him to invite people. But even though we had already blown out the cakes and sang happy birthday, the people just kept on showing up. My parents were there, doting on their grandchildren and getting to know Preston's parents. They were helping him in the kitchen while the kids rolled around in the nursery. People kept asking me if they could help with anything and wanted to sit down and talk, but I was too busy answering the door. How many people did Preston invite to this thing? So, what do you think? Preston asked. Why are 80 people necessary to celebrate our children's first birthday? I asked. Well, some of them are here for the housewarming party, he said. Housewarming party? When were you going to tell me that? I told you now. Does that count? Preston, I thought we agreed on no housewarming party. But that's not fun. People bring their good wines and presents during housewarming parties. Plus, don't you want to celebrate this place? We're going to raise our children here, Delilah. But does it require me to keep after 80 people? I asked. How about this? You go sit down with some of the other moms and get off your feet. I'll bring you a glass of wine, then I'll run behind the rest of the party. Can you handle that? I asked. I've brought businesses to empires, Delilah. I think I can handle a party. Suit yourself, I said. I'll be waiting for my wine. 6 months into bringing the kids home from the hospital, our apartment became cramped. No matter how we arranged it or what we did, there just wasn't enough room for all of us. Even with the 4 bedrooms and spreading the children out as they got older, it was too much. I didn't have any space for myself. Preston was always complaining about running into things, and the bigger the kids got, the smaller their play space seemed. So, Preston got to work. He researched homes we could grow into as a family, and we walked around to a couple of properties. Some were too big and posed too many hazards with having 3 small children. But we finally settled on a place just outside of Philly. It had 7 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, a massive kitchen that poured into a large living room space, a wonderful dining area, and lots of land for the kids to eventually run around on. It was perfect for us, and we moved in as soon as we could. Now we were planning our wedding. We weren't doing anything extravagant, much to his parents' disappointment. His mother had been waiting all her life to plan her only son's wedding, so we ended up having to compromise. If she allowed us to have a small civil ceremony like we wanted, then we would let her throw us a massive wedding reception afterwards. She could invite whoever she wanted, decorate it however she wanted, and serve whatever she thought would be good to eat. His mother was enthralled with the idea, and the dispute was settled. Preston was running around like a rabid animal trying to keep up with everything, and all I could do was laugh. He looked frazzled as he escorted people out of our home, trying to get them out as fast as he could. I knew what he was looking forward to. I knew what he was ready for. My parents had offered to take the triplets out to the park to explore for a couple of hours so Preston and I could have some alone time. Our first true moment of alone time since the kids had been born. Preston helped pack up our kids, and away they went. My father was carrying Charlotte, while Abigail and Aiden rode in the stroller. Their diaper bags were jam-packed with everything they could possibly need, and it was almost comical how ready Preston was to get them out. He sent them with more food than those kids would ever need, and more diapers than they would ever go through. I giggled into my wine as he closed the door behind them, locking it and watching them drive away. Then, he turned to me with a darkened stare as he began unbuttoning his shirt. I propped my feet up on the coffee table and decided to watch the show. I sipped on my glass of wine, my eyes raking up and down his body. I slowly watched his muscles come into view, his rippling abs and his chiseled shoulders. His arms were bulging with veins I wanted to run my tongue up as he approached me, his cock pulsing behind his boxers. I could see the little wet spot his tip had already created, aching for me as heat grew between my legs. I downed the rest of my wine as he removed the last of his clothing, standing in front of me clad in nothing but his glowing skin. I was shaking at the prospect of him inside of me as I leaned forward and captured his length in my mouth. His cock throbbed as his hand wound tightly within the tendrils of my hair. I sucked him all the way back as his cock curved down my throat. I could taste him dripping down me, filling my stomach with his seed as he fucked my face. I ran my hands up his strong, twitching thighs as my hands wove around his hips. My fingernails found the meat of his ass and pulled him close, my nose descending into his skin as I hollowed out my cheeks. "Holy shit, Delilah. The things you do to me, fuck!" He ripped his cock from my throat and yanked me up from the couch. His hands began to claw at my clothing as it fell to the floor in tatters. I was soaking wet for him, dripping down my thighs as his lips nipped at my skin. My hands wrapped around him and shoved him to the couch, his body sprawling out for me as I planted my knees on either side of his head. The devious glint in his eye as his hands ran up my naked thighs was enough to make me shiver. "Come here," he said. He pulled my hips down onto his lips as his tongue pierced my folds. My juices spilled onto his face, coating his cheeks as he drank his fill of me. His tongue lapped deeply at my clit, jolting me as I rocked against his face. His hands dug into the excess of my thighs as I rode his lips, his tongue flicking my clit at lightning speed. I reached down, threading my hands into his hair. I ground down onto him, his hands racing up to my tits. He squeezed them and watched them leak down my body, covering my skin in a glisten he had come to love. He wrapped his lips around my swollen nub, curling my toes as I gripped tighter onto his hair. My jaw unhinged in silent pleasure, and stars burst into my vision. I could feel that coil in my gut tightening as fire shot through my veins. I love you. I love you so much. I threw my head back, my body jolting with my orgasm. Preston hummed into my body, causing me to gasp as I shook upon his lips. I collapsed into his arms as he sat up, my body draping over his as he planted his back against the couch. I could feel his cock twitching between my legs as my pussy folds encompassed the whole of him. His hands grasped my ass, rolling my trembling body into his. My arms snaked around his neck, my face buried into the crook of his neck. Kiss after kiss was pressing into his sweating skin as his cock slid into my entrance, causing us to groan in tandem with one another as his dick throbbed against my walls. He stroked that sweet spot within my body, the one that zipped electricity through my veins. I could feel my swollen clit peeking out from beneath its fleshy hood, seeking more friction as my body rolled deeper, took his cock deeper, felt his body close to mine. Preston, shit, you feel... Oh, fill me up, please. Don't stop. He moved with lightning speed as my back hit the couch. My legs wrapped around him, pulling him deeper as he pounded into my hips. His cock split me in two as our lips crashed together, our tongues battling for dominance as I dug into his back. I could feel his muscles contracting for me, working for my pleasure as his sweat dripped onto my skin. It had been over a year since I'd had him this way, had his carnal nature and felt his wild lust for me as he slammed into my body. In fact, I hadn't felt this desperate need since the night that started all of this, the night we had gotten pregnant. I unhooked my legs from his waist as his balls continued to smack my ass. My heels dug into the couch, my hips meeting his. We writhed together, our bodies reaching their climaxes as we moaned and gasped into each other's bodies. His cock grew thicker and thicker, pushing against my fluttering walls as my arousal trickled down my ass crack. I felt lightheaded with pleasure as Preston's hips began to stutter. So close, so close. Come with me, Lila. Come with me. My legs grew taut as he dove into my wet warmth. His hips stilled and his cock twitched, spraying threads of cum deep within my body. My pussy milked him for all he was worth, my body trembling in his arms as my jaw unhinged with silent pleasure. My eyes rolled into the back of my head as he filled me to the brim, pumping so much cum into me it shot out onto the couch. I gasped for air as the room spun. I clung to his back as my body continued to shake. Preston dropped against me. Our bodies molded to the couch as our hearts raced against one another's. Our lips met for a lazy kiss, our bodies quivering with aftershocks as his cock stayed sheathed within my body. I love you, Preston, I said breathlessly. And I love you, Lila, he said. He tried to pull out of me, but my hand flew to his ass, pressing him back into me as I held him close. Just stay there, just a little while longer. It's been a while, hasn't it? He asked. Tears filled my eyes as I nodded my head. It's such a shame, he said as he moved his hips. This body going to waste. I gasped as he slowly slid into me, his rhythm calm and his cock throbbing for more. We've spent so much time with the kids, he said as he drew out, that we haven't had much time to ourselves. I shuddered as he buried himself back into me. Please don't stop, I said. I want more of you. More of me? He said as he drew out. Could you ask nicely? He slammed back into my pussy, sending shockwaves of pleasure through my body as I cried out his name. Please, I said. Please, give me more. His lips captured mine in a sweet little kiss as his hips pulled out again. I laid there panting, my heart racing and my tits pebbled to painful peaks. I wasn't ready for this to end. My body was only getting started. I could feel my clit aching for more as the walls of my body grew hot for him again. I've never been one to deny the requests of a beautiful woman, Preston said. I smiled up at him as he slammed into me again, his tightly wound curls raking against my clit. Our lips connected, and his hips continued their assault, bringing me to more highs than I could ever imagine. He picked me up and took me on every surface he could have. The kitchen island, the window, our bed and our shower. We christened our home with our flavorful juices as we whispered our love for one another, leaving marks behind that would signal to everyone exactly who we belonged to. I was his, and he was mine, and nothing could get in our way. This concludes Triplets Make 5 by Nicole Elliot, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Jeremy York. Copyright 2018 by Nicole Elliot. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Nicole Elliot, care of Pink Empire Publishing and Literary Management, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.